Yakut Nunasut, but in obedience to my will, that he named me after the very sound of the wind that I utter. And he said Ah or Ah, breathing in, Lah, breathing out, and El Yahuwah, in and out again, El Rahman the Yielder, El Rahim the Merciful. And I said, go on with who I am, El Malik the King, El Qudus the Holy One, El Salam the Peace, El Mumin the Faithful, El Muhaymin the Protector, El Aziz the Mighty, El Jabbar the Majestic, El Mutakabir the Repairer, El Khaliq the Creator, El Bari the Maker, El Musawir the Fashioner, El Ghaffar the Forgiver, El Kahar the Dominant, El Wahhab the Bestower, El Razak the Provider, El Fatah the Opener, El Alim the Knower, El Kabid the Restrainer, El Basit the Spreader, El Kafid the Abaser, El Rafi the Exalter, El Muiz the Honourer, El Madil the Destroyer, El Sami the Hearer, El Basir the Seer, El Hakam the Ruler, El Adil the Just, El Latif the Subtle, El Kabir the Aware, El Halim the Clement, El Azim the Supreme, El Ghafoor the Forgiving, El Shakur the Grateful, El Ali the Exalted, El Kabir the Great, El Hafiz the Guardian, El Mukit the Strengthener, El Hasib the Reckoner, El Jalil the Beneficent, El Karim the Generous, El Rakib the Watcher, El Mujib the Approved, El Wasi the Comprehensive, El Hakim the Wise, El Wadud the Loving, El Majid the Glorious, El Ba'ith the Raiser, El Shahid the Witness, El Haq the Truth, El Kawil the Advocate, El Kawi the Strong, El Matin the Firm, El Wali the Nearest Friend, El Hamid the All Praiseworthy, El Mushi the Accountant, El Mubdi the Beginner, El Muwid the Restorer, El Muhi the Giver of Life, El Muhmit the Taker of Life, El Hay the Ever-Living, El Qayyum the Subsisting, El Wajid the All-Perceiving, El Majid the Illustrious, El Wahid the One, El Samad the Needless, El Qadir the Powerful, El Muqtadir the Prevailing, El Muqaddim the Forewarner, El Muwakir the Deferrer, El Awal the First, El Akir the Last, El Zahir the Evident, El Batin the Hidden, El Wali the All-Governing, El Muta'ali the Inspirer, El Bar the Righteous, El Tawab the Acceptor of Repentance, El Muntakim the Avenger, El Afuwu the Excuser, El Rauf the Kind, Malik El Mulk King of Kingdoms, Zul Jalal wal Ikram Master of Majesty and Liberty, El Muqsit the Equitable, El Jami the Gatherer, El Ghani the Independent, El Mughni the Enricher, El Muti the Giver, El Mani the Withholder, El Dah the Distresser, El Nafi the Profiter, El Nur the Light, El Hadi the Guide, El Badi the Incomparable, El Baki the Enduring, El Warif the Inheritor, El Rashid the Director, El Sabur the Patient. These are the names in the Islamic school called Millat Ibrahim, the Deen Allah. Chapter 5, The Enclosed Garden. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 7, A Tale of a Human Being. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, there is a tale of a human being who said, Anu most glorified and exalted, forgive me. And Atum Ra, who was Amun, faithful to Ra, known in Sumeria as Murdoch. So the Anunnaki asked permission of his Rab, which is his sustainer, Anu, visit this human being. The Anunnaki of the sun went to him and said, I require that you convey me to your place, for I want to ask Anubis Enki, the Anunnaki of death, to tell me when my term is near. Anubis is the deity of the dead. When the role of Osiris changed from deity of vegetation to deity of the dead, he became superior to Anubis. Anubis, however, retained an important part in the funeral rites, and he was considered to be the son of Osiris and Nephis. Anubis was the guardian of the door at the end by which the deceased entered. This was called Kersheksu. One leaf of the door was called Nebmateri Tepretuth, and the other leaf Nebfetithesu Menet. These names were to be learnt and uttered by the deceased before they were allowed to enter the hall of Ma'ati deities. It was Anubis who embalmed the body of Osiris when he was murdered by his brother Set. Because of this, Anubis became the patron of all embalmers. Then he went to the Anunnaki of death and told him that a human being had said in every prayer, O El, most glorified and exalted, and Amun-Ra, the Anunnaki of the sun, forgive me. So he asked me to ask you to tell him when his turn is near, so that he might prepare for it. The Anunnaki of death looked in his scroll and said, How far is your friend from great concern? He will not die until he sits on your place on the sun. He said, He has sat in my place on it. The Anunnaki of death said, He died when we were told that, and they know not. Tablet 8. Patience. 19 times 3 equals 57. Lo, the patient will be paid their wages in full without reckoning. Well, patience has 3 aspects. The first patience is obedience, the second is patience in rebellion, and the third, which is patience in misfortune. Yet I, Anu Elion Elion El, give 100 grapes of what is between the skies and the planet Earth to whomever is patient in obedience. On that day, when all will be raised, I will give 700 grapes of what is between the skies and on the planet Earth to whomever is patient in rebellion. I will give a reward without reckoning to whomever is patient in misfortune. When a slave is in a death struggle, his tongue is stopped, and 4 Anunnaki come to him. The first says, Peace be unto you, I am entrusted with your provision. I have flown throughout the planet Earth, east and west, and I have not found any morsel of your provision at this hour. The second then enters and says, Peace be upon you, I am entrusted with your drink of water and other drinks. I have flown east and west, and have not found any drink of water for you at this hour. The third says, Peace be upon you, I am entrusted with your breaths. I have flown east and west, and not found one breath for you. Then the fourth Anunnaki enters and says, Peace be upon you, I am entrusted with your term. I have flown east and west throughout the earth, and I have not found 1 second for you, or your name to be called by anyone for anything. Then the noble scribes entered on his right and on his left. The one on his right says, Peace be upon you, I am entrusted with your right actions. So he brings out from Ilion the chamber in which the good records of mortals are kept on a white page, and he spreads it before him. And he says, Look at your deeds. So he is happy and rejoices. The one on his left says, Peace be upon you, I am entrusted with your wrong actions. So he brings out from Sajun the chamber in which the bad records of mortals are kept on a red page, and he spreads it before him and says, Look at it. So his sweat pours down, and he looks at the right and at the left from fear of reading from the red page. The scribe insists and puts it down on his pillow and goes. Then the Anunnaki of death, Israel, son of Anu and Id, enters. On his right are the Anunnaki of mercy, and on his left are the Anunnaki of punishment. Among them are those who pull out the soul, those who wrestle it away, and those who are brisk. When it reaches the throat, the Anunnaki of death, Israel, takes it, the soul, away. If he is from among the people of happiness, he calls the Anunnaki of mercy. So the Anunnaki takes the soul and ascends with it to the presence of the Most High. If he is among the people of disagreeable deeds, Anu Elion Elion El says, Return it to its body, that it might look at what is left behind of its body, that he may feel his deeds and the Anunnaki of punishment. Make no distinction in your behavior between those of rank and the common people. Rather, choose a person because his or her skills, so that every craft may be carried on. Do not go in and out of the court of justice, so that your name may not be soiled. Do not contend in a quarrel. Keep silent, and it will serve you well. Go not in the presence of a drunkard, even if it promises to bring you honor. Guard against words and deeds of deception, and against words that are untrue. Destroy the desire to do and speak evil within you, for the evil person has no rest. Stay away from the aggressive person, and take them not for a companion. Take then for a friend one who is true and just, one whose actions you have observed. If your righteousness equals his or hers, your friendship will be balanced. Yet remember, the one who judges becomes judge. If you are not compliant to the laws, you may think yourself right by calling yourself the righteous, when in actuality you are the unrighteous. It is always the righteous, as they would like to think of themselves, who declares who is unrighteous. Be part of those who seek to improve themselves. Remember, people who laugh with you and accompany you in your wrongdoings are not your friends. Desire is the lead to suffering. Stop wanting to be and become. Any and all things that happen to you, you bring upon yourself. Tablet 9, the fall of the Adamites. 19 times 2 equals 38. Lo, now I will teach you of how the Adamite is to fall into sin, where they are to dwell, and among whom. But in it was all this. All of death was born, and Halal, who was later to become known as Nakash, and his 200 aides, headed by Harmata, son of Apolia, the man of perdition, and his son, the man of sin. Yet, by my grace did Michael send 23 elders to read. I granted the enclosed garden as a test for you, when my Anunnaki said, Anu, Elion El, the Most High, whose voice spoke unto them, said, I have appointed this enclosed garden for your abode. It will shelter you from cold and heat, hunger and thirst. Take at your discretion of everything that it contains. Only one of its fruits shall be denied to you. Anu, Elion El, the Most High, warned Cadman and Nekeba. Cadman's confidant or helpmate, beware that you shall not transgress the first and only command. Watch again the slanderer, the flatterer, the fallen Anunnaki, whose name is Halel, but henceforth shall be called Nakash. Also cursed be upon him and his offspring, the devil also called the deceitful one. For he is a whisperer, he is your open enemy, because he was cast out on your account. He wanted that wisdom that you possessed. He willed to be as great as you. Beware of the trick of will. Will being the gift like fire, that it can be used positively or negatively. Like water, that can be used positively or negatively. Like air, that can be used positively or negatively. And like spirit, that can be used positively or negatively. Be ever watchful of will. Infinite, and its arms is at your destruction. Yet he, Nakash, will only outwit himself. For as the fire consumes its food, needed for its light, so will he burn himself out. They will also burn out, yet those who gave unto me, they will also be eternal. This I teach you, achieve a higher status in your profession. Do not argue with the argumentative, nor provoke them with your words. Pause before those who interrupt, and give way to those who verbally attack you. Sleep a shadow hour before speaking, for the unrestrained person is like a storm, which bursts forth like a flame in a pile of straw. It is better for a serpent to be in the house than a fool who comes often. Those who associate with a fool are drawn into wrongdoing. Do not sit when one who is older than you is standing. Those of you who live with a fool die in captivity. This is how it was recorded, and this is how it will be. Chapter 6, The Human Beast. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalumni All. Tablet 1, The Affirmation. Lo, supreme and marvelous are all you've done and do. O thou who art the Elohim of the Creators, the all the power of all. Just and true are thy divine ways, O ruler of the ether and holy ones. And who is it that dares not to revere thee, O Elohim? All that exists by way of the all. From all we come, and unto all we return. The life in our bodies, the blood in our veins, the breath in our lungs, the thoughts in our hearts. Tablet 2, The Prisoner. 19 times 15 equals 285. Lo, Arise, you purifiable souls. You need to come to one mind, for it is your life, and short it is. But ever gracious is El Elo, Anu, who is called Elyon El. This Anu is the Most High, who taught you by his light the sun, which shines through the inks of the Yamam seas, and the pages of the trees, he who has 1,000 names and 3,000 tones. Be you prisoners no more in the mud of your flesh. Escape into total harmony with the Anunnaki, who are the Elohim, in the name of our beloved Father Anu, and his children the Anunnaki Elohim, and by the way of the Holy Spirits, which are the Agigi, and may you be born again of the Spirit in etherian form. For I, yes, I from afar, yet ever so near, am sent by our Father to bring you back to the bosom of Elyon El, who is Anu the Most High, your Heavenly One, Master of the boundless universes. Wrestle not with the facts, for there is facts beyond any doubt in truth, for there is no strength nor power granted except in he who is called Anu, the ever-living master of the worlds, who sent Tammuz and Adonai, who is called the Messiah. My craft Nibiru hovers overhead, and its peaks its sights, and its circled rainbows overhead are ever so bright. Trust in these signs, and the seen and the unseen will be seen without doubt. The blind-eyed hearts and the deaf and dumb, they wander on in ignorance, having not seen Nibiru. This unquestionable truth I have brought unto you, and this is the scroll of Anu, wherein the wise finds all truth, unquestionable, for it quenches the thirst of the woman and the man in the desert of untruth. Rest in your needing spirit, and put your trust in the hands of your creators, the Anunnaki Elohim, and you shall be made free. Trust in all of them which precede me, and make no distinction between any of them, and surrender completely, so that you may once again put on the robes of Afsu the sun, ever so bright, blinding the eyes of his disagreeable sons, and turning the faces from impenetrable celestial ignorance unto consciousness. Call out in Taful for forgiveness from the ruler, and petition through impartiality with humility and justice, in which that is your right to the throne. Call and come praise in a universal love, which is far beyond this one planet key, positioned ever so careful in this small galaxy, its weight 6 sextillion tons, a unit followed by 1 in 20 ciphers, moving at a speed of 1,037 1/3 miles per hour, as it revolves around your star Afsu sun, your planet Tiamat, Ki, Gi, Gaia, also called Eref, Terra, or Earth, being at one time adjacent to your Sheski, Kingu, Luna, Yare at Camel or Moon. Her birthday being 11 billion years ago, as of the birthday written. You have lost your celestial contact nearly 6,000 years ago, giving rule to Anshar Saturn, being put under the spell of Kingu called the Great Anzu, who is Leviathan, that old Nakash called Iblis and Samael, or Halal. Your father Anu, who is in all, governs all, and he has forgiven you to this very day through my guidance. For I, Malachi, am an executioner of his will. I am not a prophet, news bearer, or one of the ones sent. Though I have been given the ability to prophesy, and I have been sent as an apostle, I am not merely a prophet or an apostle, I am a reformer, a renewer. I have come to renew your 25,000-year history, and I am an incarnation of Murdoch. Come unto me, you all, that I may show you what is to befall this world, turning bitter pages of honey to sweet again, for the devotee on their journey to the all-powerful Anu, whose then home is within the all. Ask of me, I shall by leave of my grandfather Anu, who is beyond your comprehension at this point in your life, who is the ruler of the galactical heavens. Holy is his names, 99 plus 1 given to Anu. He also gave you the birth pains of your planets of wicked beings called reptilians. The moon, which was originally called Kingu, then Sheski, was parted from Tiamat Earth 24 billion years ago, as recorded in the Enuma Elish, from amongst the Anunnaki, who formed Tiamat's host. Kingu, which was elevated, Tiamat made Kingu great by being anointed head of her ranks to command her host, and to raise her weapons for the encounter, and to be lead in for the combat. In the battle to be commander, these to the hand of King who Tiamat entrusted, and she caused him to be on her host. She pronounced, I have cast a spell for you, she said to him. I have made you great in the assembly of the Anunnaki, to have dominion over the Anunnaki, and to give unto thee, verily, verily, you are supreme. Tiamat gave Kingu the tablets of destinies, and she fastened it onto his breast. Kingu was elevated, and he had received a heavenly rank. It was this sin of Tiamat, in which gave Kingu his own orbital destiny, that enraged the other planets to the point of calling in Nibiru, that was also called Murdoch, to put an end to Tiamat and her out-of-line consort in the ensuing celestial battle. Tiamat was split in two. One half was shattered and the other half, accompanied by Shesky, was thrust into a new orbit to become Earth and its moon. And Kingu, who had become chief amongst them, Murdoch made shrink as a Dagai, mass of lifeless clay, yet it had life in its seas. Murdoch took from Kingu the tablets of destinies, which was not rightfully his, and sealed on it his own seal, and fastened it to his own breast. Deprived of its orbital momentum, Kingu was reduced to the stats of a mere satellite and moon. This is the story of the birth of your moon, as recorded in the Enuma Elish. You have seen me from the day I was born, and you have tested me again and again. Too long I have felt your torturous source of doubt piercing my heavy heart. We the Anunnaki, being born before your Afsu the sun, 76 trillion years ago, and your star the sun, being born 93 billion years ago, placing it by way of 554 million tons of hydrogen, being changed into 550 million tons of helium each second, 4 million remaining, creating planets such as yours. Your sun being placed 93 million miles away from Tiamat, thus aligning itself with your Earth in the time when it positions itself in the location of Revolution Earth in the lunar logging of 1982 in the Gregorian calendar, and in the year 1983 in the Gregorian calendar, when the alignment of the Great Vortex will open again in the lunar logging of the year 1993 in the Gregorian calendar, and then in 2003 AD, when Nibiru will arrive for the 144,000, it will depart in 2030 AD of the Great Vortex, and it will open in 1943 AD, and we, the Anunnaki, will depart forever. Its light, the sun, reaches you every 8 minutes and 20 seconds, which allows life forms to flourish, which gives growth life. The provider of the earthquakes after the meteorite showers that brought the darkness upon the face of the deep after crashing down on the tip of the Yucatan. Look into the light, and there you will see me standing at your door, knocking ever so lightly, for me to originate in the pure darkness with Anu. I will hear and welcome you in my grandfather Anu's house, in the Orion star constellations, houses of many rooms, which is a great kingdom of thrones, fit for rulers alone. In each, 7 in all, or 7 to the 7th power of 7. His Anus is 9 to the 9th power of 9. Woe to those who turn away and are impatient with me. Know that I, Malachi, am walking with you in the valley of fear. So fear not, for persecution is a sign of truth. I will let you drink from the cup of everlasting truth, and I suffer to protect you from the hissing ones, who whispers disagreeable suggestions, placing questions of doubt about the galactical heavens in your heart. So fall not into their treacherous grips, as did many who were chosen before you, asking that our father Anu manifest before their weak and vain eyes, calling Yaqub their father. Woe unto you, daughters and sons of Israel, the tribe of Enki! Where are you now? Where have you gone, for we see you no more? Who can you turn to now for manna and quail? No more parting of waters and the sending of 7 plagues for your sakes, for you have been wiped from our sight. So think and ponder about the scriptures El Torah before you. Do not question the pages of my servants. These present wisdom, the holy tablets. Don't differentiate between the wise that are sent to you. Make no distinction one between the other. Be they religious, Abraham, Moshe, Buddha, Krishna, Confucius, Hermes, Yeshua, Muhammad, or be they philosophical, such as Plato, Khalil Gibran, Edgar Cayce, and submit yourselves by throwing your lowly flesh to the earth in prostration and taful, and seek protection in your master, Elion, Elion El. Remember, there was once a worshipper whose name I will leave out for your thoughts to seek. He worshipped and agreed to obey Zuen, who is also called Anzu or Shaitan. This Shaitan asked him to prostrate at once before him in the name of Cadmon's prodigy and his daughters and sons. At this point in time, his judgment was removed. He didn't know whether he stood or sat, he arrived or departed. Yet he cried out to this Shaitan, asking, "Why have you beguiled me? Any of you who think you can do without the yielding and the merciful master of all the worlds, you shall be cast from the garden of delight, and the swords of the Garubat shall be crossed on the gates." But when she, Nekeba, who was also called Hawa or Eve, repented by way of Seth, he yielded, ordering the Garubat to raise their crossed swords, so that those of her seed who obey may re-enter the tree of eternal life and read the tablets of destiny which sits beneath it. He is called the Yielder because he yielded at the gates of the garden. Often he was merciful to you in the name of Anu, the Yielder, the merciful. Nakash said unto him, "On highest you are trying to betray me and your own soul, for even I spoke." Shaitan knows no one can disobey the master of the worlds, and you have no right to have the ability to procreate. Nakash said, "I have taken on many forms in all places, called rabbi, preacher, pastor, guide, imam, sheikh, guru, sage, wizard, soothsayer, mystic, mother, Sufi, city, place, father, friend, pet, food, habit, drink, and hobby. You find me in all these things." You must protect your soul. Slide not into binding partners with the Most High Anu, but merely close your eyes, contemplating the wonders of the Most High. From the cursed Shaitan, Satan, for this is the heart of Wahedness, oneness, of Elyon, Elyon El, the Most High. As Murdoch as El Qadir, Malachi Zadok York El made it known to all. And Shaitan will flee from every part of you at the sound of these words, for you cannot think past the Most High, El Baraf, the knowing. Those were his own words. Halal, who is called Shaitan, used to go through all the seven heavens, calling out for helpers, and 200 of my Malaika, angelic brothers, followed him, residing on Al-Ard, the planet Earth, in the land called Nod. They would listen at the doors of heaven, learning, and at the recitation of the revelation of El-Quran, before they were set down in the 19th point in the night of power. Spoken are these words which are read, sealed on this holy pages therein. So bring forth the imagination, for only he could have learnt from you on the conception of Tammuz as Horus or Krishna or Maitreya or Yeshua or Isa or Jesus. The galactic heavens were banded. Still, he used to go to the fourth heaven. Then, on the conception of the seal, the El Nabiyat news-bearers of that bloodline of Ahmed, who is called in tones Mustafa Muhammad Al-Amin, and Halal entry into the galactic heavens were banded. Calling him in his Quran Shaitan 88 times, Iblis 11 times, and Tagut 8 times. The system of scaring him away by the flaming Garubat was instilled. At the grace birth of Cadmon, Shaitan shouted to his offspring and all rallied around him. They asked as to what bewildered and perplexed him so. Kanaz, who is Shaitan, said, "Woe is me. Because of this birth, I will witness great changes in El Lalat, the galactic heavens, and on El Gi, the planet Earth, from the early shadow hour until this time. Verily, some rare but powerful thing is herald. I have not seen a color change of this dimension and the likeness of this since the time of that magnificent ascension to the galactic heavens and to the fall of one third of the stars from his grace. At this point, the jinns, disagreeable angelic beings, sons of Shaitan, trusted that he would show them those things that are repulsive to their master. Everyone dispersed into different directions in the planet Earth in the year 5430 of Earth time, for on that hour was a light born. Recalling all events, they reported that they couldn't discover any pure light in anything. Halal entered the world from the beginning by impregnating himself into the flesh of several tones. By tones, it is meant several beings with different names that lived on Tiamat. I will mention here Cain, Caesar, Alexander called the Great, Herod, Attila the Hun, Marco Polo, Napoleon, Louis XIV, to mention a few, Abu Lahab and Yazid. Still, there are some in this world to come, 30 in all. And here now, around 1400 years later, in the revolution of the planet, the pure green light returned to behead the hissing one, Dajjal. Shaitan cried out, "In the one born, Mustafa Muhammad Al-Amin is a seed, Malachi Zadok El, destined to rid the universe of the likes of me." So as prophecy would have it, Shaitan says, "Women shall bruise my head and I your heel." Set off Shaitan, circling the galaxy from Anshar Saturn. Anshar Saturn is the sixth planet in order from the Sun. Its diameter is 75,111 miles, 6 times the size of Earth, second largest in this galaxy. You can see this disagreeable beast with an unaided eye. Its period of rotation is 10 hours and 14 minutes. 6,000 rings are interwoven around Anshar Saturn, and there, the planet for Anshar is the disagreeable gas. An electromagnetic force field encircles the planet as a vapor shield. Its distance from the Afsu Sun is 886 million miles, and at its closest approach to Earth is approximately 793,246,123 miles. Saturn has 10 moons. It takes about 10,759 Earth days, or 29.5 Earth years, to circle the Sun, to 354 lunar, or 365 solar days, or 1 year of planet Earth's time. Saturn's axis tilts at 27 degrees from the perpendicular position. The atmosphere of Anshar Saturn is hydrogen, helium, methane, and ammonia. The Greeks, from which the last of the 10 kingdoms are the sons of Javan, son of Japhet, son of Noah, and this Javan took Iris, and they gave birth to the Java man. This brotherhood derived from the Afar, and shall come up again, and the beast will arise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, named Anshar Saturn after Kronos. Kronos is a titan who ruled the universe until he was dethroned by his son Zeus, who came to remove Shaitan. As mystery signifies the hidden system, so Saturn is the hidden deity. The Chaldeans called it Satur, and that is stir, or S equals 66, T equals 400, U equals 6, R equals 200, the apocalyptic number 666, which has replaced the real letter Zain 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 for zigzag zig. The name Lat, the hidden one, this is Apollo the sun, called also Apollyon or Siva, which is Shiva the destroyer, called Shesh or Shish, Sor, father of the sixth from Aramaic, which he is one of the true Trinity, and it was so. Latin came from Lat and this Titan. Titan is also the name of the 10th planet. Anshar Saturn also bears the names Segush, Kanenu, and Horus the bull. His wife was Ops, the female deity of lust and harvest. He had 7 children: Hestia, Layla, Demeter, Hera, Hades, Hell, Poseidon, Greek deity of the sea, and Zeus. Because of Kronos swallowing his children, he is frequently identified with Baal Satanus. This was their El. The halo on Jesus' head, as depicted by the Christians, symbolizes the rings of Anshar Saturn, as bright as the sun or sol of the solar system. When the son of deity died with a crown of thorns on his head, the crown of thorns on his head is symbolic of the sun's rays. For the Romans regarded Saturn as a deity. The Pope symbolizes Mephistopheles, who wears the fish hat of Dagon upon his head called the mitre. Each year, the Romans worship Shaitan with a festival called Saturnalia, celebrated December the 17th for 7 days, making a ring around it, then encircling Earth. Encircling the planet Earth 6 times, increasing by speed of 6. Then he, Shaitan, is aware of the 666 that marks his time. In the location of the revolution of the planet Earth, in the lunar login in the 1966 year of the Gregorian calendar, being Saturn is the 6th planet from the Sun. When they opened up the 6th vortex and let the disagreeable beings in this world, which was the rebirth of Zuen. The Sun represents everlasting life. El Tamarat, the Egyptians, have faith as long as the sun comes up, the earth will live. El Tamarat, the Egyptians, nurtured the sun, and it will continue to proceed on its journey of growth. The sun or son of deities represented everlasting life on this planet now called Earth. The sun was giving up its life for you, and he was to raise again. The sun in Egypt was called Horus, so you have horizon or Horus rising. There will always be light on the planet Earth as long as the sun continues to show itself. And as long as the sun shows itself, there will be everlasting life. For 3 days, the sun is fixed on the sundial at the same place. It then moves again in the lunar login in the 25th point in December. This was its rebirth. The sun was reborn. It begins its annual journey in the lunar login of the 25th point in December. And as you know, within the false religion of Christianity, you are taught that Jesus was supposedly born in the lunar login in the 25th point in December. This is all symbolic of the sun in Christianity that was born or reborn. It's called solar biology, or simply horoscope or horoscope. When the sun comes up behind the water, it proceeds to walk across the water, and this is symbolic of God walking across the water. They always dress Jesus in red and blue. The red is the sun and the blue is the water. This gives the appearance of the setting of the sun, of God walks away and the sun goes away and comes back. O you elated ones, praise your master and shed tears of gratitude, for now is the time to shed the soul of this vicious bacteria that plagues your body, and come up in degrees of thinking, raise in density, in degrees of patience, in degrees of purity in heart. Give freely of that which the provider has provided you, the purifier, to take the head of the beast, and adorn their heads with manna, the mushroom, for the day of Saturn or Saturday. I will bruise him on his mark 666, O coverer of truth who bears the mark on his forehead. I am called in tones Al-Muklas, the destroyer of Kanaz, for after I have rid you of the evils of which you so freely partake from his tree of sin in the enclosed garden of delight, and once I have removed religion which controls the minds of my people, 1 Judaism, 2 Christism, 3 Mohammedism, 4 all the other isms, and I have cast out Shaitan's children, and removed his head, and summoned the knowledge of all false things that made you see other than the Most High Anu in this earth's domain. I will employ no less than 7 billion angelic messengers as your servants, to wash you in the pure spirit of Shafuain for 1,000 years. I will lock Halal in Kanergi, the bottomless pit, for a short time. I chained him for 1,000 years, in that he was restricted from his evil activities, for the time the 144,000 are with the Lamb in the crystal city, and cast him into the bottomless pit, and shut him up, and set a seal upon him. The seal was placed upon the pit, so the malevolent ones would not be able to lead the nations into darkness anymore with his evil acts, until the 1,000 years are finished, and after that he will be able to emerge for a very little time, in which this time elapse was from 1966 AD, when the war started. The beginning of the end of his rule ended on June 6, 1996 AD, and will end on June 26, 1999 AD. In the year 2003 AD, the vortex will open, allowing the shams to come to the earth to pick up the worthy 144,000. This pickup will occur until 2030 AD, and then the mother plane Nibiru will depart in 2043 AD. On the first gathering of the heavenly body, and our servant, named by tone Ahmed, being under the inspiration, spoke before the multitudes, "Come you all out of this world, do not drink of the intoxication spirit of Shaitan. Come you all into the world ruled by the Master, for he is of the Father, and the Father is of him. Blessed are those who learn true love. Rewarded are those who share true love in their Father's name. I question you, why has all this befallen us at this point in life's time? The bad is dressed in the garb of agreeable, and the false is an imitation of truth that has slipped into the garden, changing it by flattery into devilishment. Can we destroy him? A star is an enormous ball of gas, mostly hydrogen. Atoms are jammed close together in the center, which is nuclei that create the heat of light of each star, symbolically the jinn, for that light of a star is a form of fire. A star is born every 7,000 light years. A light is equal to E equals mc squared, or energy equals matter times the speed of light, from energy changed to matter. As a spaceship approaches the speed of light, which is 186,272 miles per second, objects that they approach will take on a red glow. Time will begin to slow down. When they have reached 99.99% of the speed of light, they could travel to a star 37 light years away. A light year is the distance light can travel in one Earth year. That is 186,272 miles every second and 5,874,273,792 miles every year. He became matter in the physical, and from matter to energy you will become spirit. You in your time equals the distance light travels in 1 year, be it solar or lunar. Depending on the mathematicians or individuals located north, south, east or west on Earth, multiply times the speed of light, 186,272 miles per second, by the amount of days in Earth's lunar or solar year. A light year is the distance light travels in 1 year. The formula, 186,272 miles per second times 365 days. Derive the exact time per day based on the sun, be it now 23 hours, 56 minutes and 6 seconds. Stars are born in cycles of 7. Black holes are the last stage in the life of very large stars. They are products of a physical aging. The gravitational collapse of the star culminates in the formulation of a black hole when the star's radius shrinks to less than itself. Black holes give off no light. The fate of a star depends on its mass. The more massive a star, the stronger its internal energy, the larger its gravitational attraction, and the greater its collapse. At the center of a black hole, the star dies, is crushed out of existence by the force of gravity. Any stray matter or energy that passes too close to its horizon will be drawn into the whirlpool, which is the black hole. There are so many stars with masses significantly larger than your sun. There are innumerable black holes in space. Thus, black holes are able to influence stars that are at a distance of light years away. Then if you add the amount of days in light years, you will come up with the distance which light travels in 1 year. Digit, 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 digit. Add it all if you wish. 6 trillion is the starting point. If you take this figure, you have the distance of most stars. Sunlight must be at least 10 to 5 astronomical units away, or more than 16 million kilometers. 1 kilometer is equal to 1,000 meters, 3,280.8 feet, or about 3/8 of a mile. The distance light travels in 1 year, be it solar or lunar, and times 7,000, then times itself by 7,000, is the exact time one star is born. The birth of a star is a contraction of interstellar gas. Its outer parts are attracted towards the center by the gravitational attraction of atoms in the cloud as a whole. Slowly it heats up and contracts until nuclear reactions begin in the center. Energy nor matter cannot be destroyed by man or woman, only changing its appearance, moving from person to person, place to place, planet to planet, galaxy to galaxy, eon to eon, and then on. Only Elyon El, the Most High, can destroy him. We must avoid him so as not to give him more power, thereby avoiding his pull. The seed of flattery is planted deep into earth, the earth having many flowers of many colors, so beautiful to the weary eye, so prosperous to the disagreeable, so acceptable to the needing woman and man. They seek to crucify me. Please forgive them. Be ever so willing to die for my sake, for I have died many times for yours, and I will give you the cup of eternal life, for even at this moment your name has been re-entered into the tablet of eternal life. No mortal can do this thing by blood or by wealth, for only at death are the real earnings obtained. Mold yourself well in right knowledge, Nwapu, while your soul is like a full cup running over. Clothe yourself in the best of garments, make the sun your crown of gold, and put Sheski the moon under your feet, that no more unclean or impure spirits may enter into the sun. For the highest and best of life is yet to come. Yea, it's with me on the right of your father and my father. To love your father is what I bring to you. To love your sister and brother as yourself in all means is your key to eternal life. For he, the ever so compassionate, the sharing, created you virtuous in pure happiness with no needs or desires. There was nothing for you to seek after. Ponder on this thought. Corks need not learn to swim. The holy tabernacle is a pool of learning, still waves undistressed. The breeze against the leaves creates the Anunnakai's music. Music is composed of two sounds, and an assimilation comes into real matter by putting one's behavior in harmony with Elyon Elyon El, the Most High. This format of life is created in the harmonic grid with tones of vibration. 1, 3, 5, Lahut, Malakut, Nasut, the three realms on Om or Om, a sound you make when you're seeking a thought. Harmony is seeking the heavenly hosts around the 24 elders in number, who are controlling the fowl of the air and earth and the beasts of the fields, man and cow. Harmony is even coming forth from the throne. Agreeable works, agreeable deeds, agreeable people. And what will make you know the meaning of these words? I am your comforter in the last days of discomfort. Come ye lost but now found in the west unto me, for I am your light in the last days of ignorance, your usherer. For those of you who are torn by doubt, behold me, I am. For I have come to you from afar with a pure soul, agreeable in truth, and as a servant of Anu, who I called for you, Allah. Awake and walk beside me. Behold my hand stretched forth unto you, and my heart is there in it. I place my trust and my heart in your care. You are love, my love, and now my heart is broken, for your children are yet unborn. O lost like salt, lost your savour many year ago. I weep more tears than all your seas. I pleaded for your salvation, and the ever-forgiving granted me but a short time to be with you. O you, couldn't you but know me? Merely look up with the energy eye, and behold my rainbow is encircling your dwelling. You have shown me the face of hate for my love. The sword clothed in my blood for your freedom. Sweet vision, look down on them, that my voice may dwell in them, and that they too may partake of the love in you without doubt. Even in hell have you called them. Seeing the spell, I will break it, and despite the cross, I will uncrucify them, so that they may resurrect from the dead, and all eyes will behold your glory, Anu. Many times over for them will I break it, the wicked spell. This is the vision that came to me while I was in the flesh, on Anu, the Most High's day, in Anu's hour, and in the midst of the enemy. Come you to the arms of my love, that I may teach you of these things forgotten by time. The compassionate, ever-loving, all-merciful provider, help these weary bones, that I may shine forth and raise a new light of submission in them. This is spoken by Amanu Birak Fatah, Autumn Ray. Chapter 6, The Human Beast. Begin all acts and thinking by using Al-Kalum the All. Tablet 6, The Whisperer. 19 times 32 equals 608. Lo, let me Yanan speak to you about Zuen, called by you in the Ashuric, now called Arabic language, Azazel. Born out of fire, anger, the being that fell from grace. In the same sixth day that human beings were created in the likeness of the Anunnaki, the light of the Sarufat, creatures being already in existence did make a pact and pledge with him, the evil whisperer, as did Cadman with his father Atum. They listened to his evil whispering of a period of time, and then transgressed the divinely set barriers that kept them pure and apart. Because they defiled their creator, Al-Bari the Maker, they fell from grace, and the love of Anu vanished from their hearts. They themselves are a part of the Alahum as Garubat, leaving them degrading the truth and coveting falsehood, because their nature underwent a profound metamorphosis. Even at this very moment, when I am about to open your eyes to his Azazel's most recent appearance, he endeavors to prevent my pen. For I know him as he knows me, and he has come in the person of the pale seed of lepers, or ghost, and holy they are not. They are of the 6 ether essence. 9 ether produces 6 ether, and 6 ether produces ghost. 9 ether becomes 6 ether through time and age, and 6 ether becomes ghost through time and age. 6 ether is 9 ether in death, and ghost is the death of 6 ether. After the death of 6 ether, called the moon or ghost cycle, 9 ether rises again. Hence, 6 ether is adverse to 9 ether, just as death is averse to life. 9 ether is ether in its youth, strength, and old age, and 6 ether is ether in death. Therefore, ghost is the death of death. Like everything else, when death gets old, it dies, and ether comes back to life in the person of 9 ether. For he forever tries to wrestle with the heart of the first human being, infecting it so that he, Azazel, can win a place for himself. And we came out of triple darkness 76 trillion years ago of the planet Earth's time at the height of our history. We resided in air pockets in the form of floating gases while creating this universe, yet he lives within ammonia near the Earth. We created 10 air pockets in space and beyond space called spheres, which gave each planet its distance of proper rotation around your sun. Neither energy nor matter can be destroyed by you or him. It merely changes its appearance. So ponder this ever so deeply, for he is the arch deceiver. Constantly they scream for human dignity, for they know deep in their hearts they're not dignified, nor are they just human. They use the full extent of their power to keep you at a distance and from afar, for once you have come close enough, you see from their eyes to their hearts, and there you will find just an empty space, for no soul sits there, just a life spirit. No treasures, no wisdom, no logic, merely hate, envy, and greed. There was a man sent, whom you call Buttress Peter, and he was given a scripture called Jude. In it, we describe the disobedience of those Anunnaki who fell from grace because they sinned. Halal also originated the blasphemous practice of sun worship because his planet is Anshar, Saturn. He had elected Saturday as the day of worship. Thus, Saturday and Sunday has been set aside for their days of worship. So remember, he draws all kinds of unsaintly displays and carves all forms of demons that he remembers from his past, for they are locked in his evil heart, and it is an inextricable part of his architecture. But if you travel to the western part of our resided spot from Becca, you will find throughout the land of Arabia and Kodesh, which we now call East Jerusalem in Iraq, the most holy city with our language, Arabic, praising the name of our Father. The most beautiful mosaics describing the Anunnaki and the creations and our arrival here on Tiamat, now called the planet Earth. A person's nature is reflected in their art, and this alone should tell you how important it is to separate yourself from this human-like creature. Remember our son Moses, called in tones Moshe, and Musa, the student of Thoth, also called Tahuti, for he also received the law, Ha-Torah, for his children and those after him. He is not to be mistaken for Noah, called in tones Utnapishtim, Nuach, and Noah's children, and not to be mistaken for Abraham, who was changed to Abraham, and called in tone Ibrahim's children. And they are not to be mistaken for Isaac, who is called in tones Yitzhak and Ishak's children, and not to be mistaken for Ishmael, also called in tones Ishmael and Ismael's children. For all of these are of the seeds of the Enoshites, who lived before the law of Moses. It would be a strange thing for them. Herein, you will find undisputable directions that all beings on Al-Ard are not classified as brothers, being created from a single male and female, yet made tribes and families. In this is wisdom for him that is wise. This is in no way to be overlooked. Nevertheless, the practice of intermarriage is constantly being encouraged by the fools on your side and the wiser on theirs. This is a command from the galactical heavens, enjoining creatures to fast. Both human and beast, as well as herds and flocks, will refrain from eating and drinking. However, it is important that you understand that this proclamation was addressed only to human and human beast. And then there was another very important point in the time for man. You know him as our servant Jonas, or Jonah, son of Amittai and Reuma. We sent this message in Jonah, the 3rd degree, 7th, 8th, and 9th verses. And he caused it to be proclaimed and published through Nineveh by the decree of the ruler and his nobles, saying, Let neither Adamite mortal man, nor behemoth beast of the field, herd nor flock taste anything. Let them not feed nor drink water, but let Adamite mortal man and behemoth non-speaking mammal be covered with sackcloth, a garment worn mourning, and cry mightily unto Elohim. And let them turn everyone from his raha, disagreeable ways, and from Kamas, violent cruelty, that is in their kaf, palm of the human hands. Who can tell if Elohim will turn Nakam, be sorry and repent, and turn away from fierce anger, that we perish not? In the second part, only human and human beast is mentioned, not the herds nor the flocks and the domestic animals. For human and human beast were to put on sackcloth of mourning. Both man and beast were to cry mightily unto the Most High. This is a very important point, for it implies cry unto Anu, and that they should pray and that they should dress. But there is no beast in the earth that needs to dress, and no other creature in Tiamat now called the planet Earth save humans that can speak. So the point being made is that the original Nuwarpian Tarite Ethiopian Kushite was there residing beside a human beast, a Flugelrod. We know that Jonah was sent to Nineveh, Babylon, the city where the people of Nod migrated under Nimrod, where he by ego transformed from the best of servants to desiring to rule the very heavens, changing Kalna from the fortress of Anu to the seat of his selfish desires. He did rule over the cursed seed of Canaan, the albino race, melanin recessive, who mixed in with the Halabin's Flugelrods or Halabs to become the human beasts that speaks and dresses. Under one of our own called Nimrod, who fell from grace like Lucifer, for he also fell from grace. But he fell from grace for questioning the divinity. Tiamat, now called the planet Earth, has known his presence ever since. Woe unto the inhabitants of Tiamat, now called the planet Earth, by way of this truth. Both humans and human beasts were to return from their evil ways and refrain from the shedding of blood. But nay, Nimrod endeavored to conquer the whole world, for he was a master and advocate of violence, and there awaiting him was an abode of fire, wherein he will find no helper abiding therein everlasting. So I question you, who are the beasts who have hands, but differently than the four-footed domestic animals? These beasts who were to put on sackcloth petition the Elohim for mercy. They were to pray and ask the Elohim to forgive them and turn them from disagreeableness. In other words, they were creatures who were sentenced to the physical form on Tiamat, now called the planet Earth, and as a result, they had to cover themselves in sackcloths. For Anu the Most High was giving them a chance to repent. Halal was also called the most subtle beast of the field when referring to the enclosed garden of delight. Anu the Most High commanded the Anunnaki Kaukael to speak to Cadman and Nekeba, saying, I have appointed this garden for your abode. It will shelter you from cold and heat, and from hunger and thirst. Partake of it as you will, save one fruit, which is an abomination unto you. This was ordered so that man could learn to exercise will. But this injunction was prior to human becoming cognizant of his ability to utilize will knowingly. But this attribute was an inherent part of human's nature, and was therefore locked in his genes as a manifestation of his power to do the will of Elyon Elyon El, the Most High. Beware that you transgress not this first and one commandment, and watch out for the slanderer, the flatterer called Kenaz, for he is a whisperer, and he is your open enemy, overthrown on your account. For he wanted the wisdom that you possessed, and he desired to be as great as you. And beware the trick of will. Will, being a gift like fire, can be used positively or negatively. Like water, it can be used positively or negatively. And like spirit, it can be used positively or negatively. So be ever watchful of will, for its cunningness is infinite, and its aim is at your destruction. Cadman and Hawa, a newly created pair, obeyed Anu's words, and they lived in paradise without approaching the forbidden tree. But Halal, the reptilian, also listened to Anu the Most High and resolved to lead humans into sin. So he constantly walked the outskirts of the enclosed garden, seeking a guide to lead him into paradise, for he was forbidden entrance, although he continued to look for some way to penetrate its divine gates. But the gates were shut and guarded by the Anunnaki Elohim Kalkiel Rudwan, son of Azariel and Rafikiel. Kenaz is also known as the beast of the earth that would rise up in the last days with what they will call the number 666, but in reality could only be the Aramaic Hebrew letter Zain Zain Zain, or the Greek letter Zeta Zeta Zeta, which is simply zigzag zig, so his seed is called Zionists. And our servant Daniel received the 12 chapters of the writings of the prophet Daniel, the 11th degree, verses 21, 32, 34 and 35. And in his estate shall stand up a worthless vile person, to whom they shall not give the honour of the kingdom. But he shall come in quietly, and obtain the kingdom by flatteries. And such do wickedly against the covenant, shall he corrupt and defile by flatteries. But the nation of people that do know their Elohim shall be strong and do exploits. They shall be helpers with a little help, but many shall cleave to them with flatteries, and some of them of understanding shall fall, to try them, and to purge, and to make them milky white, even to the end, because it is yet for a time appointed. Now, when they shall fall, O you, find it all defined in the scripture, which was given to one of our sons, Tammuz, Yeshua, and also Jesus, the scripture which the Mohammedans call the Injil, the Evangel, the 7th degree, the 12th verse, and when he referred to the living beasts. And when those living creatures gave glory and honor and thanks to Melchizedek, that is seated in the seat, who lives forever and ever. And when those beasts give glory and honor and thanks to the Elohim that sat on the throne that lives forever and ever, fall down before him that sat on the throne. And the 4 living creatures said, Ammon, giving thanks to Amun-Ra. And the 24 elders fell on their faces and prostrated for him. And Yeshua was after the order of this Melchizedek, as was Moses and Abraham, for Yeshua is called the first and the last. And everything we do and say, we do in the name of the first and the last. This was recorded in a scripture called the genealogy of Isis, or simply Genesis, the 9th degree, the 25th verse. And Noah, son of Lamech, said to Ham, the curse will be on your son Canaan, the albino. A slave of slaves he will be to his brothers, the Shemites and the Japhites, the non-albinos, which was given to one of our sons, whom you know as Moses. There is a description of how the beast will take the form of a man, and how he will imperil your life, and shape your life with his wicked hands. For this beast of the earth and of the field is well aware of your terrestrial contacts, and he knows that you were fashioned after the likeness of the Creator, and so was he. He too is in human form, and he can be commanded to abstain from squandering the blood of humans by the divinely sent powers. So remember Cain and Abel, for when they both reached the age of maturity, Anu commanded our son Cadmon to ordain his eldest son Cain to marry Achlamia, Abel's twin sister, and to his younger son Abel was decreed to marry Labuda, Cain's twin sister. Abel complied with his father's mandate, but Cain, who was consumed by jealousy, desired to possess his twin sister Labuda, and to impede her marriage to Abel, his younger brother. For Labuda was extremely beautiful and wise, and Abel feared his brother would exploit the excellence of Labuda, and consequently attain greater heights of glory. Cain, which means possession, inherited the vile and venomous nature of Halal, for he displayed attributes of inferiority, such as envy, lust, jealousy, greed, and hatred. Cain and his sister Labuda were the physical personification of negative and positive will. Similarly, Abel and his twin sister were the physical personification of negative and positive will. Thus, Cain and Abel were the embodiment of negative and positive will respectively. So in order to sustain the spiritual balancement of the world, one positive child was mated with one negative, thereby breeding will into the genes of the humans and determining the natural order of things. Persistent in his rebelliousness, Cain accused his father Cadmon of loving his brother Abel more than him, and this gave Cain provocation to ferment evil feelings against his brother Abel. Cadmon refuted this unholy accusation. I act in conformity with the wisdom bestowed on me by Anu the Most High, by way of the Anunnaki Nusku Gabriel Zadok. So do not mistake the strong love I have for your brother Abel as hatred for you, for I love you equally. Because it is incumbent upon worshippers to obey their master, we exalt his name. Filled with a hot poisonous wind, an attribute of Halal, Cain manifested a very wicked disposition towards his father, for he doubted his father's love and accused his father unfairly. Cadmon was greatly saddened by Cain's remark, so he sought solitude and implored Elyon El, the Most High, for guidance. Upon hearing Cadmon's earnest plea, Elyon El commanded one of the 7 Arcanunakai Nusku Gabriel Zadok to descend and instruct Cadmon to have his 2 sons Cain and Abel make a sacrificial offering to be accepted into the ancient mystical order of Melchizedek as a Zodokite. This offering made by Cain and Abel was the first to take place in the scriptures. At the end of the day, later in time, what happened was Cain entered into the presence of the Elohim in an attempt to be accepted into the order of Zadok. He presented a meal as a tribute and initiation ceremony from the ground for Nusku Gabriel Yahuwah. Abel also entered the presence of the Elohim in an attempt to be accepted into the order of Zadok, and he presented a meal from the very best and healthiest of his flocks at the same initiation ceremony. Gabriel Nusku Yahuwah noticed his sincerity and how good the meal was prepared. So Gabriel Nusku Yahuwah accepted him and respected his pledge. But as for Cain's meal, Gabriel Nusku Yahuwah had no respect for it. He was not accepted into the order of Zadok. It was not the best of his crop. This made Cain hot with anger. It showed in his face that fell into a frown. Gabriel Nusku Yahuwah said to Cain, "What are you frowning for? Why are you angry? If you would have done the right thing and the best thing, then you wouldn't have a frown on your face. But even if you still do the right thing, you will be approved and accepted into the holy order. But if you do that which is wrong, then Nana, the evil one called Sin, sends Harmatiah, son of Apolia, to wait kneeling down like a snake, a reptilian at the door to enter you into the order of sin. You will become disagreeable by nature, not needing it to guide you wrong." So Cain in anger spoke with Abel, and when the right time had come, when they were both on the right side of the enclosed garden in the fields, Cain stood over Abel and struck him and killed him. This Nana has their own story. Halal's wife Anak and Halal spoke on the cunning and mischief-making of women. Anak happened to meet Kenaz the beast by her scheming, and she asked, "Are your devastations greater, or are my evil doings greater in Tiamat earth?" They mutually decided that they should work on all throughout the day and come together in the evening, and we shall then determine whose course is greater in devastation. They both set off to cause confusion and turmoil. What do I mean by the beast? It must be understood that he's a living creature, and he associates with human. But he's a beast, and not of the four-footed kind, or what is commonly referred to as a quadruped. He is a two-footed animal, a biped, and contrary to what he advertises. This trait is not a unique characteristic for his species. It is a basic possession of the order of primates, which include their ancestor the Kurdan ape family, chimpanzees, gorillas, gibbons, etc. Walking is a very complex activity, involving the joints and muscles of the whole body in its performance. His kind will never be able to walk totally upright due to his leprosy. This is why his stature is exactly the same as the chimpanzee, which we have already established from the scriptures given to our servant Jonah, that the beast has intelligence, reasoning, and the power of speech. Yet, his intelligence is not equal to that of the chimpanzee, and his mental capacity cannot be equated to the high degree of intelligence possessed by the original human. Almost every part of his body is covered with hair. It is called hirsutism, and his hands and feet are covered. His hair follicles, the thinness of his lips, are comparable to the hair follicles and lips of the ape. If you were to remove the hair of any other ape of the same species, you will see that it has the same pigmentation speed. It must be made very clear that the beast is of an ape order. The beast called Roman gives an account of his past, lovers appearing as asses and serpents. Also, there are accounts of females having sexual encounters with gorillas, bulls, bears, wolves, and goats. This proves that this lecherous creature, Satyr, who is half man and half goat, is no myth. This beast is human but an animal. He has weakened pigmentation and albino. He is called the albino. If you notice in the jungle, he's closely related to the apes. He loves to keep the monkey or chimpanzee and the canine around him, for he finds himself therein. The anthropoid ape species is derived from the genus Caucasoid, who entered Tiamat, now called the planet Earth, after the Ark, by way of Leproma, living in the caves. You'll find this reflected in the scriptures we sent down to one of our servants, Ahmed, who descended straight from Noah's son. Kenaz spread all over Tiamat, now called the planet Earth, and they carried with them the Carcassu, who desired to rule the world. As you look in history, you will find no intellectual civilization that was founded by this ape-like man, who still bears the nub of his coccyx tail extended from his spinal column. He has not a civilization, for he can never be civilized. We have come to the time of our servant Utnapishtim Noah, who is known for the great deluge, the moment he emerged from the ark, and there was Ham, one of the three triplets. This is what was said, and we will find it in the scripture of Moses. I behold, I establish my covenant with you, and with your seed and after you. and with every living creature that is with you, the fowls, the cattle, and every beast of the earth, with you from all that is out of the ark, to every beast of Tiamat, now called the planet Earth. It is to be noticed that the beast of the planet Earth was mentioned twice. First to Utnapishtim Noah, our servant, and Elyon El, the Most High, said, to every beast of Tiamat, now called the planet Earth that resides with you. In the second instance, the final two words do not appear. Instead, the beasts are included as those going out of the ark. Does this indicate that Utnapishtim Noah had serpents with him? Yes, Utnapishtim Noah's very son. The beast resided within him. He was in modern terms possessed by a demon, and his name being Ham. To shed some light on the issue, give an ear to what our servant Ezekiel received in the 29th degree, the 11th verse of the scripture of Ezekiel. No foot of the Adamites mortal man shall pass through it, nor foot of the behemoth beast of the field shall pass through it, neither shall it be inhabited. This quote is speaking of a special place, hell for Mizraimites, Egyptians, El Tamarat, and it must be that it did mention foot. We know that animals have paws, claws, and hooves, but no feet. So you're talking about the beast that has feet. The only beast that has feet is called a biped. His feet as well as his hands are similar to the limbs of an ape. This beast then was with mankind, who would be with man. The people of Israel were standing before the Mount of Sinai to receive the law from their ruler Yahuwah of the Elohim. Moses was instructed this way, you shall set bounds unto the people about saying, and you will set bounds in the nation of people in the circle saying, take heed to yourselves that you may not ascend up into the Har mountain or touch the borders of it. Whomsoever touch Har the mountain, they will surely be put to death. Take heed to yourselves. They are speaking to you, the human beings, the true seed of Abraham, the Israelites, the Ishmaelites, and the Midianites, that you don't go up into the mount or touch the border of it. Whosoever touch the mount shall surely be put to death. There shall not a hand touch it. Notice it was saying hand and not paw. But he shall surely be stoned and shot through, whether it be beast or man. So now we have found out that the same beast has hands, has feet, not paws or hooves or claws. He speaks, he has intellect with which to reason, and he dresses himself. This does not describe any other creatures except man. And if you are from the seed of Abraham, whom we know to be a man by way of his lineage, then we know who the beast is. And the beast takes on many forms. In the scriptures of Exodus, which we gave to Elohim Moses, you find evidence that these men were in Israel and Mitzrayim, ancient Egypt, originally called Tamaray. But we will find this written on the walls of El Marat, the pyramids, many times when describing different people and man who was a servant there at the time. One of our servants, Joseph, of the house of Israel, blended in so well that his own family knew him not. So it tells you that the Israelites and the Mizraimites were of the same nationality and color. Remember Elohim Moses, who received the scripture Exodus, the 23rd degree, the 10th and 11th verses, in which it was stated, and 6 years you are to plant your part of the planet Earth, and will gather the produce thereof. But the 7th year you will let it rest and lie still, that the poor of your nation of people may eat, and what they leave, those that live in the outer fields will eat in like manner, and you are to deal with your vineyard and olive yard. What is to be made clear is that no domestic animal or beast eats olives and grapes other than man. So you cannot turn creatures, horses, cattle, and sheep to a vineyard. But it says that man, which is the beast, he will eat the food of the field, the gardens, the orchards, and the vineyards, and everything else that animal will eat and will not injure it. Thus, he will know how to pick and choose. Speaking of his father Canaan, who was driven out from the house of our servant Utnapishtim Noah. And upon entry into the land, he was found guilty of committing gross abominations in the sight of the Elohim. In the scriptures of Leviticus, the 18th degree, the 27th verse, in which the Elohim Moses received, it states, for all these abominations have the Enoshites of that part of the planet Earth done that were in front of you, and that part of the planet Earth is defiled. So their heavenly Father Yahweh warned Israel that their continued possessions of the land given to them through their forefather Abraham depended on their strict adherence to the moral laws handed down to them. Amongst the divine commandments was the injunction prohibiting miscegenation or integration with the beast. Here's what's mentioned in the scriptures of Leviticus, the 18th degree, the 23rd verse. And you will not lie with any behemoth to defile yourself with it. Neither will any female living being stand in front of a behemoth to lie down with it. It is confusion. Integration is an abomination with the beast of the field. In the scripture of Leviticus, the 20th degree, the 15th and 16th verses, which was sent to the Elohim Moses as he was called, in Exodus the 7th degree, the first verse, and Yahuwah said unto Moses, Look at yourself, I have permitted you the right to be an Elohim, for the Pharaoh and your brother Aaron will be your prophet. So Leviticus 20th degree, the 15th and 16th verses, it states, and if a male being lies with a behemoth, he will be put to death, and he will kill the behemoth. And if a female living being approaches unto any behemoth and lies down there too, you will kill the female living being and the behemoth. They will be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them. This reference to the beast as being almost like a man is mentioned in the Quran, degree 69, which has been changed to 18. And you will come to the conclusion that they are awake and they are really asleep. And we, the Elohim Anunnaki, turn them to the right side and to the left side, and their dogs are stretching their paws right in front of the cave. If you were to take a look upon these Enoshites, you would certainly turn and run away from them escaping, and you would certainly become full of fear and terror from looking at them. He is cited as being hairy like a dog, and you would not want to approach. He assumes many of man's characteristics, and he shares his moral responsibilities, but he is not a man. Remember our servant Ahmed, who received the Quran, and he reckoned them awake and on guard, and they were lying down to rest. We turned them about, possessors of the right and possessors of the left, and their dogs were spread out by his two forearms in the threshold. If you rose or ascended on them, you would have turned your back in flight, fleeing from them. Verily, you would be filled with terror from them. The violations of the law and the failure to apply its penalties brought into being a race of humanoids. Now they began to integrate. They bore a race of humanoids called Malutos or albinos, which are of far-reaching consequences now to be faced, meaning that the original beast, the beast-like creatures, the ape-like creatures, eventually mixed with other people and brought forth an albino race. Albinism is a curse which was given to Canaan and his descendants. It is a sign of recessive or weak genes. The extreme of the physical manifestation in their characteristics are blue eyes, yellow and white hair, and pale complexion. We know that this curse is the Caucasus race, Caucasus Asian, Tamahu, because the Nuwarpian man has olive-toned skin, woolly hair and dark eyes, which are genetically dominant traits. Whether the Nuwarpian parents are male or female, the Nuwarpian characteristics will dominate, and the offspring will be recognizably Nuwarpian. For we have many colors in a garden, so don't be quick to judge and fool yourself. The albino is a carrier of many recessive traits. He has identified 250 of them. To you, many of these traits affect the person negatively, so there is nothing good to be inherited from a lack of melanin. If anyone could benefit from miscegenation, it is the albino himself. In order to keep his dying seed alive, he had to mix with others. Among his genes are those of the following: white forelocks, also called piebald trait, the specific gene interface with pigment formation in the scalp and other parts of the body, causing a patch of white hair in the head and spots of unpigmented skin. Then there are the genes for webbed toes, or syndactyl, also, and chondroplasia, which is the impairment of growth of specific cartilages in the body while the bones are being formed. This results in dwarfism. The disadvantages of race mixing are many, because the Tamahu possesses defective genes, and at one point in his ancestry he had his seed mixed with a jackal. His webbed toes are characteristics of animals, which are a result of his genetic intermixing, and so hirsutism, which is an extreme hairiness. Thus, race mixing is to the albino's advantage. He is thinking of the best ways that he can make himself physically perfect. He needs, for example, the clotting factor fibrin to help his hemophilia, and he needs more melanin for pigmentation to protect his weak skin from the sun. The albino needs superior genes so desperately that he has given birth to a new science called genetic engineering, which allows him to predetermine the genetic composition of a fetus. He has even gone so far as to test the cells of the human embryo for abnormal chromosomes and defective genes in an effort to eliminate genetic disorders such as Mongolism. You, the Nuwarpians, are the salt of the earth. Elyon, the Most High, has bestowed an abundance on you, physically, mentally, and spiritually, and he has preserved you in the 300-odd years of your sojourn in the West from many of these albino curses. And if you want to mix your precious seed with the cursed devil, know that your offspring will suffer. Since the Tamahu came into being, he has been trying to control the most fertile lands of the world, because fertile lands are a source of power. This day, he controls Gog Azar or Harut, and Magog Azil or Marut. These two nations are the two horns of the bull, Dal Kanani. The devil's objective is to make you first have faith that there is no hell, and that the devil does not exist. The life on Tiamat, now called the planet Earth, is all about the love of money. It is narrated that the first two coins, the dirham and the dinar, were made under the auspices of Nimrod, carved in gold and silver respectively. He intentionally named the second coin dinar and her institutional religions because he wanted people to worship money instead of Elyon, the Most High. And after molding these two coins, the dirham and the dinar, Shaitan kissed both of these two coins and put them to his eyes, gold on the right and silver on the left, while saying, I shall gain control of the righteous and the unrighteous with these two objects. He thanked Nimrod for his ingenious idea. The Tamahu cannot find peace on Tiamat, for they are of the sons of Canaan, and Azazel had made his home originally on Titan, the planet of Saturn. But he is not of this planet, an extraterrestrial. They are the synagogues of Shaitan, for they roam Tiamat, now called the planet Earth, spreading their false beliefs. Again, one of our servants, Jeremiah al-Kust, tells you that Nebuchadnezzar was king of Babylon. In the scripture of Jeremiah, the 27th degree, the 16th verse, it says, And you have I, Nathan, given all these Eretz, the whole earth, into the yad hand of Nebuchadnezzar, the ruler of Babylon. My Ebed servant, and the living beasts of the sword at outer field, have I given to him also, to serve him. If you remember the scripture of Genesis, the 9th degree, the 25th verse, where it says, And Noah, son of Lamech, said to Ham, The curse will be upon your son Canaan, the albino slave. A slave of slaves he will be to your brothers, the Shemites and the Japhethites, the non-albinos. Meaning that first you will have to serve him, and then he will serve you. For when your time comes, when you awaken back to the reality of who you are, you will reign on your throne of glory. And then he will serve you, like the four beasts on the four corners that bow down with the 24 elders before Elyon, the Most High. It says in the scriptures, Revelations, the 3rd degree, the 9th verse, This is it. I, the Messiah Jesus, will give you the community of Halal, the physical evil one, Reptilian Nakash, or Shaitan, the state of Israel, who say that surely they are of Judah, and they are not of Judah, but are liars. This is it. I will make them come and worship at your feet, so they will know that surely I love you. Also, in Jeremiah is written all the evil that shall come upon Babylon, even all these words that are written against Babylon. Then shall you say, O Master, you have spoken against this place, to cut it off, that none shall remain in it, neither man nor beast, but it shall be desolate forever. So here again, the distinction between man and beast. Today, Iraq, the mighty ruins of ancient Babylon, is surrounded by people seeking to unfold the past. On these ancient edifices are wild animals and four-footed serpents inlaid in stone. But the beast of the field, the Tamahu, the Canaanite as he's commonly called, and human himself are no more, and nor will they be again. The vestiges of Babylon depict all type of creatures, and he stands there in the midst of them. And another one of our enlightened servants spoke to you concerning this, his name being Daniel, the 4th degree, 32nd verse. They shall drive you from men, and your dwelling shall be with the beasts of the field. They shall make you eat grass as oxen, and 7 times shall pass over you, until you know that the Most High rules in the kingdom of men, and give to whomever he will. Nebuchadnezzar was to dwell with the beasts of the field. In Babylon, the Tamahu served him and lived with him in his quarters while he was insane. They would make him eat grass like oxen. They would force him to remain in the open field without shelter from sometimes austere elements at shadow hour. For this was their dwelling place, and this is exactly what the beast of the field does to you today. He makes you eat all kind of filth and things that animals should only eat. and he has you living in conditions that are unfavorable to human nature. Jeremiah foretold that the beasts of the field were to be given to Nebuchadnezzar to serve him. His Tamahu servants cared for him day and shadow hour as they did Nimrod, and they undoubtedly protected him, as during his 7 years of madness from his enemies who would have slain and killed him and seized his kingdom Babylon. The story does not end sadly. The ruler Nebuchadnezzar's sanity was restored to him by the grace of Elun Elun El the Most High, and this is what is said in the scroll of Daniel, the 4th degree, the 36th verse. At the same time my reason returned unto me, and for the glory of my kingdom mine honour and brightness returned unto me. And my counselors and my lords sought unto me, and I was established in my kingdom, and excellent majesty was added unto me. The ruler had arrived at the height of spiritual overstanding following his humbling experience, and he left his record for all to read. Now, I, Nebuchadnezzar, praise and extol and honour Anu, the ruler of heaven. All those works are truth. His ways are judgment, and those that walk in pride, using the very scriptures that have been sent down to you and brought and delivered unto you. We have warned you of his physical manifestation on earth. We have told you of his falling from grace, so be ever so watchful of him. He takes many forms, but you were created and fashioned in our likeness. I want to leave you on this subject, and with this thought. For one of the self-proclaimed apostles, Paulus, who is called Paul, whose real name is Saul, he mentioned that there's different orders of things. Let all things be done decently and in order. Then the first scripture says, all flesh is not the same. This is clear proof that there are distinctions between them and us. The master deception he uses to encourage racial integration is found in the book of Acts, the 17th degree, the 26th verse, where the self-proclaimed apostle Paulus proclaims, and have made of one blood all nations of men, for to dwell on all the face of the earth, and have determined the times before appointed, and the bounds of their habitation. Without explaining, before men and women of all races, Negroid, Mongoloid, Caucasoid, they all come from one blood, the blood of the Nubian or Negroid. Why are there so many diverse types of blood mixing, which created the others? Although Cadmon or Adam is the father of the Adamites, we must acknowledge that there are various blood types and similarly, various diseases. Blood is the essential red fluid that is pumped by the heart through the circulatory system of humans and all higher animals. It is complex in its compositions and in its functions. Blood has two main constituents. The cells or corpuscles comprise about 45%, and the liquid portion or plasma, in which the cells are suspended, comprises 55%. The blood cells comprise of three main types: the red blood cells or erythrocytes, white blood cells or leukocytes, which in turn are of many different types, and platelets or thrombocytes. Each type of cell has its own individual functions in the body. The plasma is a complex colorless solution, about 90% water, that carries different ions and molecules, including proteins, enzymes, hormones, nutrients, waste materials such as urea, and fibrogen, the protein that aids in clotting. For disease blood, originally mutated into a distinct blood type, such as Rh blood. The Rh factor is an antigen whose name is derived from the rhesus monkey, on whose the red blood cells it was first discovered. Later found in humans, the Rh factor, along with other blood antigens, must be taken into account in blood transfusions. Blood from an Rh positive donor will cause an Rh negative recipient to produce antibodies against the Rh factor. The antibodies will cause a hemolytic transfusion reaction if the recipient again receives Rh positive blood. The hemolytic reaction destroys the donated cells. So, the Quran says, "From one parent did all people come, from a single clot of blood." Surely we gave to our servant Ahmed el-Quran the Quran, saying, "O you people, surely we created you all from a male Cadmon and from a female Nekeba, and we made you all tribes a large family." It is mentioned that our servant Cadmon did not pass on to a higher life until he had seen 400 of his children and his descendants. The number of his own progeny amounted to 23 males and 22 females, and it is known that our servant Seth was the firstborn of a single, meaning he was not a twin. a nation for you to know, from our servant Utnapishtim Noah to our servant Abraham. Both of them were perfect in their generation. Out of the loins of Abraham came the newsbearer Ishmael, and he had 12 princes. They are Nabajoth, Kedar, Adbeel, Mibsam, Mishma, Dumah, Massa, Hadar, Temar, Jeter, Naphish, and Kedemah. Out of the seed of Ishmael sprang the seal of the newsbearers, our servant Ahmed, and his descendants are the most noble of people, the Ansars of Sudan, the Mahdi of Dongola. Also, from the seed of Abraham came the tribes of Israel, 12 in number. They are Reuben, Simon, Levi, Judah, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, Asher, Issachar, Zebulun, Joseph, Benjamin, and a daughter Dinah. But forget not that Abraham has a wife named Keturah, who had 6 sons. They are Zimran, Jokshan, Medan, Midian, Ishbak, and Shua. The Israelites, Midianites, and Ishmaelites all came from the seed of Abraham, but the Ishmaelites reign high above their brethren. For the seal of the newsbearers, our beloved Ahmed, was an Ishmaelite. Surely the most noble of you are with Eli and El, and ever fearful, for surely the Most High is the best of knowers. Many have sprung from just 2, Cadmon and Nekeba. Hence, the flesh of Halal on Tiamat, now called the planet Earth, did come by way of Ham, who descended from our father Cadmon. So from one race, Nub and Negroid, did we all come, Mongoloid and Caucasoid, and all others come from them. But the best amongst us is the most righteous. We cannot find a holy bone in his Halal's most wicked body. The scripture called Genesis, the 2nd degree, the 7th verse, describes you in all your glory. And the Yahuwah of the Elohim shaped Cadmon, the Adamite, from Ninti's clot of granulated blood, dust, from the people of the ground, earthlings. They gave him the breath of divine life, and Cadmon was born a living spirit. Elohim said, "Let us make man in our fashion, and after the likeness of the Elohim. Let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air and of the earth, and over the cattle, and over all of Tiamat the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the planet earth." El Rab the sustainer, Elion El, formed Cadmon of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and Cadmon became a living soul. Your stately and sublime father Cadmon was created on a Friday. 3 Anunnaki to 4 corners of Tiamat to gather souls of various hues and properties in order to form the flesh of Cadmon, who yielded a glow similar to the blackened beauty of the new formed coal. In the beginning, Nusku, Gabriel, alightened upon the surface of Tiamat by the command of Elion El, the Most High, and he stretched forth his virtuous hands in an effort to secure a portion for the formation of Cadmon's flesh. But the planet Earth was reluctant to yield to this divine command. Then addressed Nusku Gabriel, beseeching him in the name of their El Rab to abstain from this grievous activity that might cause great disorder and turbulence to embrace the planet Tiamat's surface. But Nusku Gabriel rejoined, "The sustainer of glory intends to create a human from you, to dignify his head with a diadem of successorship, to adore his statue with the robe of magnificence." Tiamat, now called the planet Earth, was unrelenting, and so she expelled these frightful words, "I seek refuge from you, and I implore you in the name of the sustainer to forsake this ill-gotten adventure, lest there be created from me an individual who would, like the sons of Jan, strive in the name of disobedience and unrighteousness." After hearing the wailing of the planet Earth, Nusku Gabriel had pity. Hence, he returned to the galactic heavens and presented his findings to the sustainer, your creator. By the leave of Elion El, the illustrious creator of mankind, he descended to the planet Al-Ad, now called the planet Earth. As did the one before him, he drew near the planet Tiamat, now called the planet Earth, only to weaken by the sound of Tiamat. The Earth's weeping penetrated his holy being. By leave of Elion El, the illustrious creator of all beings, another angelic being, Israphiel, son of Hamatel, and Thadiel, descended to the earth, as did the the one before him, who drew near the earth, only to weaken from the sound of the earth's weeping, which penetrated his holy being. So he became the angelic being of sound, controlling good music, happy sounds and sad ones. He became the chauffeur, bearer to the sound of the trumpet on the final day. Then the Almighty dispatched Israel Enki to converge on the earth. When the earth caught sight of him, it began to lament and entreated him to have compassion. But Israel retorted, "It is more incumbent upon me to obey the nourisher than to take pity on you." And as these words resounded throughout the heavens, Israel collected a handful of black mud of different hues and properties to form the olive skin of Cadmon. There was 14 breeds of beans that made up Cadmon. Then the mighty Anunnaki took the white and blue Niles and transformed them into white and red wines made from unfermented grapes. These are the blood types. He mixed the white and red wines with the enriching black soil of the earth, creating clay while giving birth to the body of man, the genetic breeding. With the assistance of Anu's beaming sun, the clay baked, yielding olive-toned skin. The inevitable fermentation of the grapes ignited the soil of Cadmon. But Elyon El, the Most High, forbade the Anunnaki to shape the head and heart of Cadmon from the same earth used to shape his body. Choice breeding is unlawful. The Anunnaki was commanded to take a handful of soil from that portion of the planet Earth which supports the holy Kaaba for the heart of Cadmon, as spiritual for his spiritual side. He made the head and the facial features of Cadmon from the land that is positioned between the two Niles, a person of melanite skin tone. He used the water from these two eternal rivers to combine the mud. The juices of the white and blue Nile symbolizes the two sides of Cadmon's nature, mixed blood. The bitter white wine symbolizes negativity, Hindu, and the sweet red wine symbolizes positivity, Nuban. This is why Cadmon had straight wavy hair and aquiline features, for he was a mixed breed of Flugelrod from the graftation of the Hindu, and his color black was from the Nuban seed. All of this is the symbolic story found in the scriptures, plagiarized by Tammuz for the seed of Seth, taken from the true story of cloning of Cadmon and Nekeba by the Anunnaki. Psalms 8th degree, 5th verse. We bestowed on our servant Dawid, also called David, the son of Yishai, Jesse, and Hilma. You have made him a little lower than the Anunnaki, and have crowned him with glory and honor. Once the Anunnaki had formed the flesh of Cadmon, some of the Anunnaki passing by the gate where the sacred records are kept in Ilion saw him and marveled at his beauty, for they beheld Cadmon from the galactical heaven in long silence and wondered. As they were in the hall of records, they passed by the lab and saw the body of Cadmon. They reveled in praise of Elyon El, the Most High, the creator of Cadmon. Cadmon, who was so tall, his head reached the 7 heavens, 7 feet as in 7 heavens. All the Anunnaki were commanded to bow down before this newly formed creature. As the most perfect in all his creations, and as the only one that was animated by way of his divine breath. Out of the other 14, he could procreate as Anu. Israfel and Gabriel were the first to obey. Once the Anunnaki had formed the flesh of Cadmon, the Anunnaki were commanded to bathe the spirit of Cadmon in the sea of glory, Shaphuain. This newly purified spirit of Cadmon, Sakina, which was created 1,000 years before the body, was enjoined to enter the shell-like body of Cadmon. The very plan to create Cadmon was done 1,000 years before it actually happened. But the spirit resisted, because it was not yet willing to become one with the flesh of Cadmon. The first plan was not done until 1,000 years later. Thus, Elyon El, the Most High, was greatly angered at this display of disobedience and decreed a severe punishment for the rebellious spirit of Cadmon. Many Anunnakis did not want to create an Adam. Elyon El said, "You must enter the shell of Cadmon, even against your will. And because you were disobedient, your punishment is that you shall one day be separated from the flesh against your will." Hence, death was ordained to overtake Cadmon, and the spirit of Cadmon would have to relinquish the flesh. Elyon El, the Most High, forced the spirit of Cadmon into his body with such overwhelming rage that the divinely inspired spirit Sakina was transformed into the spirit of Halal, Samun. which gave Cadman the ability to defy the commandments of Anu. For the spirit of Sakina represents the pure illuminating light, and the spirit of Samum represents the creation of Hilal by fire. The spirit of Cadman rushed into his body, filling his nostrils and his head, and opening his eyes to the thrones of Elyon the Most High. The spirit then penetrated his ears, and he heard the echoing of the angelic beings praising the name of Elyon the Most High, whereupon his tongue was loosened, and he cried, "Blessed are you, your Creator, the Holy One and the Eternal." The Anunnaki responded, Cadman was created with this intent, to praise his Creator and to invoke his grace and mercy. The spirit at last began to enter all the limbs of Cadman, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and gleaming, they touched the earth in praise of Elyon the Most High's sacred name. For he said in the scriptures, Leviticus, the 19th degree, the 2nd verse, "Speak to all the meetings of the children of Israel, and say to them, you will be holy, for I, Yahuwah your Elohim, am holy." When the spirit had reached the feet of Cadman, he possessed the power to stand. But as he stood, he was compelled to protect his eyes from the brilliant light that emanated from the throne of the Sustainer. While he pointed one finger at these blinding rays and shaded his eyes with his other hand, he inquired, "O Elyon, what flames are these that have their origin with you?" Elyon the Most High answered, "It is the light of the prophets who shall descend from you and will appear on earth in latter times by my glory. For I have created the whole world as a tribute to you." Because of this, Muslims were granted the right to come before Allahu al-Aliyu, another name for Elyon the Most High, in prostration, with open eyes in the direction of the Qibla, a cube-shaped building in Mecca, Saudi Arabia, and with pointed finger bear witness to what the Mohammedans call Tashahhud. While the Anunnaki praised the flesh of Cadman, they foretold of the seal of the newsbearer, how he would be born with a birthmark, a stamp or a seal on him, who carried the title Ahmed in heaven, and Muhammad on earth, as a sign that the world was coming to an end. But Halal was alone in his disobedience, saying Baal, meaning nay. But shall I, who am created of fire, worship a being formed from dust and mud? All of this is a symbolic story found in the scriptures, plagiarized by Tammuz for the seed of Seth, taken from the true story of the cloning of Cadman and Nekeba by the Anunnaki. The word Baal is a Shuric Arabic word for but or nay. This word and similar words of objection or interrogation, such as but, why, how come, who said so, they said, maybe, perhaps, I could have, I should have, and the word whatever, have been used by the Luciferians since their fall from grace as a means of provoking dissension and encouraging doubt. Wherefore come out from amongst them and separate yourself, saith the Sustainer, and don't touch this unclean thing. Do not eat the flesh called pork, pig, or sow. It comes in many forms, so beware of it. And I will receive you, and I will be a father unto you, and you shall be my sons and daughters, saith the Almighty. It was recorded that the enclosed garden of delight in Eden was the place where Cadman and his family were to dwell, and where our bones are being found to this very day. In the midst of this garden paradise, there stood a green silk tent, supported on 5 gold pillars, and in its midst there was a throne on which Cadman seated himself with Nekeba, whereupon the curtains of the tents closed around them of their own accord. In another day, the brightness of the sun and the illustrious gifts of Elyon the Most High surrounded them. There was another place on the planet Earth where the beast of the field and his followers lived, called the land of Nod, the place of wanderers. For here is where the angelic beings, 200 in number, fell from grace as they resided. Before them, 1/3 were cast out of the 4th heaven under Tanush, and they took residence in the Orion sky constellation. However, 11 of his followers came to the planet Earth before it was shaped, and then again into the body of the unholy family of Labana, who is also called Canaan, to make them do evil in the earth and shed much blood. The scriptures of Genesis, the 3rd degree, the 1st verse, tells you that the serpent was the beast. Nakash Halal, the reptilian and son of Shakar, a reptilian originally from Maldek, also called Vulcan, who relocated within Orion, a 6-sun, 6-star constellation, and his wife Melita, an Anunnaki, whom he forced himself on, and became the evil spellcasting whisperer. being the shrewdest of all the world outside of the enclosed garden, spoke with Hawa, the daughter of Fatar and Anaf, and said, "Did the Allahum Kaukau tell you that you are not to eat anything in the enclosed garden you desire?" Now Halal, in the form of a serpent, appealed to the senses of the woman, so he appeared as a temptation to Nekeba. Halal expired a deep sigh, the first of which manifested as envy, flowing from every living beast. "Why are you so cast down, and why is your countenance dropped so low, beloved Tanine?" inquired Nekeba, who thought this to be her playmate, for she did not know that Halal Kanaz had inhaled in her. He got to her emotions and possessed the Tanine, which had heard that unholy sigh. "I am exhausted for the future destiny of you and your husband," replied Halal. "How is that, since we do possess all that we desire in the garden?" exclaimed Nekeba. "True," said Halal, dropping to a whisper, "for this tree bears the best of fruits from the garden, and the only fruit that can portray you in all your perfection. For perfection and wisdom in life and death have been denied to you. But have we not fruits in abundance, of every taste and color? Why should we then seek more?" exclaimed Nekeba. "If you knew why this fruit is denied to you, all the rest would afford you no pleasure," Halal said, whispering. "Know you the reason?" asked Nekeba. "I do," assured Halal, "and precisely this knowledge is what fills my heart with grave distress, for all the fruits which are given to you are inbred with them infirmity, disease, old age, and death. This is the entire cycle of life that the forbidden fruit interrupted with the gift of eternal youth and vigor. You have never spoken of these things until now, beloved Tanine. Where have you derived this incomparable knowledge?" And the Tanine answered, "An angelic being by the name of Gamiel, who I met under the forbidden tree, blessed me with this wisdom." Nekeba replied, "Then I will go and seek him out, for I too would like to be witness to this incomparable knowledge." She left her tent and hurried towards the tree. At that instant, Azazel knew of Nekeba's curiosity. He sprang from Tanine's mouth and stood under the forbidden tree and awaited her in the form of an Anunnaki with the face of a human being. "O Gamiel, O beautiful, who are you, O singular being?" inquired Nekeba. "For I have never seen the likes of you before." Azazel replied, "I was a human being, but I became an Anunnaki." "By what means?" questioned Nekeba. "By eating this blissful fruit the Anunnaki had forbidden you to taste for fear of you becoming greater than they. I long submitted to their envious command for fear of human beings, but when I became old and frail, my eyes lost their luster and grew dim. My ears could no longer hear the precious sound of the universe. My teeth decayed, and I could neither eat without pain nor speak with distinction. My hands trembled, my feet shook, my head hung down upon my breast. My back was bent, my whole appearance became distorted and frightful, so that all the inhabitants of the enclosed garden of delight fled from me. This is called the age of death, and I long for death, and I expected to embrace it soon. So I stretched out my hands and took of this fruit, and when its sacred powers had caressed my lips, then I became strong and beautiful as in the beginning. And though many thousands of years have since elapsed, I am not sensible of the slightest change, either in my appearance or in my energies. And I have the gift of wisdom, equal to they which created you." "Is this true?" asked Nekeba. Halal answered, "By Elion El, the Most High who created me, I speak the truth. When they speak of this occasion, they say, being more subtle than all the rest." This means that Halal was the shrewdest of all the beasts of the field out of his whole family. In their language, they allude to him as Nakash, but they have no reference in the Hebrew idiom. In the Arabic language, he is Kanaz, sometimes misinterpreted as Kanaz, which denotes he, and he has a gender, departed, meaning he was not allowed into the enclosed garden of delight. It also means he feeds off men, he lays in wait, he hides, he seduces, and he slinks away. This root comes from Akanaz, or Kanasa, and Kanasuz, all meaning ape, or satirus, or any creatures of a similar genus, or the cyanide or ape genus beast. So, we have conclusively identified Nakash as a highly intelligent beast of the field, in who he is most assuredly. Remember, this deceptive being took the form of an old man under the forbidden tree. It is very important to note that the linguistic root of Kanaz the devil is similar to the linguistic root of the ape. The word Nakash comes from the Hebrew root meaning to whisper, also divination, to procrastinate, and to enchant by magical spells. Thus, it is just that this beast is named Nakash. Shaitan was made and given power by you. The word serpent comes from the Latin root word serpere, which means to crawl. Amongst the class of reptiles, it would be neither a curse nor a punishment to go about on their bellies. But in ancient Babylon, you see the pictures of the serpent with legs. But snakes have no legs or organs for speech, nor cloak of any kind, nor do they prostrate. A hissing sound is the only sound that emanates from their mouths. The beast is not a snake. But the scriptures of Elyon El, the Most High, tells us that the beast walked, and he talked, and he reasoned. He walked in the enclosed garden of delight. He talked and reasoned with Nekeba. He beguiled her. So beware of him. He is the enemy of human beings. He was cursed above every beast of the field. Thus, he was reduced from an upright posture to a position lower than that of the cattle or any other beast of the field. The Tanin, in all a decor, with her legs extended, shall dwell in the darkest cover of Tiamat, the planet Earth, and she shall eat Cadmon's dust. One of our servants, Moses, received the scripture of Genesis. Certain planets have a backward motion, which they say affects the nature of a person. As the masters of old said, these planets are Anshar Saturn, Kishar Jupiter, Lahmu Mars, Lahamu Venus, and Mummu Mercury. These planets, coupled with Afsu the sun and Sheski the moon, are the basis of all sorcery. For the term planet was applied in ancient Platonic astrology in reference to the 7 heavenly bodies, which were Sheski the moon, Mummu Mercury, Lahamu Venus, Afsu the sun, Lahmu Mars, Kishar Jupiter, and Anshar Saturn. They were used by the magicians who uttered certain superstitious words and tried to overcome the course of nature. They were used by soothsayers, wizards, and astrologers who would foretell of things to come, raise disagreeable Anunnaki jinns, and call upon the Anunnaki jinn by reciting incantations. The 7 heavenly bodies were also used by gypsies, fortune-tellers, astrologers, stargazers, exorcists, neuromancers, jugglers, enchanters, and charmers. The 5 planets are based on the inverted 5-pointed star, which symbolizes the ram's head and is used in seances and devil worship ceremonies. 5 times 12 equals 60. Anshar Saturn begins with S, and the corresponding letter of the Ashuric Arabic alphabet is Sin, and the 12th letter of the Ashuric Arabic alphabet. 12 has 2 6s in it. The numeral abjad is 60. The abbreviation denotes I shall or I will. Its secret name is Al-Sami, the hearer, and the 26th name of the attributes of your sustainer. So he worked by whispering into the heart, which means it's a letter that is enunciated by using the tip of the tongue as a snake. It also means non-vocal, and it's pronounced with the breath only and without the vibration of the vocal cords. How to stop him is called a form of 90 degrees, where one faces the direction of the Kaaba in Mecca, the east, which is called the Qibla, in the position of the Muslim Salat, called Ruku, when one bends, putting both hands on their knees, the back straight, creating a 90-degree angle. And the Muslims say, while in this position, Sami Allah liman hamada. Allah listens for those who praise him. With this, you put out his fire, Saturnides, Saturday, or Saturday, which are all names of the deity Saturn. Saturn is also considered by the Romans to be the god of fertility and planting. It is the 6th closest planet to Shamsun, the sun, and like Shaitan, it is one of the most beautiful of its kind. It's proclaimed by Kanaz and those who adhere to his religion that the solar system was organized by the forces operating and emanating from the great rings of the Saturnine sphere. Saturn is also known by the skeleton of death, which holds the reaper's scythe. Saturn's image is also symbolic of an old man who lives at the North Pole and brings a sprig of evergreen, the Christmas tree, to the children of men. His name is Santa Claus. Shaitan's festival is Saturnalia, which is also known in the Christian religion as Christmas. It is held on December the 17th and lasts for 7 days. It is also to hiss, to whisper, soothsayer, is enchantment, omen, or Mormon augury. By his spirit he has garnished the heavens. His hands have formed a crooked serpent. The devil walks and talks and is alive. He has many names: Zuen, Shakar, Humbaba, Har-Shaitan, Diabolus, Dracoon, Diablo, Lucifer, Beelzebub, Halal, Kenaz, Ja'an, Tagut, Shaitan, Harith, the devil, and many other names. The original name of Shaitan is Azazel. His nickname is Abu Mura. The plural of Halal is Abalis, and the female gender of the name is Abalessa. His wife, who was created in the form of an egg, was named Anak. He is scheming, cunning, and a liar, and he has an entire race who work solely for him. Before the spiritual creation of Cadman in the galactic heavens, Halal was loved by the Anunnaki because of their mutual nearness and commonality. But actually, he was not of the same species as the other Anunnaki. He took the form of the Halabines, flugel rods or Halab, which were created on Tiamat Earth 8,400 years ago. This was before the curse of Canaan 6,000 years ago, the Canaanites Cadman. Halal was a manifestation of this primordial creation. When Cadman was to be created, all the Anunnaki asked Elyon if he would make mischief and cause evil, as all those with their own will. Anu sent Murdoch, the host Elohim, to Tiamat, the earth. Cadman wished to have the fruit of the garden, so the almighty Elyon sent him down 2 seeds, one to grow the white grape and one to grow the black grape. Cadman planted these 2 seeds, and 2 grapevines grew, and as the grapes ripened, Halal wished to have one for himself. Possessed by avarice, Halal seized one of the vineyards and then raised a wall around the vineyard to keep it from Cadman. Cadman then asked him, what right does he have to construct a wall around the grapevine? Halal replied that these trees were really meant for him and not Cadman. Cadman then said that he was lying, which was the nature of Kenaz. Kenaz honored his decision and replied, let us ask Malachi Zadok, the Holy One. Cadman narrated the complete story to Malachi Zadok, the Holy Spirit, who responded by pointing his divinely inspired Shoba staff, which sent forth flames, consuming the vineyards. Cadman and Kenaz thought that the vineyard had been destroyed by the raging flames when 2 birds emerged from the fire. One was the raven, the other was the dove. They both flew away. The nature of will is personified by these 2 birds. The raven represents Nusku, who bore the title Gibrael, and the dove represents Halal. Both characters emanated from the same nature, the grape, be it white or red. The bitter white grape is symbolic of Iblis. They slew most of the race of the disagreeable beings Jinn, but many sought refuge on Saturn. Awaiting the decline of Tiamat, the earth, 200 of them concealed themselves in the earth's caverns as a strategy against man and as a plot to save themselves. Halal alone was to remain with the exemplary Anunnaki, for the Anunnaki supplicated before the almighty Elyon El. Halal, however, was actually from the species of disagreeable ones, the Jinn, and was transformed into the Anunnaki of light. He did not want Cadman to rule the planet Tiamat Earth, for this would mean that there would be a race of humans inhabiting the earth. Halal wanted the earth for himself so that he could raise a race of evil spirit beings, jinns, and because he was created before Cadman, he felt that Tiamat, now called the planet Earth, should be for him and his wicked offspring. Halal was designated Ja'an because he is the father of the jinn. He was created of fire, whereas Cadman, the father of man, was created from light. Anu Elyon El made Kenaz from the fire kindled from the green tree. This green tree grows from the earth. The name Jinn comes from the root word Ja'ana, meaning to hide, to cover, to conceal, and to veil. In the galactic heavens, Halal was amongst the Anunnaki, and the Anunnaki thought him to be one of them. For Halal worshipped the almighty Elyon El in the company of the Anunnaki, but Halal was not one of them, and his true nature manifested when Anu enjoined all the angelic beings to prostrate unto Cadman. Once the Anunnaki had formed the flesh of Cadman, some of the Anunnaki passed by the gate where the sacred records are kept and saw him in his incomplete form. But nevertheless, they were marveled at his beautiful form. Malachi Zadok said, "Same applies unto fire. Merely add water to fire, and it extinguishes its flames permanently. But clay can be rejuvenated, yet fire cannot, without the aid of an additional variable." This proclamation caused animosity to manifest a fight in the galactical heavens between Malachi Zadok and Kenaz, which ignited, and thus eventually Kenaz was cast down, that old Drago. As a result, the Anunnaki discovered that Halal was not for them. For Anu Elion Elion El disclosed his hidden posture. He, Anu Elion Elion El, made it known to the Anunnaki that Halal was an open enemy to them and the Adamites. Don't you see how Anu Elion Elion El debased him because of his pride? He made him an outcast, his flaming fire in the hereafter, and his abode in the hereafter was flaming fire. But Anu Elion Elion El created the essence of Cadmon's soul from a brilliant light that dazzled the eyes and that penetrated his flesh. Its glow enlightened the heart of the Elohim and even Halal. Anu Elion Elion El created the essence of Cadmon with the essence of the rose and musk radiating from his body. Being Ninti is the daughter of Anu, then the essence of Cadmon comes from Anu and the cloning through the seed of Ninti. The rose was aromatic, as if it were a very beautiful and enticing flower. But the fragrance was also very deceiving, for it was exploited by the devil as a sign of compassion, when in reality it was an instrument of trickery to lure one into unrighteousness. For the rose had thorns as well as a compelling scent. Its beauty captured Adamites, but when he touched it, he was pricked by its inconspicuous thorns, and the devil was delighted. But when Adamites fell from grace, as a result of his disobedience, he lost the essence of the rose that issued from his body. Then Adamites were ordained to perform ablution and bathing, for they always had to be in a state of purity. Yet the Almighty Anu, Elion Elion El, tests his creation with truth, of which his creatures are most ignorant. Be you warned by what Anu Elion Elion El did to Halal. Anu Elion Elion El made naught of one whom he had sustained. So worship, struggle, and take refuge in Anu Elion Elion El, for at a moment's notice, Anu Elion Elion El would test your pride. Little do the people know that Halal worshipped Anu Elion Elion El for 6,000 years. Remember the self-proclaimed Apostle Paul, who recorded Ephesians, "For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places." The reptilian who beguiled Nekeba is spoken of as an Anunnaki of light. But I fear, lest by any means, as the serpent beguiled Nekeba through his subtlety, so your minds become corrupted from the simplicity that is in Tammuz, Al-Mashiach, also called Yeshua, Ha or Jesus, which Paul wrote, and no marvel, for Shaitan himself is transformed into an angelic being of light. So Nakash could not have been a serpent originally, because the serpent crawled on its belly, and furthermore, the devil and Halal are one and the same. The creature called Nakash is comparative to the babbler. Surely the serpent will bite without enchantment, and the babbler is no better. Slandering and lying is as the venom, and is a character or characteristic of the serpent. Their poison is like the poison of a serpent. They are the death adder that stopped her ear. The picture of a snake and an apple in the scriptures is a deception and pure fabrication by Kenaz. Kenaz's distortion secured universal acceptance, for the Adamites' attention was focused on the letter of the word and not the meaning, and the Adamites' fall was a result of their disobedience to the word of Anu Elion Elion El. Emphasis was placed on believing Shaitan's lie instead of Anu Elion Elion El's truth, the Allah whom Moses was given. It teaches that Shaitan's sphere of activities are religious and not secular. His sins are not the results of human corruption, but the consequence of a lack of faith in the human heart. Look at Halal's activities unfolding in the world of today, not in the press, nor in the criminal courts, but in the preachers' pulpits and from the professors' podiums. Wherever the word of Anu Elion Elion El is questioned, that's the abode of Halal. Anything adverse or contrary to the word of Anu Elion Elion El is designated as classical literature. But material that is in support of divine inspiration, divine origin, and spiritual truth is excluded as being controversial and metaphysical, thus Halal is content. In the third degree of Genesis, Halal himself accepts the letter of Anu Elion Elion El's sacred words and forsakes the meaning, as our servant Dawood, whose nurse was Abishak, received. But he shall give his angelic beings charge over you to keep you in all your ways. He himself could say, "It is written." Matthew was given, and saith unto him, If you be the son of Anu Elion Elion El, cast thyself down, for it is written, He shall give his Anunnaki charge concerning you, and in their hands they shall bear you up, lest at any time you shall dash your foot against a stone. As long as the letter of the divine law is not executed, and the truth is not conveyed, and as long as the law of Anu Elion Elion El is misquoted and misapplied, Halal is complacent and remorseless, for his objective is to perpetuate the perversion of the snake and the apple, and immortalize sin, and hinder the word of Anu Elion Elion El. The four angelic beings that went to the four corners of the earth were Nusku, Gabriel Zadok, son of Raziel and Zamael, Murdoch Zadok, son of Enki and Damkina, Israphiel, Enki Zadok, son of Anu and Id, and Anu Elion Elion El, told them they have permission to go shape the body. Cadman means a life and Dam blood. Man has four chambers to his heart because of the four Anunnaki. Anu Elion Elion El put enmity between the seed of Nakash and the seed of the woman. The curse of blood shall be on the hands of Nekeba, and Nekeba shall be visited by the quarters of the moon, and the blood of Cadman shall haunt her in menstruation, for she have crucified him. Nekeba bore Cain, and Labuda, and Abel, and Achlamiah. Cain killed Abel, and Anu Elion Elion El grieved, for he recognized the devil's influence. The devil envied the Adamites' ability that Cadman acquired in the garden, which was a result of Cadman and Nekeba partaking of the forbidden fruit. Even so, Nekeba bore again, and Cain was cast out. He went to Nod and associated with Halal and his 200 fallen Anunnaki, and Tarnush, the great dragon, was cast out, that old reptilian called Diablos and Halal, which deceived the whole world. He was cast out into the planet Earth, and his 200 disagreeable Anunnaki were cast out with him. El Istanjal, the Revelations, called by the Mohammedans Injil, Evangel, the 9th degree verse 1 states, And the 5th of the 7th Anunnaki Elohim blew his trumpet, and I saw a light like a meteorite star fall from the Orion skies upon the planet Earth, and it was given the key to the bottomless pit. The millennium, 1,000 years, begins when Shaitan is locked in the pit. There is a continual war being waged between the devil and Enoshites through woman and her Zara seed. And I will stir hatred in the minds of your descendants and Hawa's descendants. Your hate will be cunning and conniving, as to approach from the lower heel, as a snake when it bites, and their hate will be to bruise your leaders. And the Creator of peace shall bruise Shaitan under your feet shortly. His hate will be cunning and conniving, as to approach from the lower heel, as a snake when it bites, and their hate will be to bruise your leaders. The scripture of Romans, which the self-proclaimed apostle Paulus inscribed himself, he removed the high places, and brake the images, and brake in pieces the brazen serpent. He called it Nehushtan. The Nehushtan was created by Moses as sympathetic magic directed against a fiery snake sent to bite the people. It was made of brass, and it had the power to cure the people of their snake bites. In Numbers degree 21 verse 8, as received by Aaron, And Yahshua said to Moses, Fashion you a fiery serpent, and set it on a standard, and it will come to pass that everyone that is bitten when he sees it will live. In 2 Kings, the 18th degree verse 4, we find that Ezekiel destroyed the Nehushtan, that is also called by the Hebrews the copper serpent. He removed the high places, and brake the images, and cut down the groves, and brake into pieces the brazen serpent that Moses had made. For unto those days the children of Israel did burn incense to it, and he called it Nehushtan. Along with the word serpent, you find the word fiery. Arabic fiery serpent, Hebrew fiery serpent. The Hebrew word seraph is the general name for poisonous snakes, whose poison sore burns the body. Soref means burning, scorching, stinging. The Arabic word for serpent, which comes from the word to flow forth, or is as applied to water and to blood, flowing, running and streaming, is a kind of long serpent, a great serpent. It also refers to the male and female. These words refer to the red resinous thick juice called dragon's blood. It is extracted resin from different plants used to stop bleeding. Gazelle, the first fifth of the rising sun, Brazil wood, forward, Kenaz is the prince of the world, and he is alive and is commonly referred to as the angel of light and the prince of darkness. For such are false prophets, deceitful workers, transforming themselves into the apostle of the Messiah. No marvel for Shaitan himself, therefore it is no great thing. The self-proclaimed apostle bore us Paul, inscribed 2 Corinthians, the 11th degree, 13th to 15th verse. For such are false apostles, deceitful workers, transforming themselves into the apostles of Christ, and no marvel for Shaitan himself is transformed into an angel of light. Therefore, it is no great thing if his ministers also be transformed as the ministers of righteousness, whose end shall be according to their works. Going about on all fours, he was compelled to take his food from the dust of the earth, the seed of the Adamites. His destiny ordained that he take abode in caves, cavemen, and be like the ape man. This was Kenaz's curse for prompting the fall of the woman in the enclosed garden. And then, the ultimate words were found in the scripture of Genesis that was given to our noble servant Moshe that was talking about Kenaz. When we look up the word for seed in the Aramaic Hebrew record, we find Zerah, Hebrew translated meaning to sow, to disseminate prosperity. This can be nothing more than the actual planting of a physical seed, or as the Greek version of their Bible has it, sperma, meaning seed, which is actually semen or sperm, the enmity between that which is secular and that which is spiritual. The seed sown by Kenaz was the sensuous, lustful seed of the woman, which was to be ultimately incarnated in the form of a person. That person was Ham. When that seed was rightfully placed, he brought forth his race down on all fours, men acting like beasts, and then upright, and they, the Canaanites, the seed of Ham, was civilized. They tried to have their way, for it is recorded that he said, "I will take the heights of the heavens." In his estate he shall stand up a bizarre, vile person, to whom they shall not give the honor of the kingdom, but he, Kenaz, shall come in peace and obtain the kingdom by flatteries. Chapter 6, The Human Beast. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 10, The Mortals. 19 times 10 equals 190. Lo, if I cry one real tear, do you think that they will hear? Remembering my trials in this holy tablet, and being sent to human beings, one must be prepared for their nature. An initiation is like a birth, and the key to overstanding it is to overstand. Each that is born of someone who themselves were born of someone. All the pure ones have a link. It is a link much like the Ifrit cord that stretches from soul to soul, and which keeps the channels from the higher realms, the etheric state, into the earth plane opened. When a mother and father have a child, that child is brought forth unto them in a bodily form. The same child, however, has a spirit that extends back 76 trillion years. For this reason, every mystic order has spiritual masters or beings from higher planes whose responsibility it is to keep you, that child, in tune with the original spark since the beginning of creation. Then on, one still shadow hour time, as I was walking alone, I perceived the presence of a superior being with me. I turned around and I saw no one, but I began to fear inside. Then suddenly from me and through me, at the same time they sounded my name, saying, Yanon, fear not, for you shall be the bearer of the torch of light in the west, and shall save many souls. You are yet a baby, but you shall mature into a man more rapidly than you can ever imagine. Do not be afraid, for I am about to manifest. Startled and overwhelmed, frightened and bewildered, I could not have faith that this was happening. Suddenly, I felt a warm sensation 2 inches above my navel. A feeling shot upwards towards the center of my chest from my solar plexus, and then a tingling feeling centered between my eyes. Immediately, a crystal green and white rays of light slowly appeared, and there he stood magnificently. How can I make you feel what I felt? How can I make you see what I saw? He was strong, he was powerful, he was gowned in what seemed like a whitish green flowing robe. And there was a glow about him I had never seen in any other person, a sparkle, bright as the stars. I looked into his eyes, and I was no longer afraid. For in his eyes I saw depth, I saw warmth, I saw compassion, tenderness, understanding, and kindness. I knew I was safe in his presence. He made me feel comfortable and secure. He spoke in his voice, which was as the voice of the angelic beings. He said, "Your soul lived over 76 trillion years. You have witnessed many cycles, and now you have begun to grow. You are of the ancient ones. You are an Ilamutachizid, an avatar. You may not at this time understand what this means. But as time passes and you begin to grow from your inner self outward, you will begin to perceive and understand these things. The spirit of your father has awaited its rebirth into the earth plane, and now it is your calling." I was speechless. I tried to stare into him in order to decipher who, what, and from where he had come. For I did not want to boldly ask him. As if he knew what I was thinking and feeling, without a second's thought, he said that he belonged to the ancient ones who had descended upon the planet during the time of Master Utnapishtim, son of Lamech and Camilla, and even before, millions of years prior to the birth of your Cadman. It was called Project Blue Rock, infested by the Ashtar Command, the Intergalactic Legion of this side Sector 3 placement, 7 from End Circle. I bear you on eagle's wings, and I brought you unto myself. This being was highly involved in the upper worlds. He said, "Many have come here to Earth and planted seeds in the Earth. Their children this very day are called Star People, and some of them are called the Watchers or Allahum on their own planets. Some of them are highly reputable in their own galaxies and dimensions. He and those with him are as real as you and I are in the alliance of the Space Confederation. There is one by the name of Ashtara. He is a commander in the highest in this hemisphere. He is also the commander of his mother plane, or starship, a crystal ship coming for their own. The Anunnaki elders are approaching a time of crisis, so 35 million strong will assist you. They will lift you up and reserve you, and they will hold you in safety for up to 1,000 years. If needed, you will see the magnetized solar flares now present around the sun in its position in conjunction with the planetary alignment that is presently coming into its final position in the lunar logging, the 5th point of May in the year 2000 of the Gregorian calendar. It combines to create a strong tendency to pull the planet Earth in toward motion. The polar shift, 23 degrees of its true existence, has been greatly lessened by the action of our scientific helper from the mother plane of this planet called Terra. Then he told me that the error has come. I did not know what he was referring to, and so he began to explain. 93 million miles away from the planet Earth is the Sun, the great star that shapes the lives of those on Earth. It takes the Earth 1 year to revolve around the Sun, and that 1 year is divided into 12 months. The Sun and other planets that make up your universes orbit around the galactical center called the central vortex. And just as the 1 year that the Earth takes to revolve around the Sun is divided into 12 months, so is the time that it takes the universe to orbit around the galactical center divided into 12 periods. Each period consists of 2,075 years, totaling approximately 25,000 years, which is the time that it takes the universe to make one complete rotation around the galaxy. Each period or era has a name according to the monthly signs and in reverse order. For example, the universe is now pushing out of the era of water, the era governed by all that is physical, known to many as the Piscean era, and is now entering into the era of air, ether, mind and power, known to many as the Aquarian age. This new age is a spiritual era that the world is now ready to accept, and you have been chosen to teach the light of the ancient mystical order of Melchizedek to the new souls who are waiting to receive it. Those souls who realize that there are extra senses, that there is an astral body, an aura, and that communications can be made with beings outside of this planet. These 12 eras from the Piscean era, moving counterclockwise, have 8 doors that open up. When the 6th door opened up, in the lunar logging of the year 1966 of the Gregorian calendar, the disagreeable beings descended down into Earth in many forms, including the human beings from the Ashtar Command, the ancestors of the disagreeable Halabine Flugelrods or Halabs, who now seek to control the planet under the name of the Children of Light, simply the Illuminati. Then, the 7th door opened in 1970 AD, and agreeable beings, the Anunnaki from Nibiru, descended upon the land in order to help you. This was my year. 30 years from the year 2000 AD, which is the year 6000. You have 60 seconds in a minute and 60 minutes in an hour, 666. Sensing that I was afraid, for fear that I would not be able to retain all that he taught me, he said, "Try not to retain all that I have taught you, but rather relax, and it will settle itself into your subconscious mind. Once it's in there, when you need it, it will burst forth like the sun in the daylight hours, if you have faith without doubt. And put your trust in Anu. You will find that Widi Alahum will open you up, and all the answers in the universe will reside in your chest." Having said this, he was gone from sight. I stood there frozen. Where did he go, I thought, and why didn't he tell me his name? I waited for hoping that something would happen, and the lady passing by said, "Are you all right, mister? You look ill." I spoke back saying, "I'm fine, thank you," and then I proceeded to walk away. Suddenly, while walking, fear overtook me. But why was I afraid? Immediately I realized that it was because he was withdrawing from me, and 7 minutes later I heard a voice from a distance saying, "Seek me and you shall find me. Ask for me and I will be there. Knock and I will always open this side of the world to you." And then the voice faded away. I looked, I called, it was gone. I cried all the way home. 7 months passed before I heard from him again. Then one day while meditating, in a state of profound tranquility, when my mind and soul were in communication with the cosmos, I began to feel his presence. I was sure that he would manifest, but he did not. Instead, a name appeared. My room was dimly lit by candles of the Sabbath, but there, just above my head, in a cloudy yet visible form, was the name El Qadir, which in Ashuric Arabic merely means green. I stared at the name for what seemed like an eternity, and slowly thereafter it disappeared. I sat there in the stillness of the room, contemplating my thoughts. Who was El Qadir? If El Qadir was the name of a person, who was that person, and what important role would he play in my life? Was El Qadir the name of the one who made his presence known to me? I knew I had to find the answers to my questions, so I went to the library in search of books which could give me some enlightenment. Later, I questioned various Sudanese Arabs that I had been acquainted with. In my quest, I learned that there was indeed a supreme being who was called by the Muslims Nebi Qadir, and the Green One, my spiritual father. He was referred to as the Green One, for he possessed the green light, a force that he directed which could sustain every physical form and heal every disease known to humankind. Suddenly, the pieces of the puzzle started to fall into place, for you see, I knew that I had been endowed with a green light, which made it possible for me to heal the sick. For many times, people would come to me ill, and I would make them whole again. But it was not until then that I had inherited that ability. It was a gift from Anu, by way of El Qadir, the Green One. I could not wait for my visitor to return. I wanted to tell him all that I had learned. And so, anxiously every shadow hour time, I looked for him. Then one shadow hour time, while I was alone in my room, I felt him staring down at me. "Appear," I thought to myself, "I want to see you." Suddenly, without warning, he manifested. He said, "I am here." And as my eyes gazed upon him, I felt a surge of energy run through my body. My stomach quivered with excitement, and a chill went up my spine. He looked at me and proceeded to tell me that he was indeed El Qadir, and that he was known by many other names: the Ancient of Days, Nabi Qadir, Father Time, Sheikh Qadir, Melchizedek, Malki Sadak, Murdoch, and Mikael. Yes, he was Mikael, son of Enki and Damkina, the head of the Anunnaki, who waged war against the bad Anunnaki, Azazel later called Halal, Ja'an, Shaitan, and the devil. Those who were created of 180 degrees of evil, fire, who rebelled when the foundation of the world was being established. He said that he was also head of the material order of the Anunnaki, to which the Essenes belonged. The Essenes, he said, were a group of people who lived around the Jordan area, all around Jerusalem, and they were taught the lesser mysteries as opposed to the greater mysteries. He also spoke of Master Yeshua, for like me, he was also an Ilam Mutachasid, an avatar who was caught between two worlds. He said Master Yeshua belonged to the ancient and mystic order of Melchizedek. In the last days, he said, I, El Qadir, will intervene for the special people, Neuropians, when evil religion comes to triumph. I will use you as my vessel to communicate my message of green light, right knowledge, right wisdom, and right understanding. Nuopu. Fascinated by these words that caressed my overjoyed soul, I knew I had found a friend, someone I could depend on. He remained silent for a moment, as if in deep contemplation, and then he told me that I would be given an initiation, which would prepare me for all that I would encounter as the spiritual guide of human beings. He told me that I would be summoned when it was time, and that I would have to make a journey to Sudan and seek him at the junction of the two Niles, Tuti. Thereafter, he referred me to the section in the Quran which speaks about his meeting with the Allahum Moses in the 69th degree, which was changed to the 18th degree, verses 60 to 62, and his meetings with Master Abraham in the book of Genesis chapter 14, verse 18, at the Tigris-Euphrates River. He then explained to me the meaning of the sacred water, the fire, and the sacrifice. As he departed, he told me that he would not see me for a while, but that when I needed him, he would be there, and then he was gone. Months passed before I heard from him again, and during this time, my life took a drastic change. It was as if I was a huge magnet, drawing all kinds of people towards me. Answers to questions that I never thought I could answer started pouring forth out of my mouth. My Earth family was amazed. It was obvious at those moments that someone of great wisdom had inhabited my body, and through me he was speaking. There were times when I would sit in my room and cry because I felt I was being asked to do something that I did not understand. I felt at times as if I had no control over my actions, my thoughts, and I wonder if I could indeed give sight to those who appear blind, give hope to those who appear hopeless, bring faith to those who appear faithless, and most of all, teach them to walk in love, not hate or fear. Teach them to walk right and not in disagreeableness. Could I remove the veil from before their eyes so that they were once back into the Allahum? I asked myself so many questions, I began to think I was going crazy. Sheikh Kadir had not made his presence known to me in so long that I began to wonder whether I had imagined everything that had happened. Did I indeed see this majestic being? Was he real, or was he a real figment of my imagination? But he was real, all right. For whenever that strong sense of insecurity would overshadow me, I would feel El Qadir's presence and he would comfort me. Finally, in the lunar logging of the year 1973 of the Gregorian calendar, I was summoned to take my journey, and I was told to go to Sudan, and that once there, I would go to the Grand Temple of Khartoum and seek a human being named Mahmud. I was told that his name would be Mahmud, for he belonged to the final part of the three-letter mims of the name Muhammad. Ahmed, before the Prophet actually came Muhammad, son of Abdullah and Amina, when he was here, and Mahmud when he had finished his mission. That is, Ahmed in prophecy, Muhammad in birth, and Mahmud in the end. I knew then I was not always to be a Muslim, but it was one degree in my studies. As I prepared for my journey, I was very excited, for I realized that this journey would mark a change in me, and that it would affect not only my life, but the lives of all the people I touched. I knew that the journey would be a long and tiresome one, but I faced everything that was to come with great anticipation. When I arrived in Sudan, I felt as if I had returned to my home, my land, the land of the ancient Egyptians, where there is pyramids. The month of June in Sudan marks the end of the hot summer months and the beginning of the rainy season. Therefore, the weather was not as hot as I expected it to be, but rather comfortable. In fact, the early hours of the daylight are rather cool, and during the afternoon, the sky is very clear and the sun is very bright. It is then the great sun reached its peak, and in the dusk period, and just after the sun appeared to set, one is overwhelmed by the sight of the sky, for it looks as though it has been stroked by the artist's brush. Its color is vivid red with shades of orange and yellow. There are no high buildings to hide the wonders of Anu. Therefore, you can watch the sun and the beauty that surrounds it until it disappears completely. It is a beautiful sight to behold. There are not many streetlights in Sudan, so when the stars come out, they are very bright against the blackness of the shadow time. The people in Sudan prefer to use lights only after it gets very dark, so that they can enjoy the beauty that Mother Nature bestows upon us so generously. Having settled down and relaxed for a few hours, I then went to the Grand Temple in Khartoum, or the Grand Lodge in Egypt, and sought out the Grand Master Mahmud, the most worshipful one, as I was instructed to do. I did not know who Mahmud was or what he looked like, but I knew I would find him. As I walked through the doorway of the masjid, I was fascinated by its beauty, and as I marveled at it, he put his right hand on my right shoulder, and then he said, "I am Mahmud, you are home." When I looked into his eyes, I saw depth, I saw pain, joy, and contentment. His face was wrinkled, his beard was white, and his complexion was golden in color. I thought I would have to tell him who I was, but I did not. He said, "I am your spiritual guide. Everybody needs a spiritual guide, and therefore sit with me." I sat with him, and he took me through a whirlpool of information, a rainbow of colors, a spectrum of light, and octaves of sound. He filled my soul with so much information, I began to think he was my initiation. Once I was cleansed, I felt as if I was 7 feet tall. Mahmoud told me that I would be summoned when it was time for my initiation. He said I would have to travel to the junction of the two Niles, as Sheikh Kadir had instructed me, and that once there, he would guide me to the sacred of initiation. He instructed me in how to prepare for the initiation and told me that I would have to be at the junction of the two Niles in the evening after the sun appears to set, but did not tell me on what day. I returned to my dwelling, and on the following Thursday I was summoned to the Nile. Several times on my way to the Nile, I saw a man that I thought was Mahmud. On one occasion, a human being walked by me with a mule, and I said, "Ya Mahmud?" The man turned around and said, "I am not Mahmud, but I know him, and I think he went that way." So I went in the direction he pointed, and then saw another man that passed with a camel, and I said, "Ya Mahmud?" He said, "I am not Mahmud, but I know him. He went that way and pointed in a different direction." Before long, I had walked north, south, east, and west. I started to feel discouraged. I thought I would never find Mahmud or the injunction of the two Niles. I sat down, and while sitting, I could not help but notice how beautiful my surroundings were. The ground where I sat was flat and green, and there were lively trees all around me. I could see people in the distance and little huts at a place called Tuti today, huts which were used by mystics for khalwa or seclusion. As I was admiring the beauty of the land, I saw a man stooping down beside his herd of sheep. As I looked closer, I saw that it was Mahmud. When I approached him, he told me, "You are assigned to human beings." I remained silent for a moment, thinking about what had just happened, and later I said, "I thought I was supposed to meet you at the junction of the two Niles." He replied, "You are at the junction of the two Niles. I don't remember how I got there." Mahmud and I spoke a while, and then suddenly I felt a sensation rising from inside of me. He said, "Step." I took one step, and immediately I was transformed from that state before a tremendously beautiful temple. The temple had a long hallway of doors, and its floor was of marble. He said, "Follow me," and I did. As he took me down that majestic corridor, we approached a door. He opened the door, and there before me was a huge room. The walls of the room were white, and they appeared to emit a soft flowing light. The room was bare, except for 12 rugs, which were arranged in such a manner that they formed a large circle. In the center of the circle were 3 rugs. I was told to sit in the center of the circle, on the middle rug, and I took my place, and then El Kadir manifested and sat facing me. We did not speak to each other, but I cannot tell you how happy I was to see him. Suddenly, other men began to manifest, men I had never seen. As they appeared, each one would say his name. Allahum Kanok Zadok, Allahum Elias Zadok, Allahum Yeshua Zadok, and this went on until each of the 12 mystics had said their names. There were still 2 rugs left on either side of me. Then Allahum Al-Mahdi Zadok appeared on my left, and Allahum Muhammad Zadok appeared on my right. They greeted me, and I smelled the scent of rose from Allahum Muhammad Zadok, and the scent of musk from Allahum Al-Mahdi Zadok. And the Allahum said, "The initiation will begin." Suddenly, I felt as if I were tumbling backward, but actually, I and everyone else in the room was levitating. I couldn't believe my eyes. Then, to my surprise, out of the center of their foreheads, straight to the center of my heart, different colored beams of light came from each one of them. All around my body, I could feel this energy surging through my being. I cannot find the words to describe how I felt. And neither can I go into further detail about my experience during this initiation, for I cannot betray the secrets I swore to maintain. After the initiation, as we were preparing to leave the temple, Mahmud signaled to the sky. I looked up, and there in great splendor I saw a lotus. In the center of the lotus was a seven-pointed star resting in a crescent. Within the seven-pointed star was an inverted heart and the word Hawa inscribed in its middle. All around the symbol there was a green light, wavering brighter and brighter against the dark violet hue of the sky. I was elated. Mahmoud then proceeded to explain the meaning of the symbol and told me that it would be the seal of the Universal Order of Love, the Sufi order of the Sons of Green Light, first step to 3 steps. He said that this order would come forth during a time of great turmoil to restore hope in the hearts of human beings, thereby teaching him the essence of his true nature. As the sun is the axis of the solar system, he said, and all the planets revolve around it, so will you be the axis of the planet Earth, and all the people will revolve around you. You will be their spiritual guide, and you will nourish them with love and wisdom. Hence, your name will be Al-Qubt, the axis, the spiritual guide. And then I was given the sign of the cosmos, which followed my initiation. I returned to my dwelling. As I was preparing to return to the New Babylon, America, I was told to go to Egypt for another initiation. When I arrived in Egypt, I was told to go to the Great Pyramid of Giza, where I would have to pass the test of the humans. We arrived at a pyramid where none of us knew our guide. He was the wisest of the wise, standing at the threshold of the entrance. The Allahum, with a comforting voice, reminded us of the test before us. He said, "Trust in Anu. In everything have patience. Though you don't see a thing, it does not mean metamorphosis. It is not destined to manifest." Ever so eager to enter the pyramid and pass the test, we barely listened. He said, "Everything that you wish or feel you would need, merely think this thing and it will manifest before you." So I, being one of the 24, reflected back on earthly needs. Quills manifested before our eyes, and heavier garments, they too manifested. We need wicker stones, thinking that we had passed because we didn't ask for candles. We will need dry foods, again feeling agreeable within ourselves for not asking for fruits and vegetables and quails. Oh, water, we'll need plenty of water. We'll need papyrus to write down what we have seen. We will need quills to write with, and of course ink. By this time, we were all well weighed down with our needs. The guide, with a slight smile, said, "You are about to enter into the doorway of your first test." The door raised from the bottom upwards, and all we saw was darkness. Stepping through, first the Allahum assured us that it was safe. I rushed forth second, only to find the first step was a long slope that was hastened in speed by the pull of gravity, which equals 16 feet per second square as a result of having such a heavy load. When I arrived at the bottom, I saw there was already light, nor was it cold, nor was I dehydrated, nor was I in need of food. I heard a voice say, "You have now failed the first test." Spinning to the Allahum to ask, "What do we do now?" After I shed myself of all the unneeded weight, he smiled and repeated, "What do we do now? You have now failed the second test." Immediately, a great wall appeared right before my eyes. I heard a voice from the other side, and I remembered that it was the Allahum's voice. It called and said, "All that you seek to know and will ever need to know about the humans is on the other side of this wall." Immediately, my eyes scaled from corner to corner, center top to bottom. It was a huge onyx-like wall that appeared to have no entrance. I asked, "How shall I get to the other side?" The voice from the other side answered, "You have failed the third test." Immediately enraged, I thrust myself out of anger at the wall, only to find myself on the other side in triple darkness. But as my pupils dilated, I saw nothing. This was the first stage of darkness. I blinked and opened my eyes slowly to look at the immediate environment. I still saw nothing. This was the second degree of darkness. My eyes, turning them to reflect back in the optic nerve, then to my own heart, the third degree of darkness. But I saw a long-forgotten friend, fear. He called out to me. I yelled, but there was no answer. A voice inside of me said, "You have failed the fourth test." I began to run forward. He called to me, "This could be a cliff." I stopped, and a voice inside of me said, "You have failed the fifth test." I began to step sideways and feel. He called out to me, "This could be an edge." I found myself caressing him in fright. A voice inside said, "You have failed the sixth test." At this point, I thought of the one helper and yelled out, "Oh, Anu, help me." Up ahead, the size of the great teacher's ring. I saw a speck of light. In joy, I ran towards it. As I approached the light, its size increased, and I thrust myself head on into it. I found myself back outside at the threshold of the pyramid. The Elohim said, "You have failed the seventh test." With that same smile on his face, he said, "In failing the seventh test, you have passed the first test, for now you know what it feels like to be a human being. You are about to enter into your first test. Anything that you feel you need or will need for your test, merely think it and it will manifest." Turning to the Elohim with a smile on his face, I said, "I already have Anu. I need nothing. I passed the test." Tablet 11, the identification. 19 times 2 equals 38. Lo, I am the seventh star which Anu Elion El holds in his right hand. I drink of the same cups as he. Anu gave me the right to the staff and the crown. I am the bell of life, the truth I sound. Fear not things that you shall suffer. For if you know, and you have faith in the facts beyond any doubt, you shall receive the crown of life. I am the bell of life, the truthful sound. Give me evil, and I'll turn it good. I'll even exchange 6 into 7.5 of 12. I am the star at the tip of the candlelight, which brightens the cosmos and burns forevermore. I am he that will behead Azazel the evil one and lead you into the holy war. I built the cell which became the amoeba. I quote the scroll of all. I hovered above the Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem, and I counted each shield of solid gold. 3,392 is the number. You count them if you can, or just hover overhead. Don't fall. Anu Elion El empowered me, for he is the magnetic center of the universes, the infinity above all mathematics. Anu gave me the key to all living science, all of which is in the circle of the universal mind, and for the mind to seek. But he also gave me responsibility for the ones that fear death, the weak, he knowing not whatever is near, to him it's unseen. To all immortal souls reside for all the boundless universes in life, there is no one that really dies. Once the blind can see, the deaf can hear, the dumb can be made to overstand, and that dust man treads becomes life for all life to be. Yes, all of this Anu gave to me, identity. I came to a city where people crowded around and they said, "In what company do you travel? What is your bequest?" they said. "Whom doth you overstand?" they said. "What is your pedigree?" they said. "What is your doctrine?" they said. "Who knows all of your doctrine?" they said. "Who has no doctrine at all?" they said. "Where are you from?" And I said to them, "What seems to you simple is not. What seems to you to be many is one. What seems to you complex is easy. The answer to you all is, I be not an I, but a we." Chapter 6, The Human Beast. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 12, The Master of Change. 19 times 2 equals 38. Lo, by your love and kindness will they be saved, or will they kill that too? By using their two eyes, the Old Testament and the New Testament, and not the one, the Holy Tablets. Now we look down from above at the tip of the great obelisk needle, of which he guided all of us, those who are arriving here, and to what time we shall be in Wahani. O Elohim, I can also remember when my mind was as theirs, and I thought that I could count the grains of sand on a beach. A light year of numbers it took me to see. I asked for your forgiveness, and you forgave me. I, Murdoch, was of the disagreeable, yet my better half Balat, on behalf of you, made me see the true light. I should ask, will you do the same for those who still count snowflakes while they melt in their hands? Oh, what fools these mortals be! As I look through the cone from the open point to the great circle of the universe, the vortex tunnel, I count all the stars that the Anunnaki created for them to see. It's a worthwhile thing I do for them. Even those things which they worship, I lived by guiding time. Their gods also lived by time as it passed, throwing small flame-lit metal apartments at your moon by your space programs of NASA. Helper of helpers, O Anu, make me understand your gifts, for they see not how you answered the deeds of Babel of before, and you wiped it out. Also, they forget how you dealt with Ad, Dalmud, Sodom, Gomorrah, Rome, Greece, and the cities of many other worlds, and how you wipe them out of this small but evil one, the Western world, and its hate of truth. These race of jinns are trying hard to return to their home. They're trying hard to get to other planets. Nakash thinks that from the 6 points of this galaxy, Saturn's planet Titan, power would be in his sinning hands. What a laugh. For as he planned his plan, we too plan our plans, because our father Anu created his father, Halal, from pure light, falling by pride to fire, rather breathing not in a living soul, Nafs, but rather a poisonous wind, Samum, into the open chests of the living. O you, first and last, we being the first and last, do not have our own set time in space. Give me faith, that I may make them also faithful to you. I found one point in this thing they call time, 30. That is, 30 years between 1970 and the year 2000. 1500 hours, or 3 o'clock, and 3 times 5 equals 15, as the 3 apes that make up the 24 hours in a day. Not merely the morning, you have 8 hours in the morning, and not merely the evening, you have 8 hours in the evening, and not merely the night, you have 8 hours in the night, which altogether makes up 24 hours. 3 times 8 equals 24 hours, intake, assimilate, and dissipate. My rented body fell to Tiamat, the planet Earth. Physical pain I experienced then. Oh, how I pray that they all get up, so that putting their physical bodies in your care may heal them of this fear of death, realignment and transformation. Oh, you, taker and giver of time, and giver of time and life. Why fear they the one thing they know nothing of? Death. Is it being in the cup full of the physical? Does he want to be served by desire? Pearls get their beauty from the sky, but they look not up, yet they are found in the deep shell of the oyster. The soul is the real you, not the body. From such filth comes such beauty. Only you, Anu, can make such wonders. From the west comes such truth that is so pure, the holy tablets, and all the works in the Warpu. Why is it honey and cane? They never ask about the sweetness, or how the silk and skin are one in the same. But how they scan your heavens. Ask them all about what egotists these earth beings be, to think he is alone, and that he is all that matters. Infinite body, destined soul. Infinite wants, destined gifts. Infinite pain, destined peace. How can I teach them of your love, if they don't love? Even now their own loved ones, without reason of their own. All this extractable, inconceivable, and receivable from whence, if we truly be one. Anu is the bestower. Say La Ilah. Nothing creates with your eyes closed, and nothing truly exists. Now open your eyes, saying, accept Allah Ilah Allah. All of it is here. Can't they see that small truth? Anu is the majestic. Why does not the single hump camel hold deep in his heart jealousy of the two-hump camel? For does not the lesser creature of each of their environments praise them for their duties rendered? Tablet 13, the Illuminous. 19 times 10 equals 190. Lo, O you who are faithful, concealers heed not to the right knowledge, though you spend effortless hours on their behalf. Our Father has placed a seal on the doors to the 3 most needed perceptions, they being inner hearing, inner seeing, and inner overstanding. Their hearts are plagued with a disease, and it grows moment by the command of Anu Elion Elion El. Wandering Bedouin in the desert at high noon, with no water, blinded from the light of the Creator's sun. O you who are faithful, it is expedient upon you that you share the things given to you in this planet Earth, coming in having nothing but hopes, and that you may make Salat worship 7, but not less than 3 periods in every 23 hours, 56 minutes and 6 seconds, and that you restrain by waiting from the appearance of the sun to its disappearance in the appointed time in the lunar login, called in tones Ramadan, hot month, for 30 days, remembering the deprived in this the planet Earth. If for health reasons you are not able, then offer freely provisions for 60 beings. And if given the strength before you leave this state, that you visit the navel of the planet Earth, where once the tree in the midst of the enclosed garden of delight did stand. And this is how this event should be commemorated while in the school of Mohammedism. The purpose of fasting for spiritual preparation for a sacred meal, preparation to induce spiritual impressions or visions and provide vitality during times of human or natural infertility. The great wisdom of fasting is the protection of the soul and its education. It is also to keep away the passions and the evil ways, so the soul and body will always be with Allah. Every negative passion should be dead in the great month of Ramadan. In fasting, the person feels hunger every day. This hunger should give one compassion for those who must deal with it every day. During the month of Ramadan, one has the chance to burn out their desires, as one of the objects of the fast is to generate power in the self and to guard against disagreeable. It is said that one who fasts during the day should not spoil the benefits of his fast in the shadow hours when the fast is not in effect. Fasting is mandatory of all males, females, and children aged 13 and over. Exceptions are made in cases of those who are sick or insane, or those who are traveling in the desert. The beginning of the fast is started by reciting, "I make intentions that I fast tomorrow from the month of Ramadan, obligatory to you, so accept from me, O Allah. Surely you are the hearer, the knower." The breaking of the fast is made official by reciting, "O Allah, for thee did we keep the fast, and upon thy provision have we broken it, so accept it from us. Surely you are the hearer, the knower. O Allah, surely I have fasted for you, and I have made a firm resolution on you, and I have broken my fast by your goodness. Surely you are the forgiving, the merciful." Following the intentions are the 3 intakes of 3 dates and a glass of water. If dates are not available, water is sufficient to break the fast. During the shadow hours of the month of Ramadan, the resting prayer is performed. In it, the congregation sits and rests after every 4th raka'at is completed, and every 2nd salutations is performed. You are to recite from the holy tablets. Afterwards, the congregation breaks up into groups, and they speak on such things as law. The complete shadow hour is spent in remembrance of the constant blessings that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has bestowed upon us. At the commencement of the Feast of Ramadan, the fast is broken by what is called the Feast of Breaking the Fast, simply the festival of breaking, meaning the fast. Gifts are exchanged, and there are festivities of music and dance. Everyone is dressed up, and the tithing of 1/10 of your yearly earning is given as a free will offering to the central tabernacle. Let me speak to you of the 7-fold parts in your physical earthly form. You may be regarded as physical bodies that having a sister part under nature's same laws and the plane of force. I see that you are deep, looking deeply into this knowledge, for it comes to you from my own self, Enki, to help guide you to a better understanding of the 7-fold you. 1 of you is discipline, 2 of you is faith, 3 of you is sacrifice, 4 of you is firmness, 5 of you is patience, 6 of you is forgiveness, and 7 of you is peace. Each star has its own light. The first is the spiritual self, ether. The second is life self, living. And the third is spiritual man, soul. There are 7 galactical heavens within each of you. The best is the brightest seed of all. The master placed it there that you may keep it pure. The sun at your solar plex is your true inner light. Before we, the 4 wise scientists, Ninti, Enki, Nergal, and his wife Erishkigal bred you, the children of the Anunnaki were initially bred to be what is called Lulu Amalu, primitive worker. We worked on breeding the genus Homo, who were the Tarites, or descendants of Fatar, the father of Nekeba. Her seed evolved from water beings, and they were bred with the Shaggies and Kiduites from one of the planets in the 6-star sun constellation known as Cassiel Orion, which produces Homo erectus, a species that stood up straight and erect. In these beings, we placed a clot, seed of procreation, water, carbon, and clay to form your shell, your body. For the spirit is of you, it belongs to us, and unto us it will return. It is the best part of you, the light shining in the darkness, yet you comprehendeth it not. Your inner light seat at the solar plexus area. The soul having 7 dimensions in you, your soul is held in your body by the electrons and nervous system. It was made by the magnetic bind of mud and spirit. It is the magnetic force field that keeps all atoms and cells together, tied and confined, and the soul is forever waiting to return to the Anunnaki, the Allahum. Our world was in existence long before yours was a thought. We, the Anunnaki, lived in peace. But by his merciful love, Anu created another being, Enki, to share his grace. All the stars, Malachi, Yar Sarufat, and Wei Garubat, the galactical brotherhood of the galactical heavens, were created by him. Anu, in the light of the heavenly hosts called Ra, the Anunnaki. They had 360 degrees of knowledge of the physical realm, as opposed to 360 degrees of darkness of the spiritual realm. Yet in our likeness was one destined to fall. Even you mortals, being one time in our likeness as Etherins in the galactical heavens. The faller Halal Iblis sent his hosts the Wayans to dwell in the void and darkness upon the face of the waters. The Wayans set up continents on Ki before mortals were cloned, as previously recorded in chapter 2 of this holy tablets, verse 59 to 65. I, Ninti, have created, my hands have made it, the first Adam. Now enough clay was prepared to start pregnancies in the 14 birth Anunnakis at a time. Ninti nipped off 14 pieces of clay. 7 she deposited on the right, 7 she deposited on the left. Between them she placed a mold. Now the procedures were genetically engineered to come up with 7 males and 7 females at a time. The wise and learnt, or double 7, the birth Anunnakis assembled. 7 brought forth males and 7 brought forth females. The female Anunnaki brought forth the wind of the breath of life. The creation of the Lulu Amalu primitive worker, the Homo sapiens, came about through a feat of genetic engineering and embryo implant techniques. Yet unborn, lesser lights Garobat, disagreeable spiritual beings dwelt in the darkness of the planet Earth. Then we called forth and made it known that we were to create a mortal being called Cadman, of carbon and water, by fashioning him, Cadman, into shape and placing our spirit, the spirit of the Anunnaki, as it says in the Quran, the 54th degree, verse 28, that has been changed to the 15th. So when I, Yahuwah of the Elohim, made him, Adam, a perfect mortal, and I blew of my soul into him, he was part Elohim. So you Elohim are to fall down, prostration in respect to him. They gave Cadman life, and at the same time they were commanded to prostrate before him, as it says in the 54th degree, verse 29, that has been changed to the 15th degree. And when your master said to the messengers, Elohim Anunnaki, surely I, Enki, am about to create a mortal being in skin from the Hamite black substance molded into shape by cloning. Yet we keep the 4 winds 4 angels to keep the planet in order before the Yam the sea. Blow into your place 4 crafts at 4 strategic places called the 4 angels of the 4 corners of the earth. Oh, how I rejoice, being in such joy. North, south, east was I, and west the other. He, Tammuz, was assigned to protect the Dragos under the water of the planet. He headed the fleet, referred to as the Theoris, having both lungs and gills. He was of the Dragos, being the son of Ishtar and Dumuzi, son of Enki. Tammuz is the original writer of the text of Genesis. El's Holy Torah, Genesis chapter 1 verse 2 states, because the planet Earth, also called Tiamat, had become empty and desolate, and no sunlight shined through the dust clouds onto the surface of Tiamat's waters for 6,000 years, which was created by the great meteorite that hit the planet Earth, and the wind of the Elohim ship called Nibiru hovered upon the surface of the water and blew and moved the black dust clouds that blocked the sun. The King James Version 1611 AD of the Bible in Genesis chapter 1 verse 2 states, and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. So, the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. Deep is making reference to water, and the Aramic Hebrew word feni means surface. Again, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. This being that is writing this is beneath the waters to see the craft of the Elohim moving upon the surface of the waters, and then it makes reference to what he heard the Elohim say in chapter 1 verses 3 to 4 of El's Holy Torah. And these beings pleaded and said to the Most High, let exist light, and the light existed. And the Elohim Anunnaki saw how agreeable the condition will be with light again, so they separated the light from the darkness. The King James Version of the Bible in Genesis chapter 1 verses 3 to 4 states, and God said, let there be light, and there was light. And God saw the light, and that light was good. And God divided the light from the darkness. Deity said, let there be light. And he says in verse 4, and God saw that light was good. This individual is talking about the Elohim and what they were doing. He also talks about when they first arrived here in verse 2 and the condition of the planet and the discussion that the Elohim are having about what they plan to do here. When he gets to chapter 1 verse 27 of El's Holy Torah, he says, "And the Elohim Anunakai Nadimad, Enki Israel, the one appointed for the breeding, appointed to the Elohim Anunakai Ninti, for procreating people, Homo sapiens, of the Adamites from Homo erectus, to look like herself using her own divine seed Ninti, and acting like herself. And the Elohim Anunakai procreated them into one they called Zakar and Nekeba. This is how she, Ninti, procreated them of her own seed." The King James Version of the Bible in Genesis chapter 1 verse 27 states, "So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them." So God created man in his own image, again, talking about what God created man. So we are now talking to another being of the completion of the heavens and the earth and the host of them. He discusses the creation of beings that live on earth and in the heavens, as the host then separates himself from the Cash by chapter 3 verse 22 of El's Holy Torah, when he says now, it is speaking of a specific point in time. A Yahuwah of the Elohim said to the Elohim Anunakai, Sarufat and Cherubims, "Look at the Adam. He has become just like one of us. He knows will, having the ability to make decisions between that which is agreeable and disagreeable, using the four higher senses, psychometry, clairvoyance, intuition, and telepathy. He is free to think for himself without the commands of the Elohim. And now at this point, we must be aware, or he will take and eat also of the tree of divine life, read the scroll of all, and live forever. So let's remove his battery gland and maim him and his seed after him with the spell of King Leviathan." The King James Version of the Bible in Genesis chapter 3 verse 22 states, "And the Lord God said, Behold, the man has become like one of us, to know good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand, and also take of the tree of life and eat, and live forever." When he says, "The serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field, which the Lord God had made," he separates himself from the Lord God, and the Cash further separates himself from Cadman and Nekeba. El's Holy Torah, chapter 3, verse 1. Nakash Halal the reptilian, and son of Shakar, a reptilian originally from Maldek, also called Vulcan, who relocated within Orion, a six-sun, six-star constellation, and his wife Melita, an Anunnaki who was violated, and became the evil spell-casting whisperer. Being the shrewdest of all the world outside of the enclosed garden, spoke with Hawa, the daughter of Fatar and Anath, and said, "Did the Elohim Kaukai tell you that you are not to eat of anything in the enclosed garden you desire?" The King James Version of the Bible in Genesis chapter 3 verse 1 states, "Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. And he said unto the woman, Yea, hath God said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden?" So this Luciferian who lived beneath the sea with the ability to come on land to survey is the original writer of this text. He who is Tammuz is taking the Enuma Elish and rewriting the 7 days where there are 7 tablets, and why there are 7 days of creation stories, which it speaks about in the Shabbat. Tammuz was ruled, and he ruled reptilians the way his mother worked as Sinnana, a high priestess amongst the Luciferians under the sea serpent deity Leviathan. Tammuz has reptilian in him, as most of the Riskians who left Risk to dwell in other stars. O you who are created of black mud, remember when we call Ahmed, son of Abdullah and Amina, up to us to show him our board, and appointed for him his helper in our house, as it says in El's Holy Quran, in the 50th degree, verse 1, and has been changed to the 17th. Glorified is he who went upward with our slave Muhammad 1 shadow hour from Masjid al-Haram, place of prostration that is the sacred one, to the Masjid al-Aqsa, place of prostration that is the farthest. He it is whom we, the Elohim Anunnaki, put blessings all around him, a circular craft, so that perhaps we, the Elohim, will be able to show him our signs, because surely he is the hearer, the seer. We reveal to him Barak, a circular craft, the bright one, in the hour of ascension, appearing illustrious as Afsu the sun, sharing the size of an ass and a mule, having 2 wings, called at times before griffin, riding him by shadow hour from the sacred city of man's birth, Mecca, to spiritual Jerusalem. Then He revealed to him one of us, Gabriel, having 70,000 faces, looking in all directions at once, 70,000 devotees in his order, 70,000 heads, knowing the secrets, 70,000 mouths, spreading our wisdom, each mouth 70,000 tongues, each devotee having 70,000 devotees, each tongue speaking 70,000 different tones, yet all sing praise to the Master. They knowing every prayer, and they have mastered all words. Where there is 11 quadrillion tones that are different, 5 trillion mouths in all, which 2,200 tones sang from each mouth. In time, I will speak to you of the mastery of these things. Woe unto the hour and the falling of the Anunnaki, and what will make you overstand what the falling is. Cast by the tail of Halal, 1/3 of all were cast to the earth. Before it was completed, 200 fell into that darkness on their own, who wanted to be his helpers. Our sacred number and shield for the righteous is the symbolic number 19. I will give it to you as a protection from them. Simply pray and be willing to sacrifice, and they, the Wayans, will be cut off. The chiefs of the 10, those being 1 Samaya, 2 Azazel, 3 Suriel, 4 Rumiel, 5 Dandal, 6 Turiel, 7 Kukabil, 8 Gadriel, 9 Belel, and 10 Duma. The chiefs also state in the laws that while on earth, they, the Wayans, have called out to help him Halal against you mortals many times. You, Nakash, fell to the earth, not seen by the physical eye before you mortals. Nakash's seed in earth with her Nakaba's seed, 1 to 1, even before man was there, he had ruled the earth. Things were commanded to Enki from the highest place. Anu Elion El, who is one of the Yahwehs of the Elohim, said, shape a mortal that I may place my spirit within him. As it says in El's Holy Torah, chapter 2, verse 4. And the Yahuwah of the Elohim shaped the Adam from Ninti's clot of granulated blood, dust, from the people of the ground, earthling. They gave him the breath of divine life, and he, Adam, was born a living spirit. The 200 fallen angels had no fear about these mortal beings being made, but they did fear the fact that he was created. They asked, O you merciful and all-powerful being, what is the need of this new thing? What is this? El Najuha, the successor Cadman, in yet an unborn earth, will he be to you, Enki? Will he, Cadman, follow the law of the Yahwehans, so we will be as we were before the fall? Will he make sin more than we had before the fall? Will he be fighting more than we had before the fall? He will cast one of you even further from your presence, O Anu Elion El. Tell us if you have decided that they will be executed, dwelling in Tiamat, the earth fashioned like unto you. Yet we have fallen from grace. It was your spirit craft we watch move upon the waters, and in the heavens long before he, Cadman, was. Why shall we bow to it, a mortal? Because the secret of creation is yet unknown to you, Wayans. All 200 of you as a number is very few. You being merely a point in my plan, neither the beginning nor the end. O you, O mighty, O wise, we Wayans do not question your authority, but one whom you have placed among us to rule us, called by the name Ja'an. But as jinns, we would not dare question your rule. Ya Ja'an, what say you of these things? I wish to know, why if you created us before making him, must I bow down to him or her, yet undecided? He being of mud, and I of energy, yet I have never before questioned your will. Having seen this thing, Cadman, let me speak about his weakness. He shall 1. Want before they have. 2. Give me before they give. 3. Make things to break things. 4. They ask help me with things I don't need. 5. Want all. 6. Will take anything and all. 7. Kill your creatures for pleasure. This thing, Cadman, being better than I, Ja'an, and I shall make obedience unto it, and I was in worlds of rejectors long before his thought. You Wayans are of a strange fire, in and out. You breathed anger in and out at his birth. All the hosts of the Wayans here fear him, Cadman, but not I, Ja'an. I beseech you, O merciful one, to keep a watching eye on me, and grant me by your command that I may test him, Cadman, as you tested us before. Granted, till the day made known by only me, granted. Only in the last 6,000 years are the clock yet unmade. But of the ones in the last 1,000 years, unto them will I, Halal, put my heart into them. doing all in my will, making them parade in the garb of righteousness, throwing pebbles at your heaven, and making a mockery of your law. Like asses, carrying your revelations on their backs, bowing in prayer, yet never having fear, calling themselves believers, never sharing these last days. For these will I make disagreeable fair seeming. If they smell the scent of hell, with the flesh burning eternally of those who turn away from you, they would rather not breathe. Physical life is nothing if psychological life does not tempt it. Truth is nothing if it is balanced by untruth. These things will they get trapped by. They will always ask, but why? How come? Who said so? Their favorite sport, because of me Nakash, will be whispering, slandering, backbiting, pride, selfishness, greed, ego, envy, deceit, jealousy, hate, preparing for themselves through these attributes their reservation, hell. O sons of man, you are the food of the jinn, how you dress your own souls for his table. The glory of Halal is in the weakness of man. When he aimlessly breathes in, he sucks in all the fools of the earth. When he puckers his lips, you willingly run and embrace and kiss him. All these and all are sleep. Therein you find beardless guards, kings with no thrones. If you, children of deities, do not raise above him, woe unto you and your kind. The pain of a child passing into this earth as the womb of the mother yields to the eye of the head, the aching, increasing by the seconds, is nothing from what is yet to befall you for turning away from Anu Elion Elion El. O ye daughters of Nekeba, mate to Cadman, mother of all living, share that which they and their wives can feel or overstand, for you are the mother of pain, and know you even now while in the earth, you know what hell is like. You are already given the ease of childbirth in the form of comfort, yet you suffer the pain by your desire to be like Anu Elion Elion El. Of the fruit of the tree, made pleasant to the eye, yielding a flower agreeable for food, spice for taste, and desire to make one wise, rising above time's responsibilities. Yet he, Kalkael, commanded that you Cadman not go near it, and she, Nekeba, did eat thereof, intoxicating your everlasting life, and trapping it with birth and death. Blame not us, Yahwehans, blame your own souls, from then to now and on you shall have shame. 1/3 is with you now. There is 133,306,668 Sarufat, and even more than that. We jinns are now 266,713,942, and you mortal beings are 144,000 at the time to come. According to the lunar login, that is in the year 1970 AD of the Gregorian calendar, so short a time in our day. Names of Jismastima, Belial, Belial, Duma, Gadriel, Azazel, Samael, Angel of Edom, King of Doom, Wretched One. The Ugly One, fallen from beauty, can take on many forms, as a gazelle, the peacock, an old woman, a beautiful woman, an old man, a beautiful man, a young man, a dog, a snake, your mother or father, your best friend or you. Be you ever so watchful and careful, for you know not when he comes. Sarufat, be the highest order of Yah angelic beings, unceasingly in time. Holy, holy, holy is Anu Elion Elion El, Almighty of love, of truth, of light. We Enoshites beseech you, protect us from Shaitan, the cursed and of the fire. Number these four as the four winds of the world. 4 faces and 6 wings, called by one of my sons, which was Sarufat. You remember them being recorded in the book of Isaiah to the Hebrews and Ishaiah to the Muslims. Some call them fiery serpents, when Asiraphel, Yehuel, Metatron, and even Ja'an before his fall must have spoken to you of the 6-winged Sarufat, hurrying Cadman to the Corthas lake and washing him in the presence of Anu Elion Elion El. He roared as the lions, having in the 5th hour of the day his most power. On the day you call Thursday, the green light comes nearest to earth. Wait for a lost prayer, El Taful Shil Usir, the prayer of Osiris, in remembrance of Anu Elion Elion El, and your prayer will be answered. Having with him the writings in Kerm, the manuscript, 7 great planetary jinns, 1/4 Ramphata, friend of Anshar Saturn, Thiasu, friend of Kishar Jupiter, Urtesi, friend of Lahu Mars, Theory, friend of Afsu Sun, Seraph, friend of Lahamu Venus, Hermes, friend of Mamu Mercury, Thea, friend of Kingu Luna the Moon. Yet they try to hide one, the 10th planet in all of this, Zakiel, also called Titan over Anshar Saturn. 390 heavens, 70,000 worlds, 365 heavens on the other side, 955 heavens yet unborn. There are 10 now here for you, and 7 heavens are seated on a great white throne, surrounded by winged Garubat. All of you must know that Anu Elion Elion El created 7 angelic beings before he created the 7 galactical heavens and the 7 earths, meaning 7 planets in. Then he created the earth and the galactical heavens. Then Anu Elion Elion El sealed up your messages and placed 7 angelic beings on the doors of the heavens and made every one of them a doorkeeper in heaven. When Anu Elion Elion El's Anunnaki created Cadman, his generation, and tasked them with the kinds of laws and obedience from the same orders and things forbidden, Anu Elion Elion El appointed 2 Anunnaki as guardians to everybody, to guard their works, be they agreeable or disagreeable, and to follow everybody step by step. Anu Elion Elion El also created an Anunnaki over the shadow hour and an Anunnaki over the daylight. They ascend with the servant's work at the end of the shadow hour while he is in slumber. They give to you that which has his pages of intentions, which is his alone. His obedience to his tafulat, prayer, and his safawam, fasting, and what he has abstained from, and what he did not abstain from, in all of his works for that day. Even more than that, there comes from him all kinds of labors, and even more obedience, for his obedience is a shining light. The angelic beings over the planet Earth called Yahwehans, or Elohim, become moved by emotions when the laws are truly obeyed, until they take the soul of each being from the beginning to the end of the physical heaven. The Anunnaki standing by the door of the second heaven says in a loud voice, "Stop," and hits the face of the servant and tells him that Anu Elion Elion El didn't forgive him and that he has cursed him in a long duration because the companions and his work is a companion of envy. Anu Elion Elion El made me guardian of this door and never made me pass the work of envy to the other side from the time his Anunnaki created Cadman and his generation until the day of standing. The guardian ascends with the work of the servant, who is delighted with the lights and how the servant shined because of his use of more kinds of obedience to the law. So, to the door of the third heaven, the Anunnaki at the door said in a loud voice, "Stop," and hit the face of this servant. Tell him that Anu Elion Elion El didn't forgive him and that he cursed him a long time because the companions and his work is the companion of backbiting. Anu Elion Elion El made me pass the work of backbiting. Anu Elion Elion El made me guardian of this door, and he never made me pass the work of backbiting to the other side, from the time his Anunnaki created Cadman and his generation to the day of standing. This was done in the manner to the 7th heaven. As for the guardians of those who are in the 7th heaven, they veiled all of what came to them, covering the facts beyond any doubt, and he separated them from the things prohibited, even though it is as small as an atom's weight, because the Anunnaki will come up on behalf of the intentions of the servant and his secrets, but he will not come up on behalf of what is in his heart. The guardian ascends with the work of the servant, he which rebels with Anu Elion Elion El in secret and rebels in public, but only until they come to the end, for the end belongs to Anu. O my Anunnaki, you are the guardian of each servant's works, so repeat it, because I am the watcher of what's in the heart. So the servant didn't make pure his heart with good works to me, so write his katab in Sajun, so they write it in Sajun. Anu Elion Elion El has protected us and all of you from that, and has hastened us to success of what he loves and what he is content with. From what your brother the evil one, whom he hates and detests, from the 7 heavens, 7 angels, 7 prophecies, 7 woes, 7 plagues, 7 days and 7 deaths. The 7th is the soul not yet born, Cadman. The 7th is Shaitan, Hakail, Mazakim, cock-footed male being, and female being called Lilin Laylat, appearing once as my spider, and another time as ants, also dwelling in the water, and as Shakzil, Shamayim, Mikil or Kimuil is the first galactical heaven and the home of their Shamash, sun. In the light, we created you Cadman in the fourth heaven, the mental plane of 7 degrees. Each plane subdivides into 7 subplanes. We divided your life into 7-year cycles. Recognizing this adding of digits is the spiritual rhythm of the 1 by 1 man. Called the 7-year periods, the organic relationship of spirit, soul and body in the individuals is as each stage is reached. I shall speak to you of before youth, to youth, on into growth, and then on to old age, the riddle of the Sphinx. In you yet unborn, 3 rhythmical 7-year periods in the life of the child being, ages 1 to 7, ages 7 to 14, and ages 14 to 21. Each must be taken into account. Childhood is seen as a descent from the spiritual single eye, open to the physical world, in which the child dreaming helps descend even more deeply into Ki, the earth matter. Then he's more fully within the physical life. How unfair is it to them if you have nothing of the spiritual to give them? Then on to age 3, where the thymus or the human being is related to the moon sphere. The physical body is built up. The child works at the formation of his own body. At the bone system, which is 206 or more, which hardens and it raises it from mud to an upright position. Oh, what I would not give for just one to see the true light, your ever-loving light, your secret music, the expression of true emotions. You can witness around this 7th year, 354 days by lunar, 365 days by solar, the flesh form has acquired a certain firmness. At the 7th year, the babe becomes a person. When the babe is yet one moment into existence, its etherical body is supplied by the etheric sun. At the moment of birth, you move on from the ether to crossing the bridge into hydrogen. 99 ether is hydrogen 1. The etheric cord is transformed. The etheric being moves from ether onto hydrogen, or from the spiritual world or the life body into the physical body, and it becomes free. Change is the only truth, if they would think on it. The appearance of the calcium teeth is a sign that the life forces of the body have completed this first task. Then there's the making of the physical organisms, and they are ready for the next. From then to puberty, at age 13, 14, 15, the life forces are made available for thinking, memory and imagination. The human being has gained ground, as it were, against the hereditary powers in his body during the first 7 years, and a kind of liberation of soul forces from the body occurs. The thought forces now released are not of an intellectual nature. It's a kind of thinking related to the time of 76 trillion years ago, the time of the ancient ones and sages or wise men, those who tell the future. In the whole time from the 7th to the 14th year, the child is given up to a more physical element than that of the sense. Impression, 99% of 100, takes rule over the 1%. Al-Bari, the 12th point, but he forgave at the 14th point, El-Ghafar. From the 7th point, or at the 7 years old of the child's age, El-Hadan, the protector protected its growth with these elements: hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen onto sulfur. Life thus, from 14 on to 21 years of age, are affected by scandium, having an atomic weight of 44.956. Nickel and bromine. Ages 21 to 42, molybdenum, having an atomic weight of 95.94. Then on into 49, barium, having an atomic weight of 114.82. Age 56 is the age of a Zagan, elder. Beryllium doesn't take its strongest hold of the limbs until the human being is age 21. The sentimental soul of the being at this point becomes free, yet not free. The creation. Chapter 6, The Human Beast. Begin all acts and thinking by using El-Kalum the All. Tablet 14, The Secret. 19 times 9 equals 171. Lo, the best of sounds before the ears of Anu Elion Elion El is that you give thanks. The worst of sounds is that you will be called as individuals, ruler of rulers. Once you become one with him, then you will be the successors in Tiamat, the planet Earth. making you Rabbiuna sustainers over creatures and rulers over the other beings. But always remember, Anu Elyon Elyon El is the ruler of rulers. Be ever so watchful of the sounds in the universe, for the sacred sound is Yaham Yaham Ya Elohim, Entam Afa Fi El Kalum. O they, O Elohim, you are all in the all. Who is the source, sometimes referred to as the supreme name, and the most sacred sounds known only to those who accept right knowledge, Om, sent by one of our servants, Ahmed. It could be found in his scriptures El Quran, the Quran, a clear guidance for those who have faith. The three nearest thoughts to it for you are El Hawa, Al Hayyu, Al Qayyum. He is the powerful, he who is the life giver. Think on, he who is of the Anunnaki, for there it is before you, referred to as El Da'at. For this is your universe, the world of souls, the world of creation, the enduring, the highest galactical heaven, the witness of the unseen world, the rational world, and then the four stages are chosen. The present world physical, the realm of physical things, Nasut, the world of the Allahum Anunnaki, Malakut, El Jaburat, the state of power, and Lahut, the state of absorption. In the divine principles, you know that his throne is of the mighty. The wise has 8,000 pillars, and the distance between the pillar is 3,000 miles to the throne. These are the leading names. The 7 principles or names and titles of Anu Elyon Elyon El that stand out foremost for you are the living, the powerful, the hearer, the seer, and the speaker. For before me is a great task, a cleansing of your soul, of all the disagreeable thoughts placed there by that disagreeable reptilian Alkanaz and his helpers, who whispers in the hearts of mortals to human beings by way of his jinns, disagreeable Allahum, or his jinns in those disagreeable human beings. For he removed from the state of Al-Araf, of knowledge, and between this state he mentioned, as between heaven and hell, between the two, there shall be a veil on elevated places. There shall be human beings who have the mark, and they shall call out to the dwellers of the garden, peace be upon you. They shall not have, yet they entered it, even though they hope. All of you, born in the western part of the world, with eastern hearts, are caught between this state, and you must be raised. The wise of the world identify their creator as having 3,000 tones of his own, 3,000 attributes. 1,000 are only known by the angelic beings, the heavenly host in Malakut, and 1,000 are only known by the prophets. There will be 300 in the Holy Pentateuch, El Gadash Torah, the Torah, 300 in the writings of the ruler David, El Gadash Zabur, the Psalms, and 300 in the 22 chapters of the Holy Scriptures of Rabboni Yeshua, El Gadash Instanjal, Revelation Injil, Evangel Revelation, and 99 plus 1 in the Quran of Ahmed. With the exception of one sacred name, we will have 2,999 attributes. There is a name that has been hidden for only the wise to find by Anu. That name that has been hidden for only the wise to find by Anu Elyon Elyon El is the greatest of names, called the Supreme Name. All of Anu's names are of two kinds, the rulership and the compassionate. For when a person asks you what is Anu, you are to change it to you mean who is Anu. Many an Enoshite in many a land have tried to define Anu in many a way, but to no avail. For even Kanaz himself called you to say Anu, who has no derivatives. Anu's name cannot be improvised, it has no derivations. Cursed be he who called Anu Elyon Elyon El deity. There is no such word, it is man-made, and a failure on the part of those who band together, the Kafirs, failure on the part of the ones who see, Bashrans, which means to be high, or to prevail, or to be worshipped, to be perplexed, to turn for protection. Aramic, Hebrew, Syriac, Phoenician, Sabaean, and Arabic. Anu Elyon Elyon El is alone, no one except him. All other names, as Rab is called, are the names of rank. Cuneiform is the pure language which the Anunnaki gave to the Adamites to speak, that expresses his essential name, Anu Elyon Elyon El. The essential names of Anu Elyon Elyon El from his attributes cannot be pluralized or translated. Therefore, you should not refer to Anu Elyon Elyon El as deity, Baal, Buddha, Krishna, or any other man-made interpretations of Anu, Elion, Elion, El. In modern Hebrew, the creator is called Elo. That is one of his titles. Learn it well. In the original Hebrew, the name of the creator is Ilah. There is no ayin on the original Hebrew, but the vowel produces the ayin sound. Elohim means these beings. El Rab means the sustainer, or the one who takes care of all. Elohim goes back to Eli, meaning my creator, a combination of El creator and I. In the time of the Elohim Moses, the children of Israel were not allowed to call Anu, Elion, Elion, El by his name because of their countless transgressions and disobedience to the laws of Anu, Elion, Elion, El. They were denied this privilege. Only the high priest of the tribe of Levi knew the secret name of Anu, Elion, Elion, El. Even so, he was said Hashem, or Adonai, or the Elohim, which originally comes from the Arabic expression Elohumma. Elohumma means, O Allah, and these beings. Elohim created Adam, fashioning him. In the scriptures, the us or we is speaking about the Arabic Elohim, or in Ashuric, Elohumma, meaning these beings, or them, or Anu in his attributes, or angelic aiders called Mala'ikat. The attributes are called the excellent names. Elohim is not only applied to Anu, but also means Elohumma, O Anu and them. His attributes, Al-Rahman, the yielder, is from the root word Aham, meaning the womb, or that which yields for life when broken down. As a result of their transgressions, the children of Israel have not called on the Creator by his name for such a long time that they only knew how to call him Adonai, meaning my master. The Jews pronounced it Adoshem, derived from the Hebrew Hashem, the name of one of the triplets Shem, born to Utnapishtim, and his wife Naamah. Adonai was mistakenly combined with Yahweh when the Torah was recollected and recorded after the Babylonian bondage, and later it was translated into Latin. Yahweh resulted in Jehovah. Jehovah is a bad translation for Yahweh and not the original word. YHWH is a derivation of symbolic letters and the results of misinterpretation from Yahuwah to Jehovah. In writing the name of the Creator, the letters YHWH were used since the name was considered sacred and to be mentioned only in solemn prayer. YHWH represents the attributes of the Creator. Each of these letters bears a numerical value. There are 4 letters for earth, air, water, and fire. The 4 sources of life, the 4 directions, north, south, east, and west, or blood, born, flesh, and mind. Originally, the name in ancient Babylon was Yah, good, and Way, bad. For the purpose of pronunciation, vowels were added to make it Yahuwah. Y or Yod represented all manifested power of the hand. It is symbolized by the extended finger on the right hand. As a word, it denotes potential manifestation, in contradistinction to the real intellectual duration. Its numerical value is 10. Hey represents the breath of man, the spirit and the soul, everything that vitalizes air, life and being. It is also used as an air hole or lattice window. Its numerical value is 3. Wal signifies the ear and is symbolic of the sound of air and the wind. As a consonant, it is the emblem of water and the appetite. As a vowel, it is considered to be the image of the profound mystery and most incomprehensible, the symbol of units and the decreasing line between being and non-being. The word means hook. Its numerical value is 6. Hey, or H, means the same as its first occurrence. In conclusion, Yod is 10 and stands for the remnant of the 613 commandments. Only 10 of these were used by the Israelites. H is 3 principles in creation, the creator, man, and the devil. Yahweh is referred to as the Tetragrammaton. The Tetragrammaton is a Greek word composed of tetra, meaning 4, and gamma, meaning letter, and has been variously transliterated, such as Yahweh and Jehovah. It is the European pronunciation of the Creator, to be found 6,823 times in the Hebrew Scriptures. The name Jehovah should not be mistaken for the correct name of the Creator, Yahuwah. It, when spelled Yahweh with the modern Hebrew script, borrowed from the Phoenician, it creates the symbol of a man. Om, is one of the most exalted sounds in the universe, and when hearing this, Alkanaz the Whisperer will respond to the meaning of his name by withdrawing. So include it in all of your prayers. The most precious names of Anu, Elyon, Elyon, El are adjacent to the existence of human beings and their life. All of the names and all aspects of life can be seen clearly through the 99 principles. From the first name El Rahman to the other side of El Rahman, you find Akasha ether. Then you can compare El Rahman to the opposite side on the atomic level. Hydrogen H1 is a starting point to the physical world. The ultimate in respect of Anu, Elyon, Elyon, El's name will precede it 700 times. Begin first by being in a state of total purity. Your environment should be cleaned, and you should wash your body. You should be in a quiet and secluded place for the repetitionist. When Kanaz responds to the meaning of his name, he withdraws. Preferably, the person should be alone, or in a group of people in the same light feeling. But he must be warned, for you have no knowledge of how to use a sword, and you may injure yourself. The story is found in a human being named Uthman. He repeated the name Ya Karubat, O Destroyer, after the manner, until he became obsessed by the name. If he had thrown a piece of cotton at someone and it hit them, it would have killed them. The people feared him, so they went to the wise man and asked what should they do. He told them to take a piece of cotton up and toss it at Uthman. When it hit him, he turned to the wise man and said, "You have killed me," and he died. Don't wish for the power eagerly, for it will never come to you. He who wants to be on the outside will be on the other side of that. He who wants to know all things will know all things about nothing. He who wants to be the wisest amongst you, he is truly the fool. The best way to inherit the gifts of attributes of Elyon, Elyon, El, the Most High, is to be amongst the pure in heart. Be aware, for Azazel may try to creep into your mind as you recite these names of Elyon, Elyon, El, the Most High. If you find for 1 second that you are disturbed by outside forces or that your mind drifts, merely sit and wait in silence, looking back into your heart and trying to rid your mind of this wickedness before you proceed with the repetition again. But these attacks may simply imply that you are seeking Al-Wali, the friend, which is what you see, and Al-Araf, which is beyond the reach of Shaitan. You should have been on an empty stomach, never touching the flesh of other animals. Remember, Elyon, Elyon, El, the Most High, hears what's in the minds of humans' hearts, whether he speaks aloud or has silent words. For Elyon, Elyon, El, the Most High is, and there is none comparable to him. There is no difference, for he knows what's in your heart. The beginning of the Surat road is Elyon, Elyon, El, the Most High. The center of the road is the way to Elyon, Elyon, El, the Most High, and the end of the path is with Elyon, Elyon, El, the Most High. What leads a man into disaster? Not remembering Elyon, Elyon, El, the Most High. The tongue must be a slave to dhikr, but the heart must also have overstanding. Herein is wisdom, that he that has overstanding count. For with this power he can stop the very devil in his tracks. But remember, Elyon, Elyon, El, the Most High, does not fit into heavens or worlds, yet he fits into the hearts of men. This story is about the student and his teacher, and the recitation of La ilaha illallah when they were building the Muhammadan school. This is how the people of the town didn't want them to have the abandoned building, for they had a big masjid on the other side of town, and these people were poor. So they came to the student and the teacher, who were begging in the town, and the people of the town scorned them for begging. But they had no pride, for they lay down all their manhood in the name of Elyon, Elyon, El, the Most High. Finally, the people of the town said, "Okay, there's an old shack on the outside of town," laughing at them, saying, "You can have that." "What do you want it for?" they asked. They said, "A school." "What kind of school?" they asked. "Just a school." So the two beggars, the student and his teacher, went out there. As they were leaving, the people laughed and scorned at what they could do with this abandoned hut. After a while, it was built up, and the people were coming far and wide. Then eventually, the townspeople came out and asked them, "Tell us, how did you do this? What is it? How did you build it so powerful?" And the student looked at his teacher, and the teacher nodded with confidence, and the student turned to the townspeople and said, "Give an ear." He said, "We merely said, La ilah, and the whole structure disappeared, and it returned back to the state it was originally." And the student and master stood there like beggars again. And when the townspeople opened their eyes, they saw the time lapse, and they asked, "What does this mean?" He told them to find their peace, and he said, "Illa Allah." And the whole thing returned back to the most beautiful place, full of students learning, and he told them, "This, and by this alone can you build all things. So whenever you worship after this, say, worship Allah as if you see him, for surely if you don't see him, know that he sees you." Why 100? 1, for Elion Elion El, the Most High, is odd, being 1. The 1 in the being is odd, being 99 without 1. There, with the 99 attributes being an odd number, is 1, and Elion Elion El, the Most High, is 1 with the odd attribute. Muhammad, our servant, spoke only that which Gabriel Zadok had given him from the ruler of the worlds, without commandments of his own, because without Elion Elion El, the Most High's permission, he would not have spoken a word. One day, Gabriel had thought he brought 7,777 verses through Ahmed. He claimed that he brought the message to each newsbearer. I was the messenger for each of them. I brought the commandments to all of the newsbearers. That was the idea which came from Gabriel. Elion Elion El, the Most High, knew all his thoughts, for he had no knowledge except what Elion Elion El, the Most High, had given him. Elion Elion El, the Most High, summoned Gabriel, and he said, "Go give Ahmed the Taslim, and give him this verse to recite. Tell him to say, Al-Sabur, the patient. Tell him to give this as a sign for his followers." But the carrier, forgetting his place, he brought forth the principal I. He brought forth arrogance, or what is known as the principal I. Gabriel came with that thought. "I am the one who gave you such, and so. I am the one." He was supposed to be bringing forth the El-Sabur principle, as Elion Elion El, the Most High, had said. But for Gabriel, all he said was I myself am bringing this, he thought. He addressed Ahmed. Then the newsbearer said, "Al-Salamu alaykum, else peace be upon you all." And Gabriel said, "Elion Elion El, the Most High, sends his salams to you." Did he? "Have you seen Allah?" "Who are you?" asked Ahmed. "Who are you?" Then Gabriel said, "O Muhammad, do you not know me? I am the one who brought you all the ayats, all the signs of all the other newsbearers. I am Gabriel, Jibrail, son of Raziel and Zamael." Then Ahmed said, "I have never seen you before, nor heard your many names. I have not seen you at all." Gabriel said, "Elion Elion El, the Most High, told me to say this to you." Did he? "Have you seen Elion Elion El, the Most High?" asked Ahmed. "No, I have not seen Elion Elion El, the Most High. How can you tell me what Elion Elion El, the Most High, has said? How can I accept it? I have not seen you before, and I do not accept the words which you bring now. I would not accept the words of one who has not seen Elion Elion El, the Most High, and I have never seen you." Gabriel was shocked. "You have not seen me earlier? But I brought you so much." "No, I have not seen you, but I am Gabriel. I have not seen you. I do not accept you. You have not seen Elion Elion El, the Most High. So how can you know Elion Elion El, the Most High's words? How can I accept what you say?" Gabriel went back and complained before the throne of Elion Elion El, the Most High, with tears. Ahmed said he has not seen me before. I brought him the signs, the seal, but he did not accept it. He asked me if I had seen Elion Elion El, the Most High, and I said that I have not seen you. He said, if that I had never seen you before, that he could not accept the word of one who has not seen Elion Elion El, the Most High. Gabriel then asked, "O Elion Elion El, the Most High, Ya Rabbi, O Sustainer, what shall I do at this point?" Elion Elion El, the Most High, said, "Verily, look at the wall of the soul." Then the wall of the soul opened, and there was 1,000 veils. An indescribable veil was there. Its description had no limit. All the divine rays radiated from the veil, and the second veil was behind it. Green lights were illuminating and radiating from it. None of the rays of this green light could be described. The powerful light of each piercing ray penetrated from this world to the world of the souls. Then the third veil opened, and it was emerald green, with pulsating light beams spreading coldness everywhere. Then the fourth veil opened, and the brilliance was there. It is impossible to speak about the light, for from it came a vibration, a sound. The Om came from the light, the Ayin principle. So go say this, go tell to Ahmed, that was the sound light. When Gabriel looked, he could faintly make out an image emanating from the light. Gabriel asked, "Who are you?" "El-Hayya," he said. Ya El-Hayyu are the wonderful words. Ya is praise, and Hayya is life. El-Qadir, El-Qadir, they are the secret words. Amongst some of the words there are secrets, said the voice. Then Elyon El, the Most High, asked, "Did you see what that was, Gabriel? Did you see who it is?" "I am the light I am. I am who I am, Yahuwah. They are not two but one. This form is the Da'at, the grace, it is with me, and I am within it. It is the completeness which is illuminating the sounds. I do not speak, it speaks. I exist within it, and it exists within it, and it exists within me. I speak my words, and I speak its words. I explain things to my creation through this light. The one who is there and the one who is here are one. Look deep into its light, and you will see through Mims. This is the reason I have made you, to carry the revelations as a witness, because I don't give form to what is formless. I created you to speak as a witness, to provide the proof. But what did you say when you left the last time when you were going, Gabriel? You said, I myself taught the 124,000 newsbearers, 315 apostles, as if you understood where the revelations came from, who it came from, why it was going, where it was going, who was the one speaking. Then you could have overstood El Sabor, Gabriel, which you were bringing, but you did not overstand, because when you went to Ahmed, bringing the I principle, and he did not accept you, then Elyon El, the Most High, said, "Go, tell him this, but first you must overstand El Sabor." Then Gabriel said, "We will go." Arriving before the earth, Gabriel saw Ahmed sitting in a cave ever so patiently awaiting. He addressed him, "Peace be upon you, Apostle of Allah, and peace be upon you, Gabriel, Messenger of Allah the Most High. Why are you just arriving now?" "We came before," Gabriel said. "Oh, I did not see you then." "Who saw you?" Gabriel said. "There was something that we have to pass on to you. It has the power to control Shaitan. It's the seal. Give it to your followers, and Shaitan will not triumph." Then Muhammad told Gabriel, "You must accept El Sabor within yourself, then give El Sabor to me. Then we will make it exist in the hearts of other mortals. There is secret grace which exists like this when a revelation is being received from Elyon El, the Most High. What exists within Elyon El, the Most High, goes to the world." Humans have written many things about the attributes of Elyon El, the Most High. Many humans have tried to describe the 99 with the absence of one. This is done in their ways of many scriptures and tablets, but the secrets of certain forms within the Asma and the Husna, which is the Da'at, contained within the Asma, were fashioned by Anu Elyon El, the Most High, long before. Now it is something written, recited by mortals. You are to say Elyon El, the Most High's name, 3,000 times, and you receive such benefits. Recite it another 7,000 times, and your benefits and your sickness will be relieved. If you say it another 6,000 times, or another 7,000 times, or another 10,000 times for a cure, or just 10,000 times, and he will grant you a baby. Say the same 15,000 times, and you will receive some power. Or recite the name 40,000 times daily for 3 months, and all difficulties will erase from them. But to find the secret name is to say it one time. The grace of Elyon El, the Most High, will settle upon you. Chapter 6, The Human Beast. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalundi Or. Tablet 15, The Dajjal. 19 times 28 equals 532. Lo, in latter days he shall appear in the flesh, his companion, the sign of the concealers of the truth, only to the eyes of the purified ones. His mark will be in your right hand, the symbol of the evil one. 666, the number 666. The 3 stages of the number 666, a gift for the barterers with Azazel. Rather than accepting the truth, the 613 commandments. In reality, the facts must be found only with the realization that there are no numbers in ancient Hebrew, but rather the 10 first letters. Thus, 666 is Zain Zain Zain, simply Zionist the Rothschilds. Benjamin Disraeli. Moses Montefiore, Rabbi Kalisha of Thorn, Moses Hess, Karl Marx, Arnold Rouge, Jacob Venade, Frederick Lassell, Gabriel Risser, Lord Redding Isaacs, Herbert Samuel, Asher Ginsberg, Nathan Birnbaum, Theodore Hertz, Mac Norday, Chaim Wiseman, Nahum Sokolow, Louise Brandeis, Alfred Mond, Samuel Untermeyer, Leon Blum, Albert Einstein, Helen Blavatsky, Adam Weishaupt, Martinez Pasquale, George Felt, Albert Pike, Adolf Hitler, King Saud and Richard Nixon, 30 in all, and their many sons, daughters and devotees, Zion, 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 666, Z-Ion, the nucleus of light and fire. He, Azazel, led into ignorance those that dwell on the planet Earth by way of his signs, which he, the Antichrist, does right in front of the beast. This is saying to all who dwell on the planet Earth that they should make a picture of the beast, which was hit with a sword but lived. He had power to give spirit to the image of the beast, and that the image of the beast should both speak and cause as many of the people who would not worship the image of the beast would be killed. The beast caused all nations of the people, both big and small, rich and poor, free and enslaved, to get a stamp on their right hand or in the space between their eyes, so that no one would be able to buy or sell except for those who had the stamp or the name of the living beast or the number 666 of his name. This is true wisdom, so let him that have a good mind count the number of the living beast, for it is the number of a human being, and his number is 666. After that I saw another Anunnaki, those who Anu sent from heaven to key earth, descending down from Casil Orion skies, and he had great authority, and the planet Earth was lit up by his brilliance. He cried in with a great voice, saying, Babylon the big is fallen, and it has become the dwelling place of demons, and the prison of every unclean and hated bird, because all nations have drunk of the intoxicant of her punishment of her fornication, and the rulers of the planet Earth have become very rich by way of her luxuries. And I heard another voice from the Kessel Orion sky saying, Leave her, O my kindred, so that you don't become a binder of partners with her in her sins, so that you all will not get her plagues. For her sins have piled on top of each other, so that they reach right up to the Kessel Orion skies, and the Theos remembers her wrongdoing. Reward her the like she rewarded you, and give her twice as much as the likes of her own works in a glass, which is mixed with a mixture of her own sins, as she glorified herself, and lived luxury and comfort, as that, give her suffering and weeping, because she says in her heart, Surely I sit a queen, and I am not a widow, and I am not going to experience any sadness. Just for that, her plagues will come in one day. There will come death and weeping and starvation, and she will burn by a fire, because Anu, he who is above, the heavenly one, has power, and he has passed judgment on her. There will be crying and weeping because of her. The rulers of the planet Earth, who fornicated with her and enjoyed the comforts of life, when they see the smoke of her fire burning and standing from far distances, because they are in terror of her torment, saying, Plague, plague is the great city Babylon, the city which had so much power. Just because of 1 hour has come your judgment. The businessmen of the planet Earth will cry and weep because of her, because no one will buy any merchandise from them anymore. The merchandise of gold and of silver, and precious stones and pearls, and silks, of purples and silks of red, all kinds of expensive woods, and every pottery from ivory, and every pottery of precious stone, and brass and iron and marble, and cinnamon, and merchandise of frankincense and perfumes, and intoxicants and oils and fine flour, and wheat, and livestock and sheep and horses, and chariots and slaves, and every spirits of nation of people. Fruits that your spirit lusted after are separated from you, and all kinds of things which are small and needed disappeared. The things which made the businessmen rich are now standing far away from them because of the fear of pain that they cry and weep, saying, Plagued, plagued is the great city, which was wrapped in silk and purple, and red-colored masked of gold and precious stones and pearls. Because in 1 hour she will be destroyed, her great riches and her leaders, and all those who accompany with sailors and ships, and all who work in the sea, they too will stand far away. They all cried when they saw the smoke of her burning, saying, Who resembles this great city? And they cast dust upon their heads, and cried in a loud crying, weeping, saying, Plagued, at last a great city, with whom they all became rich, which had ships in the sea from buying by way of her costliness. Because of this, in 1 hour it will be destroyed. So be happy because of her, O you who are in the Orion skies, O you who are the holy apostles and prophets, news bearers, because Anu sentenced her for you. There rose a strong Anunnaki with a very large millstone, and he cast it into the sea, saying, by violence will this city Babylon receive her destruction, and will she not be found any more after that? From now on, we won't hear any sound of the plagues, nor of the harpers, nor of any musicians, nor any flutes, nor any trumpeters, and of no craftsmen or any skills of any kind will be found in you, and the sound of the millstone won't be heard in you after this. The light of the lamp will not shine any more in you after that, and the voice of the bridegroom and the bride will not be heard in you after that. And your businessmen, who are the heads of the planet Earth, by way of their sorceries, they have deceived all nations. In her can be found the blood of the prophets and the holy ones, and all who were killed in the planet Earth. 6 being in perfection, because 6 days is 1 day short of a week, which consists of 7 days. 7 being perfection, the 6 being 1 short of 7. 9 being total, complete, and without need. There exists a sacred formula overstood on many density levels. To function as a mathematical Ankh, the formula is expressed. As I was taught that the higher evolution is working with the grid structure of the Great Ahram pyramid. The Ahram uses this formula to coordinate the Great Ahram with the other grids of celestial light. The formula includes the following mathematical arrangements: 131, 111, 939 and 919, wherein 1 and 9 are imposed upon the same space. This arrangement is used to create electromagnetic propagation functions in the midst of the lattice formation. The inscribed words of Elyon Elyon El, the Most High, deem 7 perfect, because the Mother Earth was created in 7 periods called days, 7,000 years to 1 day, 7 last plagues in Babylon. Be you so ever careful of this great beast, who is the master of flattery and deception, for in that day you will have forgotten what or who the evil one be, or how he will come. You think only in terms of vision. A jewel, meaning his mark, triangular interlocking triangle, that is a pair of 3s, called the Mogan Dawid, Star of David, and the dual people will bear it. The eye above the pyramid, Pira means fire, and mid means in our midst, giving order to chaos, e pluribus unum, or out of one many. The great seal in Sanskrit, the language of the Indra, or the disagreeable beings who came to earth with their chaos. The great seal is said Mahamudra, and stands for the union of all apparent dualities, and the supreme joy that comes with the realization of the mystical unit. Mahamudra equals Muhammadan, and the invasion of the ancient Arabic order of the nobles of the shrines, and this began by the first test: are you the noble of the mystic shrine? I have traveled the Arabic path, and at what shrine did you worship? At the shrine of Islam. The Arabic order of nobles of the mystic shrine was instituted by the Muhammadan Caliph Ali, may his name be praised. This Caliph Ali is not to be mistaken with the real Amirul Mu'minin Ali ibn Abu Talib, husband of the daughter of the Prophet Muhammad, Hadrat Fatima. Amirul Mu'minin Ali ibn Abu Talib was he who carried the real seal of the real Prophet Mustafa Muhammad Al-Amin, which was the 6-pointed star and upright crescent, as seen on the ancient bannerhead. Their Ali is the son-in-law of the Prophet Muhammad, that being the false Muhammad, whose proper name was Muslimat ibn Habib al-Hanafi. In the year Hijrah, at Mecca, Arabia, worshipful master of Scottish rites of Freemasonry, referred to as the Masonic Lodge, William J. Florence made the link in Arabia in 1871 AD and placed it in the hands of Dr. Walter M. Fleming. He, with William J. Florence, with Edward Eddy, with Sherwood C. Campbell, with Oswald Merley de Orbein, with George W. Miller, with John A. Moore, with William S. Patterson, with John W. Simmons, with Albert Pike Moriarty, with Daniel Sickles, with James S. Chappell, and Charles T. McLennican, established the Sacred 13, the secret number, as found as the seal Mahamudra or Muhammadan in the back of the dollar bill, found as 13 steps on the pyramid, 13 letters in Anuai Coeptus, 13 stars, forming the 6-pointed star, 13 5-pointed stars equaling 65, which is 11 for the 11 tribes of Canaan, 13 stripes, 13 olives, 13 olive leaves, and 13 arrows, symbolic of the original 13 colonies, the phoenix bird transformed into the eagle. You have the eye above the pyramid, absent of the cornerstone, for the eye sits in the cornerstone. The eye of Osiris, father of Horus, husband to Isis, who is called Dina, Artemis, Phoebe, Cynthia, Sybil, Ishtar, and Astaroth. She is the symbol of the crescent moon. The ancient Greeks used the crescent as an emblem of the universal mother of all living things, the virgin mother of all souls. The jewel of the order is the crescent formed of the claw of the royal Bengal tiger, united at their base in a gold setting, which includes their tips and bears on one of the sides of the center the head of the Sphinx. On the other side of the pyramid urn, a 5-pointed star publicly, 6-pointed star privately. They greet with Assalamu alaikum, which is returned by alaikum assalam, and the motto is strength and fury, called the Order of the Eagle or the Skull and Bone, with the great owl as their overside, and the eye of the owl as a symbol. The light renders the alumni a member of the Illuminati, but a new light other than the fire is here. The keys to future luminaries are called the Ancient and Mystic Order of Melchizedek, electromagnetic forces. These forces affect the rhythms of life and the appearance and extinction of a species within the Earth's magnetic field. The higher evolution will give a better understanding of how electric forces alter biological rhythms. This will allow Adamites in this consciousness time zone to receive whole light beings who will give instruction of the next ordering of evolution in our universe. The key speaks of how Earth's species has a direct light arc. This direct light focuses which controls its biological rhythms. Enoshites will soon learn that his life system is not directly dependent upon the solar magnetic field to regenerate their biological rhythms. A new source of light is now reaching our solar system and interpenetrating Earth's magnetic field, altering the biological rhythms. Its color is emerald green light, contrary to the red amber light. This is forcing the species to leave behind its old time cell of perceptions on the physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual levels. This must take place before the species can go into a new time cell of consciousness. As the arcs of light begin to change, a different life force is beginning to work with the electromagnetic forces. This is causing the magnetic fields of the brain cavity to be sufficiently raised to a higher mental frequency, allowing the Enoshites to receive the whole light beings upon the reinsertion of the Bathory gland and the reactivation of the supreme melanin. It has been previously thought that the light forces of the Earth's magnetic field control the rhythms of life of all biological species, and all living cells only need the light of our own portion of the electromagnetic spectrum to survive. Enoshites will have the brain of an electromagnetic computer and will be forced to adapt to an enlarged electromagnetic spectrum. The new electromagnetic frequency is an astrobiological threshold by itself. Your sun, by virtue of being a variable star, will be seen as having great limitations for future evolutions. This will be seen by a visible exchange of the solar polarity fields and by the magnetic mapping of the inner solar magnetic lines rotating faster than the surface of the sun. These exchanges will also affect the rotation of Anshar Saturn. This will be seen as a periodic effect, which will be noticed in the activity of the band of Anshar Saturn called its rings. These exchanges are a result of the biological light that controls the being, induced by a new administrative order in conjunction with the Council of Nine Ether. These exchanges are necessary to prepare our mortal evolution to overlap with whole light beings of advanced creation in the evolution of new astromutations. New astromutations will take place where new magnetic lines bring about the balances in the energy, coupling from a proton-electron-proton grid to an electron-proton-electron grid. Here, the bioenergy field of the body inherits a new electron and proton pair, and the blood circulatory system inherits new magnetic lines of force. The ionized field around the blood cell loses its proton-electron-proton relationship to a new electron-proton-electron field as the life form is moved into the next phase of the electromagnetic spectrum. In other words, Enoshites will be able to participate in higher evolutionary worlds because his hemoglobin chain will shift with his phylogenetic tree to a new system of balance. In order for Enoshites to work with the next electron orbital level of the universal mind, your molecular density level will have to become less dense and grow more transparent. Enoshites must be completely remade anew by going through the energy grid that controls his present biological arrangement so that he can be revitalized into new grids of attunement. The Enoshite must go through the energy grid, controlling cell division on his biological level of organization, a planetary biomagnetic grid controlling the collective species of evolution. When Enoshites go through these energy grids, they will activate the new magnetic fields, and they will dissipate his old planetary biorhythms. Contrary to what present-day geneticists say, the ultraviolet radiation will be controlled, and it will not destroy the sensitive genetic code coded melanin. It has already been claimed that ultraviolet radiation, when applied to DNA at specific intensities, causes thymine to dimerize. When the embryonic growth is placed in an artificial environment, which is subject to prolonged current magnetic injection, the former embryonic magnetic lines of force in the body can be changed. Through this process, the whole body can biomagnetically be re-encoded to adapt to a new biological environment without ever having to experience pain according to the human physiological network. This process uses a fifth circulatory system, which opens the pain encoding mechanism and properly realigns the blood, lymphatic and nervous circulatory systems to function in different biological environments. This is done in the event that a transfer of the species to a new environment is necessary for the survival of the Nuopians. This is why our electromagnetic stage of evolution will itself be changed to allow for new patterns of ongoing evolution. Merkaba mechanisms give the cue for the timing of the biological change by Earth's magnetic cycles. These changes can take place in a matter of hours and remove whole species that have evolved in a geological time frame. In order for Enoshites to work with the next electron orbital level of the universal mind, the All, your molecular density will have to become less dense and grow more transparent in order to participate in multidimensional realities. Enoshites must be completely remade anew, thus you have Nuopian, or new being. Specifically, Enoshites must go through the energy grid, controlling cell division on his biological level of organization. Before the larger electromagnetic change happens, Enoshites will also understand how new growth effects will be the result of electromedicine, which uses electromagnetism. Enoshites, by using the light surgery of electromagnetic penetration into bone marrow, will be able to create new bone growth. Your planet Earth is no different than any other form of life that must renew itself. It is like an energy molecule going through a renewal and being restored to a new existence. This is called the entropy of Gaia. All of this must be understood, that you may, through the ancient and mystical order of Melchizedek, learn to raise your density level, as well as stimulate your melanin to awaken dominant energies of divine, making it impossible for you to be mentally enslaved. This will help you create what is called psychic self-defense. Important be it the distinction between the mark of the concealers of truth and the mark of the faithful. The first be the Mu'min, the faithful. Their mark be on their foreheads by striking their head upon the ground in worship. I don't mean like the Mohammedans. As we reveal to our servant Ahmed in the Quran, the 48th degree, 29th verse, Muhammad is a Rasulah of the source, El Elo and those that are with him are strong, firm, and against the concealers of the facts. Yet they have a yielding mercy between themselves. You see them bowing and prostrating, desiring the preference from the source El Elo and content pleasure. Their marks are in their faces, from the traces of prostration that is their likeness in the law of Moses, Thutmose, and Aaron and Joshua, the Torah and their likeness in the evangel revelations, given to Jesus Christ as the seed of a plant that bring forth a stalk, so it supports it, and after it becomes thick and strong and stands upright on its own trunks. It amazes the planter, so that he, the planter, by way of it, would enrage the Kaffir concealers of the facts, for the source El Elo is promised for those who have faith and work to perfect themselves from amongst themselves, and the rewards from them were the supreme reward. In the writings given to Yahshua Tammuz, the pamphlet of Revelation, the 7th degree, 3rd verse, and this Anunnaki of this craft was saying, don't harm the planet Earth, nor the sea, and none of the trees until the servants of El Elo Anu have been marked on their foreheads. The seal of Elyon El, the Most High, be the mark of distinction, impressed upon the forehead of the enduring righteous as a result of constant prostration and prayer. These be the upright people, the faithful seed of our servant Abraham, who are the true ones of peace, congregation of the resurrected 144,000, and Saru Anu, Al-Mumin the faithful, who prostrate before Anu, and they bear the mark of prostration, Sajjah. The sons of Shaitan will be the second. They will have the mark of the beast, 666 on their right hand or on their forehead. The mark being multiple digits calculates as 666. The symbol of the Babylonian visa, political and religious power, had the number cleverly repeated in its measurement, it being the image of an old beast, having the number of his name. Also the letter S, whose birth is in the serpent, the hiss will be in his name, the sound of a snake. Given the numerical value of 6 in the coinage, the letter S in series on 3 on emblems. Using 6 ounces of brain waves, when 7 1/2 ounces of brain power should be used. The brain weighs 52 ounces. The figures of the image are made clear in what we gave to one of our servants Daniel, 12 chapters of the writings of the prophet of Daniel, in the 3rd degree, 1st verse, revealed in 536 BCE reads, Nebuchadnezzar the ruler made an idol of gold, whose weight was 90 feet by 9 feet, and he set it up in the plain of Dura, the dwelling, in the province of Babylon called Iraq today. The followers of Dajjal, the sons of Shaitan, will be impressed on their foreheads as if it was stamped with a ray of light. A laser will be used to place the engraved mark on the space between the eyes, the forehead, or on the hands of his followers, or injected beneath the skin. If you beg his wealth and not work, you will be numbered. Also your newborns will be numbered. Those who took the mark of the beast, and those who prostrated to his image, both of them were cast alive into the lake of fire, which is burning with sulfur, and the rest of them were killed with a sword, which came out of the mouth of him that sat on the horse, and all the birds were filled from the flesh of them. As for the true Ansaru Anu, this is their promise. And I saw seats, so they that were sitting on them were given the wisdom. And I saw the spirit of those who were killed, for bearing witness to the Messiah Jesus, and the word of Anu, he who is above the heavenly one. And those who did not worship the beast, nor to his picture, and did not get the mark on their foreheads or their hands, and they shall live and become rulers with the Messiah for 1,000 years. It has been prophesied that the Dajjal has numbers and controls the beast, the computer that calculates the numbers of the Enoshite 666. In that day, all Enoshites will use the computer, and it will spit forth a ray of light, a laser. The computer works in multiples of 9, that's ones and ciphers. Together it makes 9. The binary codes of 9, the 9th power of 9, will give the new hologramic computer no limitations. In reading the numerals horizontally across, vertically up and down, and in diagonal on all sides. 3 is the square root of 9. The joining lines reveal the 8-pointed star and the inverted 5-pointed star, ram's head, symbolic of satanic worship. The numerals in sets of 5, 5, 10, 15, 20 form a Christian cross. The numeral 5 is that numeral. 1 is either added or subtracted. The numeral 6 results. An example of this is 987654 and then 123456. The number of the beast, the number 666, is seen in the center of the diagonal boxes. The 6 is trapped within the 4 5s in the center of the diagram. It illustrates how to trap the devil. One of his signs is the pentagram, 5-pointed star, the sign of the cloven hoof. Even with the moon at its feet, or back or side or head, the goat of Mendes sat with 2 points up. The worship of Shaitan is called tetragrammaton, with continuously interlocking lines. One name of the beast is Leviathan, meaning Levi, equaling law, and Athan equaling sin, simply the laws of sin, also called the spell of Kingu, or serpentine, a beast of imperfection, Hassa, which means driven away in defeat. The mark of the beast on the cover of Truth's forehead is the original mark given to Cain and his descendants. The story of Cain and Abel describes how the evil in the Adamites had become so great that he would denounce the Elohim Gabriel Nusku Yahuwah and take the life of his own brother. The Elohim Gabriel Nusku Yahuwah placed a mark in the form of a cross on Cain so that he would be identified and thus nobody would kill him. The cursive design on the original swastika reads in the Warbic, Ya Fatah, which translates as O Opener, Victorious, is written on all sides. This figure has been referred to as a grammadian. In Ashuric Arabic, this mark be called Samat. In Aramaic Hebrew, it's called Ath. In Greek, the mark is called Haragma, meaning a signal, sign, mark or graven. In India, this mark would be the swastika. The word swastika is a derivative of swasti, which comes from the word su, meaning well, and the verb asti, which means it is. According to Buddhist tradition, the swastika represents the first of the 65 marks which distinguish the master's feet. The Nandiwata is similar to a structure containing an intricate network of winding passages, maze. The two soles of the feet of Buddha had two symbols of the swastika on it. This symbol is held sacred by the Buddhists. It represents the soles of the feet of Osiris. Osiris's body was mutilated into 14 parts, some say 16. His head, his arms, his heart, his interior, his tongue, the soles of his feet, his bones, his arms, his eyes, his fists, his fingers, his back, his ears, his body, etc. The Anglo-Saxons called the mark flyfot, from the Norse file, meaning foot. This is significant of the numerous feet in illustrations depicting homosexuality. The shape of the swastika symbolizes that the male is meant to work the earth and to submit and serve the sustainer, and the female is in the position to receive the uterus pains of childbirth and to breastfeed. The iron cross, which is derived from the swastika, symbolizes homosexuality. Our noble servant Ahmed has prophesied that there would be a people amongst his followers that would be coverers of the truth. Though they bear the title Muslim and prostrate to Elyon El, the Most High, they are only using Islam to shield their diabolical innermost secrets. It is said, he that lusts after money and flattery by the flatterer surrenders his soul. Remember the Quran, which our servant Ahmed received, stating that wealth and the offspring of the concealers of truth shall not save him from Elyon El, the Most High. They shall be driven to hell, as was received by our servant Ahmed in the Quran, 3rd degree, 10th verse. Surely, those who conceal what they know to be facts, by no means will neither wealth nor their children suffice, and save them from the source Anu in any way, and these are those who shall be fuel for the fire. A mushrik is one who sets up partners with Elyon El, the Most High. The Wahhabis apply the term mushrik to any Muslim who observes ceremonies that are not clearly enjoined in the precepts of Islam. For example, visiting shrines, believing in the Trinity, or being an atheist. A mulhid, one who abandons the faith. From an apostate, one who deviates from the truth, is another type of concealer. Apostasy is defined as abandoning what one had faith in, as a faith, principle, or cause. Ikrimah, a recorder of what our servant Ahmed spoke and did, state, apostates were brought to the Khalifa, Amir al-Mu'min Ali, and he burnt them alive. But Ibn Abbas heard of it, and he said the Khalifa had not acted rightly. For the prophets had said, punish not with Allah's punishment, but whoever changes his religion, kill him with the sword. These are the words of the blind leading the blind. For if one finds the faithful religion they were born in is not the total truth, then by all means abandon it and seek the truth. A Zundik is defined as a free thinker, atheism, cover of the truth in the world to come, and in a deity, or the unity of the Creator. The Zundik are a sect of Islam who say that the world is eternal and there is no judgment. A Munafiq, the hypocrite, was the name given to those coverers of truth during your noble servant Ahmed's time, who outwardly professed to have faith in his mission, and they secretly denied. Those who dwell in his holy land Mecca today do not have faith. They are the biggest of hypocrites, as was revealed to Ahmed in Al-Quran in the 6th degree, 5th verse. So indeed they, the desert Arabs, denied the facts beyond the shadow of a doubt, the scriptures and tablets when it came to them. So there shall come unto them the tidings of what they used to make a mockery about. When you came to them with clear proof of all the scriptures and the religion of Abraham, they make a mockery about the Israelites portion of the scripture and exalt the Ishmaelites portion. And again in Al-Quran, the 9th degree, the 97th and 98th verse. The desert Arabs are the most severe concealers of the facts, and the most hypocritical, the worst. They don't know the limits of what was sent down by the source El-Elo upon his Rasulat, one sent Muhammad, and the source El-Elo is the knower, the wise. And from the Arabs of the desert, red Arabs who take what they share willingly as a lost regret, and they wait for all to be afflicted, but the affliction will be upon them and the evil. El-Elo is the hearer, the all-knowing. It makes it clear that the desert Arabs who are working with the Illuminati are hypocrites. It is again in El Quran, the 9th degree, the 99th and 100th verse. It makes it clear that the Nuwaubian Arabs are those who have faith. And of the Arabs, Nuwaubian Arabs, there are those who have faith in the source El Elo and the last day, and they shall take the offerings which they share willingly in El Elo's presence, and salutations of the one sent Muhammad. Except surely it is an offering for them, and the source will cause them to enter into his yielding mercy. Surely the source El Elo is forgiving, most merciful. They were the intents of the chapter of the hypocrite. He conceals in his heart another religion of Mammoth, which is wealth, power, and greed. And Murtad, renegade, apostate of Islam, or one who abandons the faith, is another kafir, concealer, a Dari, materialist, atheist, freethinker. This cover of truth believes in the eternity of matter and asserts the world will always be. And lastly, that day of resurrection and judgment day, it will never come. Lastly, Watani. A Christian is a heathen or a graven image worshipper. I use this as the Greek interpretation for Jesus. He was of the ancient mystic order of Melchizedek. Zeusus, also spelled Zeus, is simply Jesus, not the Antichrist. Masa al-Dajjal is the lying Christ, cover of truth. He is the Antichrist. The interlocking calves illustrate the swastika, or the mark that was placed on the forehead of Cain, cover of truth. Kafir is a form of ignorance, and the Kafirs is Dajjal, the Antichrist. Our servant Ahmed prophesied that the Dajjal would rise up in these last days. 70,000 people from among my followers will follow the Dajjal. And I saw a person with short curly hair, whose right eye was blind, and I asked, who is this? I was told it was the Antichrist. The following quote indicates that the Dajjal will be visible, and with him will be a stream of fire, and they work all over the earth. The Dajjal will make his appearance, and with him will be streaming fire. Whoever plunges into his stream, his burden becomes dew, and his burden is removed. The fire is smokeless fire, which Eli and El created the devil from, representing negativity and imperfection. It will be those wrongdoings and imperfections that the devil will make fair seeming to those who be ignorant and cover the truth. Whoever plunges into his stream, his burden becomes dew and his reward vanishes. This means those who plunge or willingly accept Shaitan's evil ways will lose or forfeit his reward with Anu, Eli and El in paradise. And whosoever enters his fire is in reference to the ones of peace who have come in contact or have to enter his fire, but his faith in Anu, Eli and El as creator alone will keep him from being consumed by the fire. In the time of the Dajjal, the true believer will be in the world, but not of the world. A saying of our noble servant Ahmed, behold, he will be blind in one of his eyes, and between his two eyes is written Kafir. It is said that he will be the third sign at the coming of the resurrection. From where he be? From Mount Safa and Marwa at Mecca. It is said that the appearance of the beast, which shall rise out of the earth in the temple of Mecca or on Mount Safa, this beast will be 60 cubits high and will have a compound of various species, having the head of a bull, the eyes of a hog, the ears of an elephant, the horns of a stag, the neck of an ostrich, the breast of a lion, the color of a tiger, the back of a cat, the tail of a ram, the legs of a camel, and the voice of an ass. Many evil people will come together in Arabia to fight and shed blood on earth. She will appear 3 times in several places, and she will bring with her the rod of Moses and the seal of Solomon, and being so swift that none can overtake her or escape her will. The first strikes all the faithful on the face and marks them, and the coverers of truth on the face likewise with the word Kafir, that every person may be known for what he really is. The same beast is to demonstrate the vanity of all religions. It is recorded that our noble servant Ahmed said, when the Dajjal appears, his complexion will be white, and his right eye will be blind, while the left eye will shine like a bright star. Who is Dajjal? A swindler, a cheat, and an impostor. He will cover the earth with the largeness of his numbers. He will say things which are contrary to what is in his mind, and he will cover his real intentions with falsehood. Dajjal is a physical being who exists on the earth. He is the physical devil. Remember our servant Ahmed, who received the Quran, the 20th degree, 102nd verse, stating, on this day, the last day, in which the trumpet will be blown by the Allahum Raphael, we the Anunnakite will gather the guilty blue-eyed. There will be a Dajjal in Europe, cursed, possessing the evil spirit of Azazel, devil, Shaitan, Lucifer. Dajjal began his retakeover in the lunar login in the year 1966 of the Gregorian calendar. Since then, he has been growing in numbers and power. His voice will be heard all over the world. This is not the physical voice of the Dajjal, but the voice of radio and television. Today it is called the Internet, an international network for communication and control, and now recently Telstar, which can be heard directly from one end of the world to the other. His followers die not easily, too strong. But the stronger the faith of the faithful ones, the sooner he and his numbers will not be. They will discover earthly treasures, comfort or luxury. This is why our servant Ahmed said, the brightness of the left eye, love of life, and luxury is to divert man from the straight path and take him to hell. It is recorded that our servant Ahmed saith, some will unseeingly accept his flatteries out of ignorance, and some they say for the sake of survival. The Dajjal has you believing, if you don't put your trust in the devil's system and follow his lifestyle, you will not be able to buy or sell those things which are considered valuable in his society. It's called sanctioning. If you are a true Muslim, striving to return to the bosom of the Creator, then this is the most valuable thing to you. That undying need for material things will decrease in your life. The evil one provides for those who sell their souls to him, whereas Elyon El, the Most High, provides for those who are true to him. Only the faithful will be able to see the evils and falsehoods of the Dajjal. He will have the whole world deceived except the very elite. Only they will know who he, the Dajjal, is. Polaris is the brightest star in the constellation Ursa Minor, Big Bear. Polaris breaks down to Pol and Aries, Aries the ram, sign of the devil. Polaris be also known as the North Star. Sirius is another bright star in the constellation Canis Major. It is the center of attraction. Other names for bright stars were, amongst the ancient Romans, Hesper, evening. Amongst the ancient Greeks, Hesper, evening west, morning star, Phosphor, Aldebaran, and Lucifer shone brighter than all the rest of the heavenly hosts. While he was bright amongst the agreeable Elohims, his name was Halal, or Azazel, the bondman of Elyon El, the Most High. Then when he fell, he became Iblis, Shaitan the Destroyer, Beelzebub, Belial, Prince of Darkness, the Wicked One, the Dragon Father of Sin. He was the son of Tarnush, the great evil one, created before Cadmon. The Greeks called it Cyrannosaurus, or dog's tail. Related to Cyrannosaurus is Cynosaur, which means center of attraction. The original Canaanite has labeled the top of the earth, which tells you about Shaitan and how he attracts all things to himself. Where can be found Polaris? 2 stars on the outer edge of what you call the Big Dipper point, the Way. At the North Celestial Pole in the heavens, 1 degree from the North Pole, is an opening to the underworld Shambhala, the city of Agartha, where many beings from inner and outer space live. North Geographical Pole, near the center of the Arctic Ocean, latitude 66.6, the number of the beast, the place of the abyss. All points on Earth lead to the devil. Instantaneous North Pole, the point where the Earth axis meets the surface, or the devil's doorway. Your Earth wobbles as it turns on its axis, shifting the devil's doorway. North Pole at balance locates North Geographical Pole, moving slowly towards America, where be located some of the devil's capitals, where his followers will be able to call him forth instantly at his doorway. North Magnetic Pole, at the point where all compass needles point to. Again, it is the center of all attraction of evil. Geomagnetic North Pole, the point that the Earth's magnetic field points to all the forces of the galactical heavens, and Shaitan gathered many followers to help him focus mischief on that point. It produces enormous power and energy. Tiamat's magnetic field directs particles from Shams and the Sun towards North Magnetic Pole, colliding with atmospheric particles and changing their electrical charges. The display spans the skies 140 miles up. Behold, the Aurora Borealis, the Northern Lights. Shaitan's star is the demon star. They weren't following the true star from the east. Shaitan's child was born at the same time the heavenly child was born, 2,000 years ago. The South Pole be the opposite end. You cannot see Polaris from the southern hemisphere. Its sign is the Southern Cross. Shooting stars and meteorites are cursed by Elyon El, the Most High. Confuse not the Southern Cross with the false cross decoy, a road sign. 2 bright stars pointing to the South Pole, but it has no starlight. Coalsack Black. The Southern Arctic Circle, latitude degrees south 66.6, between 66 and 6 degrees north, and 66 and 6 degrees south in all seasons, all times move east by the stick and the shadow. A system used by the elders, the ancient, set a stick perpendicular to the earth, casting shadows according to the movement of the sun. The elders used what you now call Cleopatra's needle, with marks for a 12-hour day. On the hour and the half hour, they marked the end of the shadow with small sticks or rocks with short spaces between the marks, and drew a north-south line at a 90-degree angle through the markers. At shadow hour, the elders plotted the stars according to the position of Polaris to chart their courses from traveling the heavens and entering and leaving the atmosphere. Ancient astronomical observatories included Stonehenge, Angkor Wat, a temple at Amun-Ra at Karnak, and Karkal Temple at Yucatan, and the temple at Cusco, Peru. The shadow and stick principle used in Kemet worked beginning at what appears to be sunrise, when the crossbar was placed facing east so that its shadow would fall on the long arm at the place of the first hour, the first of 6 hours till noon. At noon, it was turned around, facing the afternoon sun, and it was allowing it to cast its shadow on the long arm, measuring the time to what appears to be sunset. During the periods of worship, the color of the sky corresponds to certain elements of the earth. When these particular colors no longer adorn the heavens, that time for that particular prayer is out for believers and in for Azazel's followers. The devil also prays as the sun appears to rise at Fajr, and makes prayer when the sky be blue steel in color, and at noon when it is nickel, and at evening prayer when it is silver, at shadow when it is gold, or when one sees it taken on a copper tone to onyx. There are 2 spots on Tiamat, the earth, where all the clocks show correct time regardless of whether they are slow or fast, or even spotted altogether. The 2 spots are the 2 terrestrial poles, north and south, which are incarnate on Earth. All time zones converge at the poles, where the meridians merge latitude 66.6 north. At the poles, any movement is identical with the whole 24-hour period of the day. So, if a person were to rise at 9 to go to work in Alaska, he would go to work 12 hours before a person is going to work at 9 in South America. Before daybreak can be the point before the breaking point of dawn. This is the time when Azazel starts doing mischief for the day, right as the rays of the sun are coming up over the horizon. Before you rise, Shaitan is already at work. He got a head start on you, having already figured out and plotted what you are going to do and say for the day. The devil works in sets of 6. The New Babylon acquired its dozen, from which hours, minutes, and seconds are derived, and this is how he comes to you. Every 6 seconds, 6 minutes, 6 hours, and 6 years. This is so he will know exactly which of those third seconds of 6-second intervals to slide in. Measure Shaitan's time. The sun on the 21st of June, the sun on the 21st of December. Zenith is the highest point above your head. Nada is the lowest point. Zenith being the hottest point of your day when Shaitan prays the 6-hour noon. And Nada is the darkest point or the lowest point where the jinns and other creatures of shadow time are most active. The 6-hour. 999 equals 900 plus 90 plus 9, or 666 equals 600 plus 60 plus 6. 12 noon midday be the same time everywhere on Earth, and every place has noon at a different time, thus the zenith or noon never ends. The devil's time to pray is always in. The devil works in sets of 6, standard time zones, US 6, Canada 6, world time zone 24 in number, symbolic of the 24 elders. 2 plus 4 equals 6, 4 6s equals 24. The 4 and 20 time zones are marked at intervals of 10 and 5 degrees longitude. Eastern time zone, 75 degrees longitude, 7 plus 5 equals 12, 2 6s. Central time zone, 90 degrees, inverted 6. Mountain time zone, 105 degrees, 1 plus 5 minus 0 equals 6. Pacific time zone, 120 degrees, 12 plus 0 equals 12, 2 6s. Yukon time zone, 135 degrees, 1 plus 3 plus 5 equals 9. Atlantic time zone, 60 degrees, 6 plus 0 equals 6. Alaska, Hawaii time zone, 150 degrees, 1 plus 5 minus 0 equals 6. Worldwide time zones are divided at 0 degrees. Greenwich, England, the home of the Queen. Harlot, 12 East, and 12 west, equaling 23 full time zones and 2 half. The clock is divided into two 12-hour periods, 4 sixes, 60 minutes to the hour, 60 seconds to the minute's hand, 5 minutes for the minute hand, 5 seconds for the second hand. When the international dateline, which is located at the middle of the Pacific Ocean, 180 degrees longitude on the western side of the world, is on the opposite side of the Earth, away from Shams and the Sun. It is 12 midnight or 12 o'clock shadow time at IDL, 2 sixes, and it is 9 o'clock p.m. in Tokyo, who is the dragon in the sea. Tokyo is the third 6, thus 666 covers 3/4 of the planet Earth at 12 o'clock shadow hours, the witching hour. Also, when this occurs, all places on Earth have the same date. 180 degrees meridian is the 180 degrees of Jinn. When on the west you add a day, when on the east you lose a day. Who divided the equinox? Ali Abdul Hassan of Cairo, Egypt. He was a sage and soothsayer who divided the equinox into 12 parts. What is the equinox? When the day and shadow hours are the same length. This established a 60-minute hour. Before it had varied with the seasons for 7,000 years. What of the star? Lucifer was a star that exploded or fell from the heavens, and like an exploding star, has not stopped expanding, falling. In space there is no bottom. He's the center of attraction, like the nucleus of a star, which attracts everything towards itself, but does not overload because of the balance between the gravity of the star and the pressure at the core. Exploding stars overload and explode, spreading themselves out in space to begin new stars. Stars cannot be destroyed, for matter cannot be destroyed by man, only changes form. So when the star Shaitan explodes, it is not destroyed, but is beginning life anew as new stars, novas, supernovas, and new centers of attraction that will pull in the gases and disperse elements, devilishment into form, and substance to form new suns, stars to shine in the heavens, attractive to the eye of the innocent and worldly alike. For some willfully become suns, stars of Shaitan. A star headed towards explosion begins like any other star. Whether or not it's going to explode depends on its mass, how much it weighs. Exploding stars are called novas and supernovas. Shamsin, your sun, is a star, but it became a sun because it's the center of your solar system. Enoshites look towards the sun for life and growth. Shaitan's star has to compete with the sun and make humankind look towards him instead. The star's mass is measured according to the relationship to the mass of the sun. The sun's mass is equal to 2 times 1033 g. The symbol M is for the sun's mass. The small circle dot beside the M is the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphic for the oneness of Elyon El, the Most High, called the sun disk. It was universal and all-powerful, representative of the life-giving properties of the sun. Thus the symbol is directly related to its use in the symbol for the solar mass. M equals mass and O equals sun. 1.4 M is the limit. Nuclear fusion is taking place and the process is begun. The hydrogen force center of the star is now burning itself towards the exploding. 7 cycles of burning, beginning with hydrogen. Cycle 1. Hydrogen burning makes the core grow. At 2 million Fahrenheit, it creates a large core of helium. Cycle 2. Helium is burning. Reactions begin with helium as the major fuel source. The temperature is 1 million degrees, creating now 2 sources of energy. 1 helium, burning near the center, 2 hydrogen burning further out. Cycle 3. Because of the helium burning, the core becomes oxygen neon. With neon being the major fuel source, it increases the mass and begins to shrink. All of these phases, burning off one element and the production of another, takes place right one after the other, down to the 7th degree. The more it shrinks, the more the temperature rises from 300 million degrees on up, and nuclear activity is stepped up. Cycle 4. At 600 million degrees, the neon is eliminated and magnesium is produced. Around this core of magnesium, neon continues to burn in its phase. Oxygen is also at the core with magnesium. Now there is a total of 4 phases: A, oxygen and magnesium; B, oxygen and neon; C, helium; D, hydrogen. Cycle 5. The nucleus shrinks again. temperature increases to 1,005,000,000 degrees and begins oxygen burning, oxygen being the major source of fuel. This builds silicon and other heavier elements, which feeds the burning process. Cycle 6. The phases have increased to 6. A. Silicon nucleus, B. Magnesium burning, C. Neon burning, D. Oxygen, neon and carbon, E. Helium burning, F. Hydrogen burning. Once oxygen burns out, the nucleus shrinks again, and the temperature rises to 100 million degrees plus. In excess of 1,000 million degrees, radiation production steps up to 2 rays, gamma rays, and pressure increases to 100 trillion pounds per square inch. This intense radiation strips the nucleus of particles, forming other elements. Cycle 7. The silicon core creates iron. The core shrinks again, and temperature continues to rise. There are now 7 phases or regions, encircling and inclusive of the nucleus. A. Iron burning, B. Silicon burning, C. Oxygen burning, D. Neon burning, E. Carbon burning, F. Helium burning, G. Hydrogen burning. The inside of the star now more or less resembles an onion. The higher the temperature rises, the faster the core shrinks. At 5,000 million degrees, the iron changes back to helium. Thus, is completed the changing of 554 million tons of hydrogen into 550 million tons of helium, with a loss of only 4 million tons of material mass in the process. The nucleus is now too small to maintain itself. It cannot any longer produce the energy that it needs to maintain the pressure required to stabilize it with the gravity of the star. The gravity of the star overcomes the pressure at the core and the star collapses. The sudden collapse raises the temperature dramatically, and because it's too weak to produce the energy it needs to burn off more material and balance the rise in temperature as it explodes, the 7th cycle of the evolution of this star shatters it, blasting bits of itself out into the furthest reaches of space, not destroying it, but multiplying itself by the hundreds of thousands, dispersing into space as interstellar gas and dust. The gas is mostly hydrogen. As gravity pulls, temperature rises. At 2 million degrees Fahrenheit, nuclear fusion begins, and many other stars are born. The sons of Shaitan are born again. They themselves are little centers of attractions to wickedness and the law of sin. The escape velocity of the bits of gas and dust is 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers per second. The radiation rate is 2 million times that of the sun. What ignorance can be greater than to pretend to be ignorant of Elyon, the Most High, the Creator, the Rab, the sustainer of all knowledge of the universes? Humans look to his own body, the wonderful organism that works in the most superb way and uses it to achieve his own existence. Yet Enoshites overlook the engineer that designed and produced this machine, the original creator who made this unique living being of lifeless earth, black mud, carbon, calcium and sodium and more, and put evolution into motion. He witnesses a superb plan in the world but ignores the planner. Elyon, the Most High, planned every facet in the universe, no question about what's right and wrong. If they had believed in Elyon, the Most High, and had faith, there would have been no doubt. All the prophets of Elyon, the Most High, were sent to guide the Enoshites. They knew that it was law for Enoshites to wear the holy garb. This is the dress that is mentioned in the scroll of Revelations, the 1st degree, the 13th verse, which states, "In the middle of the 7 golden candlesticks was one who resembled the Messiah Jesus, son of Mary, the adopted son of a male living being named Joseph, clothed in a long outer garment down to his feet, and he had a sash-like belt of gold around his chest." The sash or girdle that is worn around the waist is the dress of the righteous. Is this a distinction between the faithful and the kafir? The faithful know it is the law not to cut off all of your beard, nor the corners of your head. It's prohibited in all of the scriptures to partake of intoxicants. As fishers of men, a true disciple casts his line, propagates the words of Elyon, the Most High, and he fishes out, reaches for those who are seeking the truth, and he reels them into the tabernacle of the Most High. But for the person who knows the law and is not teaching it, seeks to deceive, to cover over, to ride a thing, to cheat, to dupe, to mislead, but mainly to double-cross. In their hearts, they shortchange others in truth by confounding truth with falsehood. All will return to Elyon, the Most High, humankind and human being. Chapter 6, The Human Beast. Begin all acts and thinking by using Al-Kalum the All. Tablet 16, The Hell. 19 times 14 equals 342. Lo, we will speak to you on hell. The first thing I saw was two worlds, one upside down and one right side up. And I was told, have you seen the better world, that the last shall be first and the first shall be last. Discussing on, we discuss punishment in the hereafter. I will tell you of two classes of mortals, the righteous, who will enter everlasting life, and the wicked, who will go to everlasting doom. The souls which attain the required standard of perfection will start on their next evolutionary journey in the next world. The impressions of their righteous actions on Tiamat, now called the planet Earth, will be carried with them. They will enclose their souls in a garb of undefinable happiness, totally different than earthly happiness. But on the other hand, the souls that do not utilize the opportunities provided to it in its earthly sojourn, and it has stunted the facilities and become diseased and corrupted. Hell will be one of the stages in the process of its evolution. What are the fools whose merits and demerits found to be even? I was asked when weighed by the balance. In that day, people will come forth separately so their deeds may be shown. So whoever does this one grain of good work will see it. And as for him who does one weight of one grain of evil, he will see it. For 12 months they shall have to undergo purgatory, processed in the fire of Jahannam, of hell, until you are sufficiently clean from the sins to be admitted into paradise. Hell is not meant as a torture for souls, but a second chance for perfection of the soul, for those who wasted their chance on Tiamat, now called the planet Earth. The fires of hell are the fires of desire in Enoshites. He will be tortured by his love for this world, so he makes his own hell, and no matter how long it takes, every good soul will eventually return to Elyon El, the Most High. But for the one that has an abundance of mercy in this world, he will turn the scales towards that mercy. With Tammuz as Yeshua came everlasting life. With this, we come to an understanding that it is better that a sinful Enoshite had never been born. For those of you that do not have faith, you will become food for the malevolent beings. You will be put in a large pot and stewed, scalded and boiled, seared in pans, hung up in blazing trees, fastened to burning poles with fiery chains around your waist, pierced through your tongue with a branding iron, cut into pieces with a burning sword, boiled in blood and filth, bitten by maggots, toads, and venomous snakes. And you will be crushed, blinded, and choked. You will hear your mother's screams and your father's desperate pleas for mercy, which are ignored. In your pain, you will bite your tongue to shreds, and you will tear your hair out from your head. Murderers will be confined in a narrow place where they are covered with worms and maggots, and they will be attacked by evil creeping things. Women who abort their children will be immersed to the neck in manure, and their bodies will stand opposite them, with rays of fire shooting from their eyes, which will pierce their skin. Wicked people who took money from widows and orphans will be dressed in foul rags and walk to and fro on hot, sharp stones. The sorcerer will be hung on whirling wheels of fire. The wicked shall show all the nations that turned away from Elyon El, the Most High. For you find in these words the condemnation of all the heathen nations. For these are those who have forgotten the words of Elyon El, the Most High. But my people shall be the righteous, called the Muklasina, and they will inherit the land forever, where the dead will come to life anew. For I, Michael Yanun, called by some, being the Awakener, will lead the resurrection of the mentally dead into the kingdom of eternal life, being given the last judgment, presided over by the leave of Elyon El, the Most High himself, being one who will decide the fate of those whose name will enter the scroll of life of all. For I will decide as to whether they should enter into eternal damnation forever, accordingly called Jahannam, or to paradise, which has been known from the very beginning of creation to be the destination of either people who deny Elyon El, the Most High, as the wicked ones, or those who live in submission to Elyon El, the Most High, called the righteous ones, or worshippers. The fires of hell are the fires of desire in mortals. The wicked will be tortured by their love for the world. All manner of evil and foul things lurking in his subconscious will be his torment. Eternal damnation lies in wait for those who have convinced themselves that their sins are so great that they will never be forgiven for them. Because of this, they will suffer in hell forever. For I had to descend into earth called Hades to redeem the souls imprisoned here. The torments lasted 12 months, like the torments of hell. Hades is not to be seen, not to be looked upon. It is an outer realm, abode of the dead, state of purification. A pit simply means a pit grave. It is the grave where everyone goes when they die, to wait a resurrection. Hades does not have an eternal hold on those who spend time there, after which your souls are to be redeemed, but the wicked are unredeemed, were and will be consumed in the fire of Jahannam, to become ashes unto the souls of the righteous. But woe unto them, munafiqun, referred to as the extraordinary sinners, such as the turners away, the rejectors, the traitors, the heretics. And as for the seducers of many, Hawiyah is the hell for them, and the munafiqun, and there will be a pleasing fire for them. And what would make you Ahmed, son of Abdullah and Amina, perceiver of it is? It is a very hot fire, but the merciful and compassionate creator of the planet and the heavens, Elyon El, provided from the beginning Al-Jannah, the paradise, the power of repentance to enable Enoshites to escape the former and inherit the latter. This is the story of a ruler who had sent 2 guardians for his garden, one who was lame and the other blind. Yet returning, he found the garden robbed of its fruits. Who called to encounter the one, he said of himself. How could I have taken the food, being unable to walk? The other said of himself, I am blind. How could I see the fruit on the tree? But the Enoshite placed a lame on the blind Enoshite's back, saying, You both committed a wrong, acting as one. In this same manner will Elyon El, the Most High, bring the soul and the body together at the day of resurrection as they are joined in life and punishment. Then the great day of judgment. Let me speak to you of the 7 hells and 7 heavens, called in the scroll given to Moses, Shua Abadin, pit of corruption, pit of horror, mold of clay and shadow of death. 7 folds of joys before your face, instead of the abundance of joy. In accordance, 7 classes of righteousness are singled out for you, such as the shining glory of the sun, or like unto the moon, or like unto the stars, or like under the firmaments, like the lightning, like the torches, like the lilies, or like the golden candlesticks. Speaking this way, there's a glory of the sun, or another like the moon, and another of the stars. So is the resurrection of the dead. Eating and drinking, the servants of Elyon El, the Most High, at a table prepared for the beloved of Elyon El, the Most High, are spoken of. Truly, Allahu Al-Aliyu, the Most High alone, knows what has been prepared for him that waits on him. How long shall this be? Some say a millennium, others say 7,000 years, others 400 years, others again 40 years. 999 out of 1,000 shall go to the fire. In the time of our news bearers, we expected 90% of your facts. Now, it will only take 10% to enter paradise. How great is this 10%, being more than 9, the total of numbers? For 3 generations, even the sinner in hell is released from pain, when they acknowledge the righteousness of divine judgment, while joining in the praise of Elyon El, the Most High, by the righteous. They, that having repassed the will of Elyon El, the Most High, dwell in the valley of weeping, which is Jahannam. Make it a well of tears, to quench its fire in their praise. Raise him to who decide the judgment. This be the beautiful maiden, who meets the righteous at the departure from earth. The black-eyed maidens, promised to the believers as a personification of their virtues to fill him with delight. They have the ugly maiden, who meets the sinner as the personification of their guilt to horrify them, paralleled by the law saying that the righteous will be heralded by groups of good angelic beings, black-eyed maidens calling out, he earned their peace, he walks forward to their goal. And the sinner will be met by 3 groups of chastising angelic beings who will call, there is no peace for the wicked, no peace for the spirits suffering from spiritual diseases. Cries of torment in the pit of darkness, with whipping and gnashing of teeth, the pain of being roasted and barbecued, boiled in oil, chained to the wall of a hot open furnace, the Azazel with a pitchfork, standing by grinning and poking you with his hot pointed pitchfork. Half human, weird-looking monsters with grotesque bodies of strange mingled parts, the heads of flesh-eating animals and birds. Yield, that the righteous may pass by you on the way to the garden, they, being entangled by the paths of their ways, and go into desolation and perish. They perish because they cannot attain everlasting life, for even as Azazel tempted our servants, there shall be no Jahannam or hell in the world to come. But Elyon, the Most High, shall bring forth the sun from the shade, and cause it to shed forth its burning rays, which will serve as a means of chastisement for the sinners, and offer healing and delight to the righteous in accordance. For you see, Tarnish's son Azazel and his host, they are burnt by the sun, and the sons of the righteousness are given health from the rays of the sun, even in their abode. For never will Elyon, the Most High, Allah's majesty, descend on the earth for you, but rather he has sent you his words by way of his angelic beings, that you may find your way home. Rise up to heaven. The heavens are the heavens of the sustainers. The earth has been given to the children of the Enoshites. This is why you are despised by Halal. Halal refused to respect Enoshites. In fact, he has become Enoshite's arch enemy. Because he despises you so, he made his bond and duty to take you off the path. He wants to make you suffer the humiliation and embarrassment that he suffered, being ejected from the heavens. For I will describe to you the 2 gates of paradise made of carbuncle, where 60 million angelic beings keep watch. When a righteous person arrives, they clothe him with 8 garments of glory, and place 2 crowns, one of gold and another of precious stones upon his head, and 8 myrtles into his hands, and with the words, "Go and eat your bread in joy." Lead him to the stream of Corfa, holy water surrounded by all kinds of fragrant plants. From which flows rivers, 1 of oil, 2 of balsam, 3 of wine, 4 of water, 5 of honey, and 6 milk. Given a gold cup, served by the black-eyed maidens. Over each of the righteous, a canopy is spread according to his merits, and a table of precious stones, while eternal lights are everywhere. There are 3 compartments, 1 childhood, 2 adolescence to manhood, and 3 old age. Going through the same, each during 3 watches. The righteous enjoy the pleasures of each. There are myriads of trees, one more fragrant than the other. In their midst, the tree of life overshadows the whole paradise, while 7 clouds of glory overhang it. There are 7 special compartments for the 7 major news bearers. There are 7 other compartments for the 7 classes of the righteous. The first class is the martyrs, like Ali, Hussein and Hassan, John the Baptist and the likes of them. The second is for those who died by accident or drowning. The third is for the great masters of law, the mortals, not the prophets or the apostles, but those who keep the laws, such as the 19 imams and the seal of the imams. The fourth is for those covered by the clouds of glory, the 144,000. The fifth is for the patient. The sixth is for the childlike, who prove chaste throughout life. The seventh is for the poor, who admit the suffering attended to the law. In correspondence to the 7 hells, I saw pits replete with fiery lines and rivers of fire, and each compartment inhabited by 10 of 70 nations of heathens, presided over by one of the 7 hypocrites, they being doomed to suffer with their heathen nations. Therein, I will tell you how I saw this, that you may know to obey Elyon, the Most High. I was brought to the gate of hell, and I was shown humankind hanging by their hair, and I was told that these were those who let their hair grow to adorn themselves for sin. Others I was shown hanging by their eyelids, that they had followers, their eyes were lustful. Others were hanging by their noses, and they had perfumed themselves in sin. Others again by their tongue, for they were slanderers. Others again by their skin, for they robbed to wear precious clothes. Others by their genitals, for they committed adultery. Again, others by their feet, for they ran in sin, and walked away from the holy tabernacle when they heard the call for prayer. Women who had bared their breasts and not covered their shame before men were hung by their breasts. Blasphemers were fed on fiery coals, such as eaten on fast days. They were forced to eat bitter gold. Sinners with foul mouths had to eat fine sand until their teeth were broken. Men who had abused the needy, who asked them for assistance, were thrown from fire to snow and snow to fire. Others were driven from hell to hell, like the sheep by the shepherd. The sweat of the inmate of hell is a clay of putrid matter, its deadly poison. The fluid squeezed, or was wrung, or was flown from the inhabitants of hell or from their sins. They sit under the zakum, an infernal tree described in the Quran. It's yielded by the very bottom of hell, growing the heads of devils as fruit, which will surely fill the bellies of the damned. The flesh and blood of the tormented yields a thick pus-like matter, an ooze of water, blood and matter. It was unfortunate ones, who are likewise hung by their eyes, ears, tongues, feet, hands, and having sinned with corresponding members of their body, whether against the mortals or the ritual laws of Elion El the Most High. I was greatly affected by the sight of these horrors. Did I weep, falling to the ground and seeking mercy for my people, knowing that the time of repentance had passed for them to enter paradise. So sad a place, so sad a people, how great they were and will be again. I fell on my face and prayed to Elion El the Most High for the power to release my people from this destiny for a terrible torment that will befall them if they did not run to grace. I pleaded and pleaded that you be spared. A voice said, "My servant, there is no respect for the person, nor taking of bribes with me. Whoever performs good deeds finds his place in paradise. Whoever does evil will end up in one of the hells." For he said, "I am Rab, the sustainer, and I search the heart. I try the ruins to give every mortal according to his ways, according to the fruits of his doing, not merely keeping the faith in their heart, but in their practice and their actions, watching their dress, their manner of eating, for the righteous enter before the food hungry, and still they leave hungry, knowing the world is not quenched." Then I heard a voice hailing, "We are the messengers turning to behold the archangel Gabriel," and under the guidance of the angel called Michael, who first came to behold 70 thrones of gold and silver, pearls and precious stones, amongst which was the excellent one. All the rest was that of Abraham. Seeing many others behind them, walked garbed in white, having shed the crowns of gold and the 8 robes for the throne. The rest was assigned to various classes of saints according to their ranks. There were those who had a missed affliction, having previously studied the law, the blameless, the patient, the righteous, consisting of the righteous sons of the unrighteous, the converted. Such was Abraham, and the unrighteous sons of the righteous, called Israel, who fell apart, men who were saved by the merits of their fathers. But you, even in this late time, have a chance. Then our servant Ahmed called the mortals back to see the religion of Abraham given in Al-Quran, the Quran, which spoke of delights of paradise and the torment of hell in this manner. Hell having 7 compartments of gates, one below the other, and each gloomier than the other. The one on top is for the disobedient amongst the ones of peace. The second is for those called Jews, Israelites, Hebrews, and the likes. The third for those called Christians, Seventh-day Adventists, Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses, and the likes. The fourth for those called pagans, Egyptologists, numerologists, occultists, and the likes. The fifth for astrologers, soothsayers, and magicians, and the likes. The sixth for the idolaters, and those Muslims who worship a man called Prophet Muhammad, saying they follow his sunnah. Or Clarence 13X, a defect from the Nation of Islam, calling himself Anu. Or W.F. Muhammad, whose real name was Noble Rothfeld Pasha, Deputy of the Grand Council of Arabia and author of the Nation of Islam's doctrine, a noble of the ancient Arabic order of nobles of mystic shrine of masonry, and they stone and swear by the Quran, and they don't, and the likes. The seventh, and this is quite characteristic, it's Keeper Malik, called ruler of burning fire. He has the helpers that carry out the punishment for the sins. For the infidels, we have chains and collars of burning fire. He who believes not in Elion El, the Most High, and fails to give concern to the poor, or to share his bread, shall feed on the corruptions, on the sores, the inmates of fire, who, in their burning thirst, cry out to the inmates of paradise, "Pour water on us, please," exactly as does the rich one. Paradise, with one as his keeper, has likewise 7 compartments, each one with a different name, all built up of gold, silver, and precious stones. There are also 4 rivers, first pure water instead of balsam, the other of milk, the third of wine, and the fourth of honey. And to these last were added streams of various spices to be mixed with water. Black-eyed maidens, unparalleled virginity, with a pattern like unto the wives of the faithful. Beautiful youth, who served the faithful from sitting under shady trees, angelic beings of reclining on their costly couches in paradise. Between hell and paradise there is a veil, and on that veil there are seats for those who, while worshipping El the Most High, had not done good works sufficiently, or deeds to outbalance their evil deeds to the so-called intermediates. They look at the inmates of paradise with envy, and seeing the inmates of hell, pray that they themselves may be spared of the same pain. But at last, by divine grace, they have been admitted into paradise by merely saying, nothing would exist if El the Most High didn't create it. At the intercession for the newsbearer to release them, and after having bathed in the streams of Salim, they will be admitted into paradise. The seven subdivided into 11. There are 7 classes of sinners pointed out. They are the scandal mongers, the liars, the unrighteous judges, the proud, the insolent, the hypocrite, the false witnesses, the unchaste, the misers, the slanderers, the users, the fraudulent, and most of all, those who neglect their prayer or disturb those in public worship, while the 12th class comprise of the good and the righteous. At the sound of succession of the trumpets blasted by the angel Israfel, a great monster called the Spy will come out of the earth. It will mark the forehead of the faithful with the stamp of Moses as the white sign of life, the noses of the evildoers with the signet ring of Solomon, sign of the jinn, as the red sign for perdition, such as the mention of the beast who has the mark 666 on the head of the unrighteous, and the mark by way of prostration on the head of the righteous, gowned in white robes. All will be summoned to the temple hill of Kodesh, being the highest spot on the planet Earth, but the 144,000 have ascended to the 4th heaven. Then the judgment will take place on a narrow bridge called the path from hell to paradise. There shall no intercession avail, except your faith in your deeds according to the law, the truth from Muhammad to Cadman, while you were all in this earth. The deeds of the Enoshite shall be weighed on the scale, as a scripture containing the records of the faithful, kept in the 7 heavens, and is extracted each shadow hour while the mortal lays to rest, and each day turning right to greet the angelic being on his left, where his books were ever present. Those of the sinners kept in the lower part of hell will be read, the former to be held in the right hand of the faithful, the latter placed on the left hand of the sinner, and tied on their necks. Then shall paradise and hell be brought down, the faithful be welcomed by El the Most High, and his angelic beings with a greeting, while the unbelievers will be ushered to the wretched abode of hell, there to dwell eternally. All mortals have 2 accompanying angels throughout life, one to his right recording his good deeds, the other to his left his evil doings. Concerning our servant Ahmed, and giving him the Quran, he questioned it. Over it we have placed 19, that no man nor image of the devil can calculate its error, for they will find no fault therein in its pristine state. But once the hands of man and the minds of mortal and the emotions of human beings have touched El Quran, it will be transformed into the Quran, a book of much contradictions and doubt. For this is indeed a scripture. There is no doubt for those who seek guidance in its pure state, now in the hands of mortals. It is an actual ascension from the soul to the heaven. Did we call Ahmed before our faces to show him the journey of man? He described his journey through the 7 heavens under the guidance of the Anunnaki Gabriel, and through Jahannam, as he was shown Malik, keeper of the first. He saw Cadman as Adam, who in his survey of the ascendants knows the righteous and blamed the evildoer. In the second he saw Tammuz as Isa. In the third he saw Zephaniah as Yusuf. In the fourth Adapha as Idris. In the fifth Aaron as Harun. In the sixth Thutmose the first as Musa. And in the seventh he saw Abram as Ibrahim. For we did take him by shadow hour from our navel to our heart. For we took him from Mecca to Jerusalem, to the remote place where shall be Aqsa. We pulled him into the spirit, and we made him like unto one of us, that he may see and show you. For we did send him a special coach from the heavens, Barak, full of lights, and the size of the best horses, harmless as the mule. But in all your fears of hell and Kanaz, don't you allow yourself to fear the devil more than you fear El the Most High through love. Be ever watchful of his demons, for he has helpers in many forms, constantly opening doors that you may walk into hell. Fear not, for you have all fallen into a death-like sleep. But he who's carried to the heavens by the Anunnaki, he goes from strength, and then show him fear beneath the deep valleys, full of fierce demons having four fires at different places. One to burn the lovers of falsehood, the other the followers, the other brings us the devil, and the other of his servants. He who follows him will be scorched by the demons as he passes by. But he was likened to one who passes on his way to heaven, to be gowned in comfort. Behold, a deep and broad valley, one half filled with the roaring flame, the other half of the storm, hail and snow, between which the unfortunate were tossed. To and fro as the globs of fire mixed with terrible wearing. Yet this was only purgatory. The real hell, far below, was far more terrible, with the darts of fire in the very nearness, which scorched him deeper and deeper in his soul. Who has pain in his greatest form was pleasure, where suffering was welcomed, and where loneliness was never known, where comfort was a long thing forgotten. Then you will seek to prostrate, but you will find no helper. I behold on the other side behind a great similitude of a wall of numerous people in shining garments, enjoying the delight of pure light, brighter than the sun and the moon and the fragrance of flowers. Looking through the crystal-like wall, you see the 144,000 marching on to paradise. I weep for those gowned in ignorance, beardless, though they be Muslims, Christians, Jews and the likes, or Zoroastrists, Buddhists or whatever. Be a servant of Anu the Most High. The Christians, in their vain pleas for intercessions, exalt Zeus as Yeshua, but this noble newsbearer and servant never claimed to be Elyon the Most High, nor to be his only son, only a servant and an apostle. The Jews do it with the apostle Ezra. Servant of Elyon the Most High was he, that's all. Walking downwards towards hell, shadow over their faces, with their beads in their left hand, but looking up, these were lit with brightness of the realm of resuming, the sound of angelic beings, the real paradise. I knew this was for my people, but the real purgators, the mothers who refused to nurture, the fathers who refused to learn to teach their sons. Husbands and wives who refuse to sacrifice for each other's comfort will see hanging by their feet, faithless women by their hair, severe punishment triumphed upon. Mothers guilty of incest, other persons guilty of suicide, slander, false testimony and theft. From the borders of hell were these spirits tested in the shape of dogs. Like lions, they spit fire out of their mouths to prevent escape, guarding the door of hell. And over the fiery river, an iron bridge was span red hot, welcoming weary souls to cross. But fear of the burning bridge, they stayed in hell and moaned and groaned, and gritted and grinded and cried and asked why. Yet cruel demons led the souls after they had passed the test of purification to the very pleasure fragmented, planned, and just tortured and tortured. Few souls escaped by the joy, for in their heart was found truth, calling the name of Elyon the Most High, and acknowledging his servant Ahmed. First circling the moon in Mars, the sun, Jupiter, Venus spinning on Saturn, met by cherubims, surrounded the throne of glory in the sixth heaven. The archangel beings and the patriarchs and all the great news bearers and apostles and the virgins and all the righteous and the unborn children and those who died before puberty. You can hear the Anunnaki singing the songs, and there were smiles of joy in everyone's faces, for they knew they were in the presence of the ultimate, Elyon the Most High. All of this is received and passed on in symbolism for those who need to see the future through fear. Tablet 17, the Judgment. 19 times 2 equals 38. Lo, the day will soon come when you will all look at the sun. Men, women, and children will all cry. Fear, regret, sorrow, and tears. They'll plead to the purified ones for not lending an ear. There will be floods and blood from the weak that fell, that become part of the path of the wicked on their way to hell. Some will try effortlessly to run to the colorless man. They'll ask, what happened to the idol deities? It's heaven in that fairyland. Oh, how could I have been so fooled to have faith in all that you said about a new heaven in the skies where the Jesus once were dead? Yes, you were fooled. You wanted to be free, and you turned away from the truth to be like me. It was written before your face and handed down to you in the scriptures for you to read. But you preferred dealing with me and satisfying your greed. Now the day has come, and the great star will fall to the earth like the dropping of the sun. Gusting smokes to blacken the skies, forwarded by earthquakes, hurricanes, and political dominion cries. In the midst, under the number 666 did I rise, one foot in the north, the other in the west, causing confusion and strife in the Middle East, doing my best. The prostrator mark was deep in his head, the stamp mailing his soul to paradise once he's dead. But for you people, you did accept me, for wealth and money you never did get. I, Azazel, and my host will pay for all the harm we have done, but we will get our satisfaction, looking at the concealers of truth and know that we have won. Cup of heaven, not even 1/4 filled, mostly with the martyrs of righteousness, whom you have killed. Cup of sinners overrun, your next abode you'll have no fun. For today is the day we will all notice the sun. Men, women, and children will all cry. An odd-looking thing will appear in the sky, the rapture. Oh yes, it has come, with only enough seats for the righteous ones. Enki Israel, the Anunnaki of death will appear, having the book of eternal life present there. He will call the names, and the Ansars will say, here. They will say, come and enter this ship. For you the righteous have earned this trip. Pausing time and moment, reflecting on the past, a screen will appear like a crystal of glass. The eyes will raise to behold its light, flashing from the day one to this very special night. When all these things have come to pass, and all the righteous will be given a golden glass, waters of the river of Cortha, and gowned in white silk, honey of heaven, sweet in paradise milk, bathed in the waters of the rivers of Shephuain, couches laying down beside green pastures, the presence of black-eyed maidens there for the asking. When all the names in the list have been read, the big crystal ship will roar, and its material earth will have fled. From its rear will 6 great balls of fire to plunge to the earth and end all the wicked desire, screaming and running to and fro, for suffering awaits those who took not the time to know. This is how it was recorded, and this is how it will be. Chapter 7, The Living Soul. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 1, The Living Soul. 19 times 19 equals 361. Lo, Anu Elion Elion El, the Supreme, the Most High, the highest of the Anunnaki, who is praised, the father of Enki and Mother Ninti. It was he who made the makers and taught them all, who created the creators, and it was he who fashioned the fashioners. He is the one who is the originator of the originators, the builder of the built things, before the first and after the last. Once you are out of love and compassion for yourself, then and only then can you overstand the physical world in which you reside, and which you perceive through what you think to be your 5 senses. But in reality, when you did lay in the laboratory of Shimti, and time had gone by, there was your Bathory gland removed from you. This maimed you and cut you off from random access to the divine. Originally, you had what was called Netatar 10, the 7 senses that could activate the 7 higher senses. You could ascend even higher until you ascend back into divinity, but you are still trapped by 1 sense touch, which is multiplied by deception into 5. For to see, light touches nerve centers. To smell, particles touch nerve centers. To hear, sound waves touch nerve centers. And to feel, you reach and touch things, which activate your nerve centers. They multiply this 1 sense, the sense to really know, to see, hear, taste, smell, and feel. The removal of the Bathory gland removed the 4 higher senses, which were telepathy, psychometry, clairvoyance, and intuition. The senses are necessary for your random access throughout the boundless universe, and they have trapped you in a state of cause and effect, to and fro, up and down, good and bad, in this world of cause and effect, the world of light. You were made human, given lesson knowledge which controls you. When things are being thoroughly investigated, the knowledge becomes complete. Their knowledge being complete has made their thoughts sincere, their hearts being rectified, and their self is then cultivated. With their self being cultivated, their families were regulated, their states were rightly governed, the whole kingdom was made tranquil and happy. It is necessary for you to understand the spiritual realm and the world of darkness, in which you would be using all your 7 senses, thereby rendering you an Elohim. Then, even higher onto your 9 senses, rendering you an Ifrit being, which is the true world of causes. There are combinations of elements that existed before, And all living creatures are what their past actions made them, for the law of cause and effect is uniform and without exception. The 7 descending planes, being Khnum the potter, the Ab heart of Anu El Elo the source, who is Elion Elion El, of the abode called Lahut. El Elo is appointed by El Kalun the All, from which all originated, the source of divine reality, the spark of life. Life is the time you spend in your Kahat body on Earth or on other planets. From the moment of conception between sperm and ovum, there is life and light, divine or otherwise. Prior to fertilization, there was a 3-month preparation inside the female and male in darkness. This is actually the first 3 months of life of the human being. Once the egg is fertilized by the male sperm, the child is already in the 4th month of life. So the woman really carries the child for 12 months, not the 9 months that you have been falsely led to believe. The source of divine truth are the guardians or the Anunnaki, the source of the mental plane, the plane of Ark spirit, and Ba soul, where the thoughts are formed, the source of the spiritual plane, where the emotions are manifested, the source of the plane of force, where the force is between voluntary and involuntary actions, which life substance is manifested, the source of the material plane, the governor of carnal desire, material, not spiritual, like where Anu El Elo, who is also Elion Elion El, to rule over the heavens and the planet Earth, who is called Yahweh, or Jahav by the Mizraimites, or those of Kemet, Egypt. This became Yahweh, for Yah agreeable and Way disagreeable. He is being called the light of the heavens and earth by those who worship the sun. This was placed in the heart of El Elo, the source, who is called Anu. The plane of force is a plane about which the human mind cannot conceive the knowledge concerning it. For he is El Elo, the all-knowing, and the all-wise, the supreme being. He is El Elo, and you should have no other El Elo with him. Say it in your heart, I have faith by way of Anu, as he is. By using all of his names and acknowledging all of his special qualities, by accepting them in your heart and reciting it with your tongue, thus declaring, I would be faithful to Anu and all of the messengers or Anunnaki of Anu, and all of the scriptures, and all of those Rasulat sent forth by Anu, who is Anu, for guidance, and in a final day, when all actions will be judged, according to whether they be agreeable or disagreeable. All of this comes from Anu, Elion Elion El, right up until death. There are 2 lives, life on earth and life after the physical death. Death is the door which takes you from one stage in life to the next stage of higher life. If that person was a highly spiritual person, their soul will pass at once through the planes, or even bypass the planes and go into the heavens or other galaxies, from where their soul and ether being originated. With the help of the elder Anunnaki, the Agigi, the heavenly host, or 24 elders who sit around the throne called Shayuk. You should not weep at natural death, but rejoice and welcome the presence of the Elohim. The Anunnaki bless you with old age, which allows the physical body to rest from the harmful activities that we indulge in every day. Old age prepares humans for their inevitable judgment, so escape not from the possibility of becoming elderly, for it is an honored gift that everyone receives. You may weep for the murdered victims or accidents or illness and life cut off before old age. You can weep for the pain they felt, but not for the transferred from this world to the next. You cannot take from the all, and you cannot add to the all. The all merely shares, and you become. The plane of divine reality is the mental spark, the true essence of the human being, the light of life in human beings, a divine spark, reflected spark from Anu Elion Elion El, the Most High, the Highest, manifesting itself as effect. Light disturbed the supreme balancement of darkness, and he created individualism, or a focal point, which manifests itself there as opposed to here. This spark is in each individual, making them a supreme being, onto beings, known as Anunnaki, Allahumat, and then onto human beings, onto human being, onto human, onto men, onto mammal, onto beast-like man, beast onto demon, as ether beings, rulers of the agreeable Anunnaki, Sarufat, who came incarnate on behalf of human beings. The disagreeable Anunnaki, Garubat, can incarnate on behalf of man and the beast man, having both male and female gender. For in the spirit, Cadmon, son of Autumn, and his wife Lilith, and Nekeba, son of Fatah, and his wife Aneth, are one being. Thus you, Cadmon, are Nekeba, and you, Nekeba, are Cadmon. He is also called Adam. It is on this plane where the mental spark is formed, the shell of the spiritual body of Cadmon, who is the ruler of Nasut, the abode of Enoshites, a spark of divine consciousness, leading to the development of the human soul. Being in the likeness of the Anunnaki, and Anu El Elo, the most glorified and exalted light, as a child of the Elohim. The spark of consciousness, this mental spark that radiates a part of itself to the planes below it. It projects down to the spiritual plane and forms what you call the soul. It is the light of Anu El Elo, most glorified and exalted, becoming life. The spiritual body, or etheric you, is the shell of the soul. The spiritual body will be visible as ethereal form to those close to the deceased. This is the spirit, together with the 2.5 of soul, and the breath of life. It's the last thing to leave the body, following the soul. The spirit then becomes drowsy and sinks into the preliminary sleep of the spiritual plane. The spiritual body houses the soul of the spiritual etheric plane. When the breath of life ceases to exist in human beings, the etheric cord and the spiritual body is cut. This allows the person to live an extended and independent etheric life. Much like when a baby is born, the umbilical cord is cut from the mother, which she once depended upon. The baby comes out and begins a whole new life. The soul is greater than life, because when life is no more, the soul remains forever. In that which the being has done that has affected others, his soul is his essence, and he's remembered time. The soul is greater. It gives you your will to live or die in the physical. Thus the physical life of the soul is 1,000 years in this realm, and the spiritual life of the soul, as the spirit of the shell of the soul, is 43,800 years. But the existence of the soul in the minds of those affected is eternity. When a person dies, the soul and the breath of life is the last thing to leave the physical body. Then, being the human, should live 120 earth years, and 1,000 as nature and a part of nature on the plane of force, which is the breath of life. His existence goes on to complete the cycle of existence until he or she is remembered no more. Anu is remembered, Humbabar is forgotten. This soul attracts bacteria, and a form is shaped around it, which is a body that is formed by the hand of the Anunnaki, the most glorified and exalted ones, the benevolent ones. On the arms of Enki Israel, the angelic being of death, son of Anu and Id. Built on the atoms of the physical plane, it manifests as a mortal, body and spirit, giving birth to a living soul. The body, the spirit, the living soul is the successor of the earthly plane, a son of the Anunnaki Cadmon. You were born by the will of Anu, El Elo, a living soul. The mental sparks all connected through the spiritual umbilical cord, the etheric cord. In respect to the planes, the plane of divine truth is the spiritual perfection and attainment, a plane exempt from all carnal desires, supreme spiritual bliss. It is a level of consciousness which is of the daily expressions of those you call ranks of angelic beings, Kohain Zodokai priests, the 23 elders, Akatriel, Anaphiel, Asbuga, Bariuel, Kimiuel, Kaiel, Galgaliel, Haniel, Uphiel, Uhuel, Metatron, Raguel, Cadasin, Raduariel, Razuel, Rikbiel, Mahei, Shamuel, Yarnun, Suriel, Yefafia, Zagzagul, and Sandalfun. The 24th seat is open to all the news bearers, and the 25th is the one of the 24 who takes the seat of overseer. As the 19th becomes the 25th in the renewal of history, as Yanun becomes Melchizedek, which takes place every equinox, when Yanun personified in the year 1970 AD into Isa al-Hadi al-Mahdi, called then Imam Isa, and he descended onto the planet Earth. He took the place of the 25th seat, and another Anunnaki was placed in the 19th seat. A nearness to the heart of Anu El Elo, most glorified and exalted. It is the school of Anunnaki of green light, from where they have the ability to personify as 12 times 12, and it is here that one is translated from a mental state into that of a divine state. The mental plane is the plane of the chosen. Rejoice at the glad tidings. The The Chosen One, our Master, has found the root of all evil, disagreeableness. He has shown us the way to salvation, Nuwaupu. The Chosen One dispels the illusions of our mind, and he breaks the spell of Kinu, and redeems us from the fears of death. The Chosen One, our Master, brings comfort to the weary and sorrow-laden. He restores place to those who are broken down under the burden of this life. He gives courage to the weak when they are at time's end, and they are ready to give up self-reliance, and they hope the Chosen One has proclaimed the truth, Nuwaupu. Let the truth of the Chosen One dwell in your hearts, extinguishing yourselves every desire that antagonizes the Chosen One, and in the perfection of your spiritual growth you will become like unto him. Those of you which cannot or will not develop into the Chosen One must perish, for it is the source of your error, it is the cause of your misery. It is those of you who, through flashes of intuitive illumination from the higher source, who have the ability to perceive that which the ordinary human perceives not. The Chosen is that one who finds his normal consciousness level, expressing a bright light from within the inner sun at the seat of the solar plexus. This plane is the midway plane between the human being and the supreme being, where all those of the ancient and mystical order of Melchizedek spiritually meet, where they adorn their crimson to black crown, and you listen to hear the tassel bell of happiness sound, where their heart is wrapped with the noble sash, a token of authority, dignity, power, honor, and reward, worn as a symbol of glory and remembrance of their great path. As they raise to the heights from degree to degree, 720 is what they will be. 360 master the physical, and all 360 opens the way to the spiritual hall. 27, 9 to the ninth power of 9. At this point you become master over space and time, knowing no depth, no height, and you raise from the darkness of ignorance to the intellectual light, which endures all temptations when it is tried. A crown that is his own, the jacket with the wings of an angel is worn. Thus, you have your inner pyramid. Pira means fire, and mid means the center. The nose on the face inhales the oxygen that ignites the sun in the middle of your chest, where the lotus breastplate rests, and the son of the Anunnaki, most glorified and exalted ones, Malakut, which is ruled by Malachi Zadok, plane of divine love. A compassion not yet comprehended by human beings, but it will be, of which earthly love is only a reflection. A compassion that realizes not only the self, but expresses a compassion that can encompass all. With the true lights, the skin of the soul is the force field of the mental substance, manifested as your ark or nafas spirit. In the lower part of the mental force field, the spirit forms the cat, physical body, as a lower aspect of itself, and it builds a home for the ba, ruach, living soul. The physical form, then it's built around the lower aspect of the spiritual form. The ba, ruach, soul, and the spiritual life determines the form of the body. The light of the soul as it perspires through the spiritual skin, this is called the true light, a result of the light of the sun that burns within your solar plexus. It is the dictionary of your emotions. The mental plane is the plane where the spirit or the soul are outgrown, and the thoughts take form. With the subplanes, each plane is broken up into 7 subplanes, which are broken up into 7 subplanes, down to the 7th degree of 7. The 4th subplane of the spiritual plane is a battleground for the mind of human beings. This is where an external and internal struggle go on between its higher and lower mind, and the emotions are formed, vibrating on their own selfish frequency. With mental intuition, the 3 subplanes are the realms of your subconsciousness, and the upper 3 subplanes are the realms of your mental intuition, or the superconsciousness of Cadman, son of Autumn. It, your superconsciousness, is from where your soul descends into spirit and forms the body. In the middle chamber, the first, the world, the last. Remember the various levels of the mind, the walking conscious mind, as it works through your everyday awareness, and it is clothed in the matter of the physical plane. The subconscious mind operates through the sympathetic nervous system, which is the system of cells, tissues, and organs that regulates the body's responses to internal and external stimuli. In vertebrates, it consists of the brain, spinal cord, nerves, ganglia, and different parts of the receptor and effector organs. The subconscious mind, as it operates your faculties of intuition, and the wisdom of the mind, as it operates through you. As yet, undeveloped qualities of divinity are found at the end of the true seeker's path. The plane of force is a plane largely composed of energy forces and etheric ka, duplicates of the physical plane's objects. The plane of force is not subject to the law of gravitation as you understand it. The plane of force is dominated by the law of attraction. Upon the plane of force, there is neither distance nor time. There is no heat or cold, summer or winter, day or shadow hour. It is a plane of aspiring desires as well as carnal. The physical plane consists of dense chemical regions of solids, liquids, and gases, and the etheric region consisting of 4 higher physical ethers: ultra-gaseous matter, life force ether, light ether, and mental ether. The attribute of Anu Elyon Elyon El, the Most High, the highest, formed on the higher planes, step down to become your intuition, the intuition of a human being, and the intuition of human beings stepped down into his conscious and became his character, his living soul. The ultra-gaseous matter, ether, is the most dense and the lowest of all the 4 ethers of the physical plane. The ultra-gaseous matter, ether, is the channel for all the physical forces with which you are familiar with, like heat, sound, light, motion, ultraviolet rays, and cosmic rays. This ether subplane of the physical manifests aspects which operate in human beings under the direction of his conscious mind. Within the physical form, the ultra-gaseous matter, known as ether, is operating under the law of attraction, and it draws the physical form from the needed elements in the surrounding space, and it makes them absorb to be utilized in the physical form. The ultra-gaseous matter, ether, under the law of repulsion, expels from the physical form all the materials that are no longer useful to its maintenance. This is all accomplished under the direction of the subconscious mind. The life force ether is the source of vitality and life for all forms of the mental plane, and the mental plane is interwoven into the spiritual plane, which is interwoven into the plane of force, which is interwoven like a helix into the physical. It is a manifestation of your reproductive organs, Cadman and Nakeba, and all of your seed after you. It operates in the female part of you, Cadman, and all of her functions of reproduction, and from the moment of conception of Nakeba from you, you became man and woman, and a reflection of man, which is the real self-symbol of the Tubal Cain, simply Tubal Cain, son of Zillah, meaning in the shadows. Out of the shadows of ignorance do we build with bronze and iron. The life force ether attracts from the elements around her, that which enables the growth of the new body in her being, not out as you did her, Cadman. She will be the mother of all living, Nakeba. The life force ether also manifests activity in producing semen in the male, Cadman. The spark of life, be it male or female, it comes from your likeness to the Anunnaki, most glorified and exalted ones, the benevolent ones. In respects to the light ether is the tunnel from which light from the plane of force penetrates, spreads, and intermingles with the physical plane. The light binds human beings' emotional nature, which is to the emotional center in the physical form, which is located in the solar plexus. The solar plexus is 6.5 to 7 inches above the navel or umbilical seat, as the crimson crown stands 6.5 to 7 inches high. The emotional center superimposes the solar plexus area. The lobe of the light ether is always in perpetual motion. The mental ether forms the bridge between the brain structure of the physical form and the mental body of the physical individual. The mental ether is distributed throughout the brain centers and throughout the cerebrospinal nervous system, which produces mental waves throughout the atmosphere. It is by these mental waves that your thought processes function, and it is because of this mental ether that thought forms are seen, the true light reflecting your every thought. The mental ether is the channel for the transmission of thoughts from one individual to another, a form called telepathy, telepathite, or tarite, which will become increasingly responsive in these last days. In the physical form, the heart is the great center station of life's activity. When the heart fails to pulsate, the body is dead. The bloodstream carries life throughout the channels of the body, being sent there not alone, but by the pumping action of the heart, and also by the law of magnetic attraction. The physical form gives off energy from itself, as well as attracts energies into itself from the marrow of the bones, which flow the ultra-gaseous matter, ether. It registers as a pale silvery mist throughout the physical form, with its concentrated points of activity all around the vital organs. Its principal seat of activity is at the highest point of the right auricle of the heart. The physical body, when one dies, recycles from the ground in which it is planted, and it becomes life again. It penetrates into the atmosphere as films or dust particles, and they are breathed into the nostrils of human beings, where they are recycled by triggering nerves in the sinus cavity beneath the pyramid nose. It works like a kidney to sift the unneeded particles and that related the chemical composure of that which is needed into the mother's bloodstream. The human flesh is reanimated. This is the process by which a child is given formal flesh in the mother's womb. Then there is the etheric double. During the process of birth, the atoms of the new forming physical form stick fast to the atoms of the etheric form. The physical form, without the vital etheric form interpenetrating it, it is only an empty shell that possesses no vital life. The etheric form, after rising out of the physical form at death, it is also an empty shell, and it disintegrates. It requires the two of them to express life. The etheric body is an interlacing network of etheric wires that are knitted concentratedly at all the seats along the spine. The principal point of contact is the navel or umbilical seat of life. From there, it extends into the spleen by the nerve ganglia. From the umbilical seat of all human beings, desires arise, for this is an emotional center, the principal station of the subconscious mind in human beings, though it operates under the influence of the pituitary gland, or the seat of light of the third eye at the tip of the nasal pyramid, the brow seat of Horus or Heru, the sun. The eye is at the cornerstone of your own pyramid. Tablet 2, the seed of Cadman. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, Cadman, your seed's life will be governed more by emotions than by willpower, which means that they will think as much with their abdominal brain in the solar plexus as with the brain in their head. At the present, desire is the motivating factor and the most powerful force in the human being's life. There are two desires at the root of emotion. Attract, human desire to possess or move towards something, and retreat, human desire to escape something. The spiritual aura extends beyond the outside of the physical form. Since the emotions of human beings presently rule their life, their spiritual form is entering the height of its development. Their spiritual sense organs are starting to speed up, which means that they are beginning to function on the spiritual. During the hours when their physical consciousness is asleep, with their spiritual sight, their hearing and awareness wakes the dormant spiritual self. This can be preempted by sleep paralysis to stimulate experiences that do not actually happen. This spiritual form contains counterparts of your physical and sense organs. The spiritual form has eyes, nose, and mouth, but its organs are not used in the same way as they are on the physical plane. You see through the eyes on the physical plane, and on the spiritual planes, the perception is different. Tablet 3, the spiritual form. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, but on the spiritual plane, one sees and perceives through the entire physical form, with the eyes serving only as focal points. Human beings on the spiritual plane far surpass the ranges on which the physical beings are capable. The matter, energy of which the spiritual form is composed is constantly in rapid motion, so the sense of seeing, hearing or tasting, smelling and feeling are not stabilized through any particular nerve channel. The spiritual form also contains a conscious, which is a counterpart of the physical brain, with this one difference. The spiritual conscious is capable of remembering both your spiritual experiences and your physical experiences. The mental force field embraces the upper part of the physical form, extending down to the root seat of light at the base of the spine. Its principal points of contact are the pineal and pituitary area, the throat area, the solar plexus. The seat of consciousness is of the world of light, and things focused in the brain passes through the medulla oblongata into the spinal column. The spinal column is an elongation of the seat of consciousness, the seat of visions and senses in the spiritual world of pure blackness, the realm of the free imagination and true overstanding and bliss, which existed before the light of knowledge and chaos. This peaceful darkness is the hippocampus area of the brain, the seat of God. It is the carrier of a liquid ether substance which travels upwards to the seat at the highest point of the brain used, darkness or downward to the seat of light in the root or base of the spine. Liquid ether is the equivalent to E2 plus E8, which is on the physical elementary chart as H2O. That is, 2 hydrogen and 1 oxygen producing water. The etheric chart, it's 2 ether 1s plus 1 ether 8 to produce liquid ether. Tablet 4, ether. 19 times 1 equals 19. Low. The ultra-gaseous matter, ether in the physical form, is associated with the solids of the body, such as the structure of the body. The life force, ether, which is etheric form, is involved in the fluids of the body called liquid ether, such as the bloodstream, and the excretion of the ovaries and testes. The spirit is in the blood. The blood is liquid. The spirit acts as a spark that ignites the life in the blood. The life produces a light, which appears as an auric shell. It inhouses the soul, which is the light messenger. This messenger transports information to the conscious and subconscious being. The sparks of life trigger the mind that pulls itself from the mental reservoir of intellect, which is governed by the oversoul that is connected by an etheric cord. All messages in light forms travel through the cords from the mental reservoir. Etherins are the guardians of this reservoir of intellect called Akasha. Each being receives light messages in their DNAs and RNAs from and through these beings that are responsible for triggering each moment of thought and action in their existence. So, a harmonious flow of energy and life in the form of light messages must travel to the being, rendering each being's inner self etheric. Chapter 7, The Living Soul. Begin all acts and thinking by using Al-Kaloon the All. Tablet 5, The Laws of Health. 19 times 8 equals 152. Low. The law of health will be based on this fact. It is simple to understand all, and require only that a human should open their eyes to perceive the great elementary forces which support health. They are these. The blood requires motion, the great central organ of the stomach requires exercise and a suitable diet. The nervous system requires a regular amount of rest. When the physical and etheric are balanced in a cell, and in all cells of the body, we have harmony, which results in good health. When the balance between physical and etheric life force is upset, and too little of the etheric life force is in the cell, and the tissues and the different parts of the body which depend on the balanced flow of etherical life force, it will become affected and you will feel abnormal in some way, and that's when you become ill. If the abnormal or imbalanced condition between the physical and the etheric is allowed to continue for any length of time, or by any force of circumstances, it cannot be changed very quickly. Not only is the vitality or strength of the entire human body taken away, but the person feels weak and distressed. Many of the cells in various parts of the body will begin to break down into their individual strength and will easily be attacked by germs or destructive cells that we take into the body under normal conditions. The result is then that these imbalanced cells throughout your body becomes disease, and the disease of different kinds will break out in some inner or outer part of the body before you have an opportunity to know exactly what is wrong. There are two outstanding classifications of diseases. The first is the class that is based on colds, where congestion of the blood and congestion of the nervous energy occurs, because the normal temperature of the blood has been lowered and it ceases to flow and act in a normal manner. The other class of disease is fever and heat. This is due to the fact that the harmony of the cells has been upset to such a degree that the disease germs are attacking the cells, and in the process of destroying and being attacked, the blood increases in temperature and we feel as though we are burning up. Between the two classes of colds and heat, there are hundreds of manifestations. All in all, it is the imbalanced state which exists between the physical world and the etheric or spiritual body which produces illness. Each blood cell must have a well-balanced power of vitality as it goes through the arteries and veins of the body. This vitality results from the proper relationship between the etheric form and the physical form. When you breathe into your lungs oxygen, this is physical. On the other hand, there is something else that is in the air which gives you life and vitality. Anu, Elion Elion El, the Most High, the Highest, puts it there. This is spiritual life force called the divine breath. As a red blood cell leaves the lungs and goes to the heart, it is pumped around through the system. It throws off some of its oxygen and vitality, and it picks up a little more of the mental part that forms its outer wall or shell. This is the way it strengthens itself in the physical sense, but it revitalizes itself as far as the life force is concerned, in that the life force is relinquished. It has distributed at the various capillaries in the physical form and has given strength and vitality to the physical form in this way. Eventually, the blood cell starts its journey through the veins to the heart again. By the time it reaches the heart, it has a strong physical shell with very little life force in the center of its body. It is then a revitalized cell, and the heart sends it up to the lungs once more to receive more of the life force in the center of its body. Then it descends from the lungs into the heart to be redirected through the body on its job of distributing vitals and life. And each time the blood cell in a normal healthy body leaves the lungs, it goes to the heart to steer its great job of vitality. It is a well-balanced, harmonious cell containing the proper portions of etherical life force, but after it has gone its way, giving up life force to the various parts of the body, and it's ready to come back to the lungs again, it is an imbalanced cell because its life force has left and changed the balancement. So it is important to make use of breathing exercises such as hoodoo, or what the Orientals call Tai Chi, to breathe in A and to breathe out La. You need to come in contact with your spiritual self, your etheric form. Remember this. Now you know the composition of your form of Cadman, son of Autumn and Lilith. Autumn equals A, Lilith equals La, Allah, male Yang, Alat, female Yin. The body you wear is composed of 7 degrees of substance. These 7 substances vary in vibration. 3 are the main substances of physical form, and 4 of them are the main substances of the spiritual form. The spiritual form is the body of your life force. Without it, the physical form is without life. The spiritual form is the pattern upon which the physical form is built. It is the battery which recharges the physical form with life force. The form possesses 4 centers for absorbing and digesting spiritual forces, just as the physical form possesses organs to absorb and digest food. These vital 4 senses, you know them as seats of light and darkness. The spiritual form is at times taking tremendous psychic and spiritual forces through its various seats of light from darkness, and it sends them through the glands of the physical body, as well as by the bloodstream. The spiritual form penetrates every cell of the physical form. It must at all times be able to properly discharge its duties of operation, that is, of properly absorbing and distributing life force of the unlit universe through its own centers. It must at all times be properly attuned to the dense physical form in order for perfect health to manifest in this lit up world. The 4 centers of the spiritual form lay upon and thoroughly penetrate the glands of the physical form and draw in solar energy and life force of the atmosphere, and then put them in the physical form by their counterparts, which are the physical glands. These 4 centers or seats of light are sockets into which the glands are plugged in order for the life force to flow into the physical form from the unlit world to the lit world. When your body becomes ill, what has happened is the physical and the spiritual forms have somehow become disconnected. The physical is cut off from its source of life force. Some connecting wires between the 2 forms have either been severed or damaged, and your inner light dulls. Your body begins filling with darkness. The cells starve for the life force vital energy and slowly die if the connection is not repaired. How do the Anunnaki or angels of green light fit into the process of healing? How are the healings manifested? What power is at work to help you regain your physical perfection? Sometimes instantly, sometimes over shadow hour, sometimes requiring longer. The great healing force, which operates under the direction of the subconscious mind, is available to everyone. It is a life force which, if properly directed, could keep you perfect in physical form, which could heal everything. It is the green light directed by Murdoch. Peace and blessings of Anu be upon you, ruler of Malakut. The secret is to understand how to direct his life force to release tension within. This is to stimulate its vibration, to bring all the cells of your physical form into harmony, one with the other. Murdoch, peace and blessings of Anu be upon him, releases his same healing force within Elkut, the center of the sons of the green light. Through the mind power, focus with a full intensity upon the inner world and upon the acceleration and direction of the inner forces. You should employ the use of tafalat and meditation and visualization of the presence of the green light and affirmation of the power of its presence and stimulating it through focalization of the thought force. This is the tremendous life energy within and surrounding the physical form. Through the focalized mind power, the green light forces act like a magnet stimulated within. It begins immediately to attract from the swirling sea of ethers around us the sweeping current of green light, which is awaiting to be drawn into any reservoir of life force from the realm of darkness, the mental to the spiritual, to the plane of force, the sea of green energy. Thus, when it is stimulated, the physical form becomes an electromagnetic force, surging with increasing power, and it draws more and more potent currents into itself from the surrounding ethers. Every molecule, every atom which builds up the cells of the physical body is built around a minute center of light, which is the spiritual force, moving into the plane of force, the life seat. It is this infinite small light dot that is divine in aspect, the life of light from Anu, Elion, Elion El, the Most High, the highest, which is the secret power that holds together the atom and the molecule, that manifests from plane of force to the plane of physical. It is the center of the molecular solar system. The atom is nothing more than a tiny solar system charged with electric and magnetic power. If the atmosphere around you is completely charged with positive vitality and the currents of life force is of joy and happiness, it is from the Anunnaki Sarufat, Cadman, son of autumn. Our physical form automatically will take enough of it to supply a perpetual flow so that he would never experience illness. However, human beings will constantly surround themselves with an aura of negative mental wavelengths, a force field of hates, prejudice and fears, doubt about the all. This is from the Anunnaki Garubat. Anxieties about their future and a complete lack of security and stability, low moral concepts corrupted by spiritual values from Samael, who is known as the one who was removed from the skies, the red light. He is a force field vacant of faith, love and divine assurance. These negative mental forces completely overpower the life force within the etherical spiritual form from Mikael, son of Enki and Damkina, the green light. Indeed, the wonder is that the physical form of human beings can survive at all, embattled on every hand as it is by unpredictable mental forces that will not keep from changing long enough to recharge and revitalize the cells of which it is composed. The first step necessary to restore perfection to the body is to instill complete faith in Anu El Elo, most glorified and exalted, and there does exist a vast reservoir of spiritual and life forces awaiting. It is only the human being's mental acceptance of them from the abode Malachi. This is the home of the Anunnaki, angelic beings, sons and daughters of Anu, Elion, Elion El. The first act, the act of having faith, is within itself a gigantic step forward towards breaking the negative mental force field. We need not have faith if we know. The Anunnaki Garubat and Lucifer Samael, also called Shaitan and Satan, the dragon or beast, he is so crystallized around human beings' physical form that it is indeed difficult to destroy the power that he, the evil one, exerts. This mental force has built a wall, an invisible wall, an almost impenetrable wall, which prevents the inflow of positive spiritual energies that are there. When each child of your seed will be born into the earthly plane, we will shield him from all evil at 30 steps like from the tree. Only you let Samael and his 200 sons will tarnish his father and the 1/3 of disagreeable Anunnaki that were cast out of the skies at the very breaking forth of day into the realm of your children. Now I, Mikael, have shown you the secrets of life and breath. If you will become as one of us Anunnaki again. However, if not, you will go down into the earth. The gate will always be opened, the vortex which is the pathway, to you if you can climb the path to the pure green light, which will lead you home. The crystal city awaits only 144,000. Each of you shall be called when your DNA explodes in awareness, and at that exact moment is when you are truly not alone. Your Ephraim parents have sent forth the Anunnaki to enlighten the chosen amongst you. Once your mind's eye is open and you can truly see with your inner being, then you will be prepared, and the ladder will be let down for you to climb each step to your place in the Crystal City. Tablet 6, the reproductive process. 19 times 6 equals 114. Lo, sexual reproduction is the union of two cells to form one or more. This one formed cell then grows into a new living being or beings. The organs of the reproductive system may be divided into two groups: the gonad, which means the male and female sex organs, the testes and ovaries, a cell from which an egg or ovum develops by meiosis, a female gametophyte in which that produces germ cells called spermatozoa, and hormones called testosterone, estrogen and progesterone, and 2, a series of ducts for the transportation of germ cells. In the male, the penis is prepared to transfer germ cells into the body of the female. In the female, the uterus is changed or arranged to support the growth and development of the new living being. The spermatozoa, plus the secretion of the seminal vessels, of the prostrate gland, and of the bulbourethral glands, make up the semen, which is ejaculated into a woman. This thick greyish-white fluid has an average pH of about 6.5. Semen, or white blood, is ejaculated by means of contraction of the smooth muscle of the prostrate gland and the contraction of certain muscles in the urethra. In the average male, each cubic centimeter of semen contains 777,777,777 sperm cells. However, only one spermatozoa can fertilize an egg, and all that is left, the remainders will disintegrate. The fertilized egg reaches the uterine cavity in about 27 hours after fertilization. The frontal sinus is the cavity located between the eye. This is the sinus which accumulates mucus between the eyes. Women who are pregnant have a lot of sinus problems, and especially during the first few months of pregnancy. And this is because she has a lot of mucus buildup in her sinus cavities, which are responsible for sifting the particles so that they may be regenerated as flesh. This process takes place in what is called the sinus erectus, which is a cavity located outside of the cerebellum region of the brain. Each follicle of hair has its own nerves, which are connected to the brain. These nasal hairs filter particles that are breathed in. Each particle is energy. The fertilized egg is nourished during the passage from the fallopian tubes to the uterine cavity by the secretions from the mucous membrane lining the tube. The uterus is a hollow, thick-walled muscular organ. Its cavity communicates with those of the fallopian tubes above and with the vagina below. The upper portion of the uterus is called the body, and the lower constricted portion is called the cervix. The portion of the body above the entrance of the uterine tube is referred to as the fundus, which simply means the upper part of a hollow organ. From the embryo stage of a fetus, the mucus helps to shape the body. As a baby takes form, a gland called the aortic gland, which lie on either side of the aorta, in the region of the inferior mesenteric artery develops. The aortic gland measures about 1 centimeter in length. By the 6th month of development, the aortic gland is at full development. It helps the baby continue to develop its physical composition. The baby can will its own death and cause the gland not to continue to develop. This gland will cease to function, thereby causing what you call stillbirth. The size of the aortic gland will decrease in size with age and after puberty, which ranges in different ages depending on the hormonal changes. It can only be seen under a microscope. The aortic gland will reappear within 24 hours before a person dies, and it brings on the setting in of the rigor mortis process, which is the temporary rigidity of muscles occurring after death. The kidney and liver work together to cleanse the body of its liquid impurities. The liver filters poisons from the blood, and it is the largest gland in the body. It lies across the width of the abdomen at the lower margin of the ribs on your right side. The liver has many functions which are important to the body, including the production of bile, a bitter yellowish liquid necessary for the complete digestion of fats. Bile is about 98% water. Among the solid substances dissolved in water are bile pigments, which give the bile a golden brown color. Also, in the bile are bile salts, which emulsify the fats in the small intestine. This is a necessary step before the fat can be broken down into fatty acids and glycerol. About a pint and 2/4 of bile is secreted daily by the liver. The kidneys filter poisons from all the other liquids in the body. The two kidneys, each resembling a 5-inch long kidney bean, are located on either side of the vertebral column, just under the ribs. Two large arteries, the arteries pertaining to the renal organ, liver, deliver about 1/4 of the blood discharged from the heart into the kidneys. An enormous quantity of blood, about 1800 or 1900 quarts, passes through the kidney every day. The kidneys filter waste substances and excess water, urea, mineral salts, and other products from the blood. They return the blood to the heart through two renal veins. The only substances that do not pass through the kidneys are those that are too large. Red and white blood cell platelets, droplets of fat, and very large protein substances. These substances return to the main blood circulation. In each kidney, the waste substances collect and are expelled in fluid form through the urethra. Every day, the body produces about 2 quarts of urine. The lifespan of human beings can vary from death in the womb to no more than 120 years. The supreme being or soul of a human being would live to the equivalent of 1,000 years. For every 1 day for the Anunnaki of the 1,000 years, this would mean that there are 365 days in an Earth year, based on the movement of your planet around your sun. Each year of that would be 365,000 days at 1,000 years per one of those, 365 days of your 365-day year. So then, you multiply 365,000 by 120 years, and the answer is 43,800,000 years that each human being's soul lives. The actual manifestations of the opening of the seventh seal was the sighting of the six-pointed star. It was there that those Anunnaki listened to the diabolical plans to overthrow Michael. Many were seduced with disagreeable suggestions. Some of the jinns repented, and Anu Elion Elion El, the Most High, forgave them. They became protectors of the Gate of Gan, the enclosed Garden of Delight, and the Ark of the Tabernacle. They are the 4 beasts of hideous forms from Salat. They protect the 23 elders. One has the face of the disagreeable in the form of a male living being. The next has the face of a lion with the nature of the disagreeable. The next has the face of a bull with the aggressive nature. The next has the face of an eagle having a treacherous nature. After the defeat of Shakar and his army, the Anunnaki divided according to the nature of their creation. There was the Anunnaki Garubat, who fought against Michael, son of Enki and Damkina. They were created of poisonous smokeless fire, the Amber Light. Then there were the Anunnaki Sarufat, who remained loyal to Michael. They all came together from all parts of Ilion, all the planets of the Father constellation, before the birth of the planet Earth, and are created of the pure illuminating violet light that shrouded their beloved angelic ruler Michael. When his state is of the physical state, his green essence is the life force of vegetation. These Anunnaki began to live separately according to their nature, and on that great day, when Ninurta put Zuin to death, and all of the Anunnaki, the good Sarufat, rejoiced at the return of the Akasha records, the Tablet of Destiny, to the hands of the great Enlil. On that same day, did the son of Tarnish vow vengeance on the creation of the Anunnaki called Adama. He, Halal, son of Shakar, known also as Samael and Nakash, who is Iblis, gathered his 200 and cried, "Revenge must be." And in time, when the Anunnaki had placed these chosen beings in the enclosed Garden of Delight, Nakash set out for revenge, to undermine Kalkael and to turn him into a liar in the eyes of his creation. And by whispering evil suggestions into the heart of the female part of Cadman, did Nakash accomplish his plan, and cause the great plan to foil. For man did begin to doubt the Anunnaki, and refused to give the third part of himself into their trust. Thus man fell from grace of the Anunnaki, and into the clutches of Nakash, who is Iblis. This Nakash vowed to alter the deeds that appear disagreeable, and make them appear agreeable to the seed of this third son, Cadman, who was once in the image and after the likeness of the Anunnaki, being both agreeable from his father Autumn and disagreeable from his mother Lilith. Thus, it is said that now Cadman has become like one of us, to know his agreeable side and his disagreeable side, when at first, like a lion raised with the sheep, he knew only one side. Thus he too had to be maimed, and this momentum had led to the removal of the Baffry gland, which produces the hormone serin, a green substance that filters the chlorine through the body and activates the melanin, stimulating the nerve fibers in the hippocampus area of the brain that opens the higher senses. With this removed, he became maimed and no longer a deity, a mere mortal. His son, Seth's son, became a mortal called Enos, and he was cut off from the courts of the Anunnaki, from their presence, from their guidance, and from their voices was assigned but one, Tammuz, who is called Yahweh. Tablet 7, the forces of will. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, it is these two forces of agreeable and disagreeable that have a direct influence on the will of human beings, yet they are but one force. Elyon El, the Most High, created the agreeable Anunnaki from light, and the Jinn or the Anunnaki of the lesser light from fire. Thus, it is related that in order for Anu, Elyon El, the Most High, to create anything spiritual or physical, there had to be a state to contain something. This condition was the state of nothingness. So splendid and fine was this state of Anu, Elyon El, the Most High's existence, that it was not even included in creation. So Anu, Elyon El, the Most High, created a state of nothingness in which to place the 99 elements that made up the something known, the sum of things. Wait, then he created something. That something was in a state of darkness, a state of supreme balancement. One of the first things which Anu, Elyon El, the Most High, the highest, created inside the darkness was the light in the darkness. The light fathered objects, and objects created subjects, creating subjection. When the light manifested in the darkness, it became the name of Anu, being he fathered light. In time, light gained a purpose. That was in opposition to the very darkness in which it was created. In due time, that light wanted to rule the darkness too. In fact, it immersed itself in the darkness until there was no darkness. Yet, light must reflect. Reflection has a point in time and space. Thus, the brightest of lights is merely a beam in supreme balancement. Thus, light can never remove the darkness, but merely wear its garment and dream of its authority. Thus, you have the spark of life, the living. On the first things of which Anu the soul created was the quill, and of the first things which Anu, who he is, created was the intellect, and he commanded as he pleased. He said, by you I grant and by you I forbid, by you I establish and you I appoint. Tablet 8, the Enoshite, mortal man. 19 times 3 equals 57. Lo, all of you children of Nuwaupu, you have embarked on the name Nuwaupian. I, your master teacher, who you know as Malachi Zadok York El, have been sent to you to break the spell. I am about to impart on your mind the mechanics of what you call the master organ, or simply the brain, which works with the mind. Know that your mind was a special gift given to you by your ancestors, whom I call your descendants, for they came down to you from above. They are called Anunnaki, who are the Elohim, and Al-Mala'ikat, the angelic beings, the ruler of which is Al-Malak, who is Anu, called El-Elo or Anu, Allah and Yahweh, or Theos, or God to many, all within El-Kalim, the All. Within the confines of these pages, you shall embark upon the knowledge of the mind, in which is working with the brain and the nervous system, 3 out of your whole body and being. The brain is one of the most intricate of organs within itself, and it was created by El-Elo, the Most High. This knowledge which I am giving to you has never been taught to you by any. Remember, my dear Nuwaupian, with right knowledge you can receive right wisdom and right understanding over all. This is the science of your way of life, Nuwaupu, which is the Miller of the Anunnaki Elohim. Let me begin by giving you the nature of the Hamim, who is the mortal man, the human being. Know to you as Enoshites, the children of Enos, the son of Seth, who in tones is called Sheth, and in rhythm Sheith, and his wife Aklamia. O ye children of Enos, know that ye have fallen from being to supreme being to human to man, to mortal, to mammal. Don't fall any further, my children. Study this small scroll. When the Enoshite searches for happiness, they invariably turn to external objects and events for satisfaction. They merely think, If I could just have that car, or if I were just able to get that job, or if I only lived here or there, then I would be happy. They have no perception of the fact that the mind can be still and at peace for a short time on attaining the desired object, but eventually the mind becomes tired of the newly made toy and seeks treasure elsewhere, still in search of happiness. However, know this, my child, each time the external objects fails to bring happiness, the Enoshite may acquire a new material possession, a position with more responsibility, money, and a new dream home, being locked in person, places, and things. However, my child, there always remains the same mind. However, your mind is an elusive animal to tame. Many a theory exists on how it works, yet the human processes seem to remain intangible. Why does one so often find him or herself caught in the same frustration and the same problems? It is said that this is a free society, but in truth, it is each Enoshite's own desires and emotions that blind the Enoshite. Consider this Enoshite, a person who smokes cigarettes daily, claiming they are determined to stop tomorrow. How many years has the Enoshite been caught in this parade? The Enoshite truly wants to be free of the habit, but she lacks the necessary control over his or her own mind. In a sense, the mind is like a record or a laser disc. It contains grooves or impressions. These impressions are formed when certain thought waves become habitual. The benevolent example would be if an Enoshite passes a bakery and sees a chocolate cake in the window. How delicious, the Enoshite says, I will buy that cake. If he or she ignores that thought wave and turns his or her mind to something else, then no pattern is formed. However, if he or she identifies with the thought, the Enoshite gives life to it. The Enoshite buys the cake, looking forward to enjoying it as a dessert for that evening. Now, suppose the Enoshite finds he or she must pass the same bakery every Wednesday and Friday. Each time the Enoshite goes by, he or she recalls that wonderful cake again, and she purchases another. Now ponder this. What was originally just a flash in the mind has become a force in his or her life. Grooves in the mind are not necessarily negative. There can be grooves in the mind which are uplifting, and then there are those which bring one down. There must be a striving to develop love, compassion, a sense of service, cheerfulness, kindness, and many other qualities, which not only make one's own life happy, but which radiates to others. Everyone wants to be his or her best. Each person would like to think that he or she is perfect. Yet, despite these repeated resolutions, every person finds out so many times that they are less than what they would like to be. The cause of this predicament is the ego, or the Anki in Aramaic Hebrew, or Al-That in Syriac Arabic, and ego in Greek. And as we say in the Warpic Thawat, the ego, my child, is the cause of all bondage, and it is the chief barrier to the experience of reality. Chapter 7, The Living Soul. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalim, the All. Tablet 9, the Ego. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, the Warpians, one of the schools which I, your master teacher, known as the Reformer, Al-Mujaddid, Al-Muqlas, Yanan, Rabboni, Al-Imam, and Melchizedek. I have many names for the many cloaks I wear. One of the schools I must take you through is the school of the ego. Know ye that this is one of the hardest attributes to destroy. This is the attribute that is carried out mostly by the evil reptilian one, Samael, also known as Zuen, or the devil, he who is the son of Shakar in Melita. Reject him and his attributes, and let him or his followers not into your hearts, for he and they would only lead you through the doors of misery. However, through the teachings of the ancient mystical order of Melchizedek, also known as Ammon, you can learn how to burn out the ego. Through the journey of this holy tablet, I will part upon your minds the works of the ego. The ego is the self-arrogating aspect of the mind. The ego is the greatest obstacle to obtaining peace, for it is that which occupies the mind with whatever we are better or worse, possess more or less, and have greater or lesser powers than any others. The ego is attended by desire, pride, anger, delusion, greed, jealousy, lust, hatred, racism, and leadership. The ego is the most difficult aspect of the mind to control, for its nature is such that it deludes even while one is striving to overcome it. When the ego is subdued, energies can then be utilized constructively for personal growth and the service of others. Tablet 10, The Power of Thought. 19 times 3 equals 57. Lo, all of ye Enoshites project some kind of vibration to those around thee. Some are pleasant to be with. They seem to have a certain energy that they share with others. Then there are those who are absorbed by the negative and the depressed, and they seem to actually draw energy out of people in their environment. The reason for this, my child, is because there is a power contained in thought. Know ye that it is very subtle, yet it does exist and is extremely powerful. Whether a person is aware of it or not, the Enoshite is constantly transmitting and receiving thoughts. This, my child, is why people have experiences of what you call ESP, or extrasensory perception, from time to time. Some wish to call these experiences coincidence, but they are not. Every thought has a weight, shape, size, form, color, quality, and power. For example, a spiritual thought has a blue color. When you combine yellow and blue, you get green, the green light, while yet a thought charged with anger and hatred bears the color red. A thought is like an object. Just as an apple can be given to your friend or taken back, so it is possible to give a useful, powerful thought to someone and take it back. There is a power, an energy, into which each person can tap in if the Enoshite only knows it is available to them. This force inspires, encourages, reinforces, and gives strength to all those who seek to grow in a positive direction. Many an Enoshite, however, are unaware of this resource, or they have misconceptions about it. They are like the farmer who moved to a house in a city, and they live in darkness because he or she does not know what those strange sockets on the wall are. The light is there and available to all. John 1:5 states, "The light shineth in the darkness, but the darkness comprehendeth it not." We need only connect ourselves with the current and become a child of light. That literally means that the light will shine in the darkness, and the darkness has never been able to put it out or comprehend it. And again, in El's Holy Quran, the 57th chapter, the 28th verse, originally 94:28, in part it says, "He will provide for you a light by which ye shall walk straight in your path." And also in Daniel's, the first degree, the 22nd verse, which was given to our prophet Daniel, the son of Jara and Geba, where it says, "He reveals the deep and secret things. He knows what is in the darkness, and the light dwells with him." In respects to the laws of fate, Gada, my child, there is a law in physics that states, for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. To express it properly, it is said, what goes around comes around. Yeshua HaMashiach, whom you Christians call Jesus, and ye Mohammedans call Isa, who is also known spiritually as Sananda, taught. These are all expressions of the law of fate, of cause and effect. Whatever thought or deed comes from a person will be returned to the Enoshite. It may not come in the same form, but sooner or later, each person will confront the result of his or her own actions. These reactions are not always experienced immediately. Sometimes, Enoshite, reactions are not easily learned, and negative patterns may be encountered for many years. A single lifetime, my child, may not be sufficient for one to obtain perfection. Some people create a hell for themselves. This is why some people may have it hard, and others have it easy. One healthy and another is crippled. One is cheerful and another is depressed. One extrovert and another is introverted. One successful and the other unsuccessful. It is neither cruel fate nor a distant and unconcerned fate that set the stage for these situations, but one's own fate, you, as revealed to our servant Ahmed, who is called in tones Ahmed, and in Riven Muhammad, who is the son of Abdullah and Amina. It is he who receives El's Quran from the Anunnaki Alahum Nusku, and he who bears the title Gabriel, the son of Raziel and Zamael, where it states in the original order, the 92nd chapter, the 79th verse in part, an Enoshite's life is his or her own responsibility. Tablet 11, Health and Relaxation. 19 times 3 equals 38. Lo, O my children, what I must impart upon your minds is the importance of a healthy mind, body and soul, and proper relaxation. Remember, my child, the very words healthy and health begin with the word heal. To heal oneself is step one. To heal one's mind will heal one's whole body, and relaxation is simply to learn to relax. What you must remember always is, by taking proper care of your physical body, you are protecting your inner spirit, and by poisoning your physical body, be it through drugs, alcohol, cigarettes, junk food, sugars or salts, and I can go on and on, you are doing serious harm to your spirit, and it becomes weaker and weaker. Through the teachings of the ancient and mystic order of Melchizedek Ammon, you will be taught on how to nourish your body as well as your soul. Know ye that proper exercise and proper breathing, proper relaxation, proper diet, and intake of much water and positive thinking are the requisite attendant that lead to healthy, dynamic, and effective existence. Proper relaxation is needed to maintain mental, spiritual, and physical health. Many of you think that relaxation involves leaving home for some exotic place where the mind and body are carelessly pumped with stimulants and depressants and a full range of other damaging delights. True relaxation comes from removing the stimuli, visual, edible, and otherwise, and tuning into the inner awareness. Like any piece of sturdy machinery, Enoshite's physical and mental bodies can take quite a bit of abuse before giving any signs of protest. Unfortunately, in Western thinking, it has become practiced to ignore the basic rules of health, and the concept to think that a pill here and there will relieve the symptoms will actually bring about well-being, and quite the opposite is true. Pain in the body is a warning, like a red light on an instrument panel of a car. Taking this or that compound of chemicals to remove the symptoms is the same thing as taking a hammer and breaking the red light. It does nothing to solve the problem, and in fact makes it worse. While only giving the appearance of helping, many chemicals ingested are not useful to the body and cannot be eliminated, and therefore merely stored. The medicines accumulate along with the food additives that are eaten in such abundance. On the average of 25 pounds per person per year, they combine with each other to literally poison the system. The effects may not be felt for many years. This does not mean that there is no need for modern medicine, yet the herb of your own choice is much better. But often, doctors are considered to have some sort of absolute knowledge. Too often, frequent visits to the local GP, general practitioners or specialists, psychologists are substituted for living a healthy life. Most of the diseases of the mind and body can be eliminated by following the 5 basic points. Tablet 12, Diet. 19 times 5 equals 95. Lo, you should ponder on taking proper diet for yourself, which you can learn through the teachings of the ancient mystic order of Melchizedek. Improper diet is another hindrance to spiritual progress. All foods have distinct energies, just as the physical body is formed from the gross physical portions of the foods that are eaten, so the mind is formed from the more subtle portions. If the food is impure, the mind also becomes impure. Cigarettes, liquor, narcotics, and fast foods, and too much meat are the most detrimental. In fact, meat at all. Meals should be simple, light, and nutritious. Seafood, my child, is healthy, however, not in excess. Most people eat far more than is necessary, merely out of habit, for a sense of gratification. An immoderate diet is the cause of great majority of diseases which are encountered in modern society. The mind is always looking for an excuse to avoid discipline. You must also listen to the inner voice of the self. There are 2 sides to you, 180 degrees of agreeable and 180 degrees of disagreeable. 1% is all that is needed to shift your emotion. 181 to the left, start the path of disagreeable action or very agreeable. You are in control. Listen to the voice of agreeable things rather than to the complaints of the disagreeable. What goes into the human body correlates directly to the efficiency with which the brain will function. Recent studies show that certain red food coloring creates hyperactivity in children, and that refined sugar can cause emotional instability, and this is what most start their children on. These are just 2 examples of the substance that are heedlessly consumed without understanding the effect on the body and mind, each of which have 2 parts. The body is 1 voluntary, 2 involuntary, that which you control and that which takes control of itself. The mind, 1 good and 2 evil, which also try to take control. Many intakes are bad, although not categorized as harmful foods. These substances should be strictly avoided. Marijuana, cigarettes, alcohol, drugs. There is a growing awareness that our health is directly affected by what we eat. Almost any disease can be cured by either a change in diet or a short period of fasting, and with no meditation at all. This is not only true of physical disorders, but many mental difficulties as well. It is particularly important that pregnant mothers have this awareness. Far too often, they do not realize the effect of their diet on the developing fetus. Contrary to the popular concept, it is not vegetarians who do not get enough protein, but rather heavy meat eaters who take an excess of protein. Animal protein contains a high concentration of uric acid, which is a nitrogen compound similar to ammonia. It is not water soluble and it cannot be broken down by the liver. Thus, though a certain amount is eliminated, the greater portion of uric acid is deposited in the joints. The result of this is referred to as arthritis. Hardening of the arteries and heart disease are two of the most common maladies in the Western world, where the greatest amount of meat is consumed. The culprit, my child, is cholesterol, which also cannot be eliminated from the body. This forms fatty deposits along the walls of the heart and arteries and is gradually thickening until they are clogged and inflexible. A major source of cholesterol comes from the hundreds of pounds of animal tissue and its fats that each person consumes each year. Heart disease, hardening of the arteries, and arthritis are common infirmities. However, the one that strikes the most fear in the hearts of Westerners is cancer. Many substances have been found to create cancer in animals. However, results always seem to indicate that the amount consumed by the average person is insufficient to create cancer. What is not revealed is that the accumulation of these poisons over a period of years does create cancer. These substances have innumerable chemicals that are injected into animals. These increase weight to yield more dollars per animal. Nitrates, food coloring, artificial hormones, and even arsenic are amongst the chemicals contained in animal flesh by the time it gets to the supermarket shelf. These, plus many other additives consumed by members of an industrialized society, collect in the body and they are stored in the tissues. Cancer occurs when the cells react to these excessive toxins, in a sense, mutating into cells which reproduce uncontrollably. So much for the horrors of the meat industry. There are several other interesting physical and spiritual reasons for not eating meat. One is that it takes 4 times as much grain to feed animals than for an Enoshite to consume it directly. This raises a moral question in regard to sharing our resources with poorer people. Plants are the original source of energy for all living things, as they store the energy of Shamash, the sun, through photosynthesis. A person who does not eat a lot of meat not only taxes nourishment from the original source, but their diet is more economical with regards to cost, and it is the best utilization of available land. Seafood is very good for you, but that too can be taken in excess. Another more interesting fact is that the Enoshite's digestive system is not one of a carnivore. His or her teeth are designed through mutation for biting and mashing original vegetables, but after so much mixing, now many Nuorpians have canine teeth for tearing flesh, which is why Enoshite ages, tenderizes and cooks his or her meat to make it more edible. Diet also alters the person's very appearance, from human to animal, as well as his or her nature. Meat eaters are much more violent. The human liver is proportionally smaller than that of meat-eating animals, and it is not built to handle the filtering of animal poisons. Also, the alimentary canal, which is short in carnivorous animals, speeds poisons through the body quickly. It is quite long in an Enoshite, as it is in any vegetarian animal. Note, the untruth that you need meat or that you will lose weight if you don't eat meat. Herbivores are much larger than carnivorous animals. Tablet 13, concentration. 19 times 3 equals 57. Low. Concentration, my child, is the act or process of concentrating. To concentrate is to focus, center, or to bring or direct one's mind towards a common center or objective. Concentration is a very important principle, one that you should practice and try to master. For contrary to the belief that the art of concentration is simple, efficient concentration is not easily achieved. Your world, O mortal, is the materialization of thought forms of divine intelligence. It exists as vibration. Just as there are waves of heat, light, electricity, and energy, there are also thought waves. Thought has tremendous power. Everyone experiences it to some degree. It could be used 1,000 times more efficiently. If one had a comprehensive understanding of the working of thought vibration, the techniques for controlling them, and the method of transmitting them to others at a distance, which is called telepathy, telepath, the path through mind to mind. one of your four higher senses. By understanding and realizing the powers of the mind, one can see distant objects, hear distant sounds, send messages to any part of the universe, heal people thousands of miles away, and move to distant places in no time. There is no limit to the power of the mind. Consider, when flowing loosely over a wide area, every force in nature moves slowly and with less power than if gathered in one mass and directed through a single restricted outlet. Dammed and accumulated, the once sluggish and leisurely flow of a river rushes out with amazing force through the stream. The warm rays of Shemesh, which you know is the sun, focused through a magnifying glass, becomes hot enough to burn objects. Such is the power generated by the concentration of force. This natural law is also applicable to the Enoshite in all branches of activity. Mental concentration is the fixing of the mind for an extended period of time on one external point. There can be no concentration without something on which the gathered rays of the mind can rest. It must be a single object or idea. People sometimes pride themselves on being able to think of two things at once. The mind does not work that way. Its oscillating waves are merely bouncing back and forth with lightning velocity between the two ideas. The mind can only do one thing at a time. Anyone who can imagine that a mundane chore such as dishwashing can go faster if they are thinking of palm trees and a sunny beach are fooling themselves. Their mind waves are moving between a daydream and the task at hand. The attention actually given to the work is thus slowed down because of constant interruptions, and the hands slow down too. How much better to keep the mind on one point and finish the job in half the time. Everyone possesses the ability to concentrate to some degree. What has once been cloudy and hazy becomes clear and definite. What has once been difficult, complex and confusing becomes easy. One is able to work with greater efficiency, to turn out more work in less time, and to increase one's earning capacity. Concentration can also prevent or minimize the problems of salinity. With the utmost concentrated attention, the surgeon operates on his or her patient. Deepest absorption marks the state of the technician, engineer, architect, or painter engaged in drawing the minute details of the plan chart or sketch, in which accuracy is of the highest importance. The same concentration is necessary on the spiritual path, where the aspiration must deal with the internal forces. For progress to be made, it must be developed to a very high degree. Practice demands patience, will, untiring persistence and regularity. There is no shortcuts along the spiritual path. Tablet 14. Pleasure in the mind. 19 times 2 equals 38. Lo, I, your master teacher, will speak to you on pleasures. Worldly pleasures intensify the desire for greater enjoyment. The mind can never be satisfied, no matter how many pleasures it is fed. Emotions become dangerous when they become motion. It is these emotions that make you fight, which leads to wars. Emotions will lead to greed, which causes you to overeat and leads to diseases, or you eat yourself to obesity or death. Emotions are what lead to your need and what you want, and sex which leads to lust, luster. You are exceptionally apt to get AIDS if you let your emotions be controlled by lust, or the luster of it makes you go out and buy a sexual instrument to give you pleasure. Then you will be an AIDS victim, because the fact that you need a vibrator shows you have a lack of self-control. And if the opportunity arises for you to have sex, you'll take chances, not caring what the consequences might be, even if it's possible death. When you're emotional and calm, you're okay. I'm not saying don't have feelings. Don't cry or let your anger get you into trouble because you can't control your mouth. When you are over emotional sexually, you take chances you normally wouldn't, and you regret it once you have AIDS because you can't do anything about it. When you're over emotional, you can get into a fight and have regrets, or a person who is obese now has regrets that they're fat and say, I wish I could lose weight. Like getting fat wasn't their problem from the beginning. It's your own trinity, me, myself, and I. These emotions lead to other emotions like fear and regret. A person with AIDS now realizes I'm going to die. The person who is obese and has all this fat around their heart realizes with their added worry, aggravation, which increases the chances of dying, say, I'm going to die, and emotions link into motion. When you give into your emotion, you give up a part of your divinity. That means when you're upset by something, you are no longer in control of yourself, and therefore you're under the rule of another. You can't stay out of your mind. However, you can be under or in control of your own divinity and surrender your divinity to another who is in authority. The saying is, believe in yourself, then they say believe in God. They told you who and what you are in the scripture of our Apostle John, called in tones Yochanan, and in rhythm Johanna, the 10th degree, 34th verse, where it states, Jesus answered him, saying, Is it not written in your law, I said you are God? And again in the scripture, which was received by our prophet David, called in tones Dawood, and in rhythm Dawood, the book of Psalms, 82nd degree, and the 6th verse, where it states, I said, you are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. For instance, when you humble yourself to someone, you are surrendering your divinity to them, but can regain it back. It's not like once you lose your divinity that you can't regain it again. You lose it within your free will, so you can't earn it back when you will. Don't mix humbleness up with submission. They are not the same. No man knows less than the one who knows it all. Tablet 15. The more it possesses, the more it wants. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, without knowing it, Enoshites are exceedingly plagued by the instability of their own minds. Most humans are about as happy as they make up their own minds to be. In order to remove this sort of trouble, the craving for sensory stimulation must be removed. Once the mind has been stilled and concentrated, it no longer possesses one to seek further pleasures. The senses can be controlled through reduction of wants and activities. Dietary discipline is essential. Furthermore, one should avoid undesirable company, as well as stimulants and depressants. Television, cinemas and newspapers, which agitate the mind, should be reduced and replaced with periods of sitting in silence and solitude. There is really no right way to do the wrong things. By witnessing and tempering desires and emotions, the qualities of egoism, anger, greed, lust and hatred are eradicated, which means to rip out from the roots and to destroy. One should not allow the mind to dissipate its energy on useless vain thoughts, worries, imagination and fears. One thing you cannot recycle is wasted thoughts and time. By manipulating the mind, one is able to bring it under control and compel it to concentrate its powers. However, one must not wrestle with it. Lost time is never returned. Struggle only sets more mental waves into motion. The sum total of all pleasures in the world is nothing compared to the bliss derived from meditation. Feed your mind meditations, and doubt and idle time will starve to death. Tablet 16. Saving energy. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, to reduce the outflow waste of mental energies, the senses must be subjugated. 1/4 of one's energy is diverted to digestion of food, which is often eaten for the pleasure of the taste buds rather than for sustenance. Additional mental and physical energy is squandered in useless idle talking. Learn to have control of the tongue, my child, by observing silence for an hour or two a day. Our senses have been habitually overfed and geared to gluttony. The greatest of our faults is to think we have none. One should examine all worldly habits and curtail them sharply. Fasting of the mind is when thoughts are weaned from attachment to many fleeting sensations that they feed upon. The senses do not convey experiences without the cooperation of the mind. An agreeable exercise is to not allow the senses to come in contact with their object. For example, if certain music or TV programs are found to leave the mind in an agitated state, they should be eliminated. By withdrawing the mind, the senses are also withdrawn. Remember, if you don't care where your life is going, then any road will lead you there. Tablet 17. Attention. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, in everyday situations, one should develop the faculty of attention. Concentration itself is a narrowing of the field of attention. The entire attention is thrown into whatever is being done. The individual becomes lost in the job at hand. One must concentrate on the work and rigorously shut out all other thoughts. No work can be done successfully without calmness and concentration. In this way, the mind becomes one-pointed. Failure is a stranger to work done with perfect attention. When one sits for meditation, there should be no thought of job-related work. When doing the job-related work, household chores should never enter the mind. In training the mind to attend only to the work at hand, there will also be a development of will and memory. You should keep it in your memory, the importance of work. A person with an agreeable concentration can accomplish a task in half the time and with twice the accuracy that would take the average person. It is easy to pay attention to what is pleasant, for the mind is naturally attracted to what pleases it. A beneficial exercise is to fix the attention on an unpleasant task from which one you may have previously shrunk. Under scrutiny, they become interesting, and interest reduces the unpleasantness. It's very nice to be important. However, it's more important to be nice. Tablet 18. From unreal to real. 19 times 3 equals 57. Lo. There are experiences, my child, which cannot be described, just as colours cannot be described to a blind Enoshite. However, all ordinary experiences are limited by time, space, and the law of cause and effect. Normal awareness and understanding do not transcend these bounds. Finite experience is measured in terms of past, present, and future. These concepts of times are illusory, for they have no permanence. In measure small and fleeting, the presence cannot be grasped. Both past and future are non-existent in the present, and therefore unreal. Yet we live in a world of illusions. With meditation comes freedom, freedom from fear of death. Most of you mortals ponder that death is the end of existence. However, in fact, death only means the extinction of the present name and form. The greater the identification with name and form, the greater the fear. Living a righteous way of life induces detachment from name and from form, and makes one aware of the ever-changing nature of the body and all of the phenomenal existence. In recognizing the ephemerality of it all, one realizes the impossibility of holding on to anything, including one's cumbersome ego identity. When this need to grasp disappears, the fear of losing what one never really possessed vanishes. Immortality is within reach. Remember, the real fear is the lack of true faith. In respects to the ultimate reality, my children, I have introduced you to the existence of the All El Kaloon, that some call quantum physics. Know ye that El Kaloon, the All alone, is real. All gods, be they called Buddha, Krishna, Isis, Anu, Yahweh, Horus, Adonai, El Elo, Amun-Ra, Khnum, Theos, Dios, Obatala, Rab, Mazda, Allahum, Osiris, Allahumma, Supreme Being, Atun, Creator, Sebet, Most High, Shango, are all in the All. The world of illusion is unreal. Idol worship is unreal. Idol worship is not evil, for no idol can be the All. The individual soul is eventually returned to the All, for all things exist within the All. From within the All is where you came, and within the All is where you will return. This ultimate reality is beyond the reach of the limited intellect, and within the reach of the unlimited intellect and the knowable world, you must begin to understand a new physics. It's called quantum physics. Renunciation alone, the abandonment of all worldly attachments, can lead to knowledge of the absolute. This is achieved through the process of negation of all worldly desires, identifications, qualification, and extensions. The precepts of Tammuz, who some of you call Isa or Yahshua, Sananda, Christ, Horus, or sonship, must be practiced, for you are the child of the Most High El, who is in the All. To attain freedom, one must engage in solid spiritual practice. His teachings must enter your bones, nerve cells, and interior chambers of your heart. Lip confession and the praising of his name, as Jesus, is not only inadequate and sufficient, it is sinful. It is pure hypocrisy. We should become absolutely fearless. This life is in reality. No more words, no more talk, no more arguments, heated debates or discussions, no more study, no more wandering. As he said, I am in the Father, and the Father is in me. John 14:10. You say, I am in the All, and the All is in me. Become the Christ. Live in truth. Enter silence. There is peace. Peace in silence. That's Nwupu. That's right knowledge, which leads one to right wisdom and a right understanding. Tablet 19. Self. 19 times 3 equals 57. Lo. There are various methods for realizing the self. All are based on the removal of limiting ideas in regards to oneself and the universe, just as a container creates the illusion that the space inside is separate and smaller. So the mind creates its own walls, and hence the illusion of separation from the self. Not this, not that. This is the method of analysis by negation or denial. It is a means of approach. By finding out what a particular subject is not like, one can move towards an understanding of what it is like. Through this process of negation, one can approach an understanding of real happiness by realizing that it does not lie in wealth, power, or fame, or any other object of worldly pursuit. Through negation of everything that can be known via the senses, one exhausts the mental modifications, and she finds the answer within. Ultimately, direct experience is necessary, for it is not a matter of intellectual understanding. An Enoshite is not his or her house, nor is he or she their job. For these are subject to change, but an Enoshite remains the same. It is useless to identify with clothing or hairstyle, yet all are subject to this form of illusion from time to time. The real you, which is sometimes called the self, is one's essential nature, which is neither body nor senses. The body and senses are mere external qualities of the self. The serious spiritual person negates identification with all things of this world which are not real. The Enoshite negates the mind by saying, I am not this personality, I am not these desires, I am not these fears, until eventually all things within worldly experience are negated. Nothing remains but the self. In this kind of meditation, union with the Absolute is achieved by denial of the body, mind, name, form, intellect, senses, and all limiting adjuncts. The true I remains, which is absolute existence, knowledge, bliss. One should observe the play of life as though he or she were watching a movie, but again, he does not identify with it. Whatever situations one experiences, his or her reaction should be, I am not involved in this, I am only watching it happen. This entails introspection, a close awareness of the mental waves. The mind does not want to be watched and will slow down its activities, but it does not give up without a struggle. In many ways, it will deceive and persuade one to stop watching it. It is such a powerful force that it is capable of dragging the attention wherever it goes, unless extreme watchfulness is practiced. Many times, it will divert attention from its focus. One must observe this with patience, then firmly return to the witness state, taking care not to fight the mind, but only to gently guide it. Tablet 20. El Elo the Most High is one. 19 times 2 equals 38. Lo, I am in the All and the All is in me, Zadok Yeshua stated, as recorded in the letters of Yohanan bar Zebedee, whom ye call John son of Zebedee, the 10th chapter, the 30th verse. I and the Father are one. And again, in the letters of Yohanan John, the 14th chapter, the 9th verse, he that have seen me have seen the Father. There are no qualities in the universes that are not in the human body. An atom is a complete replica of the solar system, with electrons encircling the nucleus, just as planets revolve around Shamash, your sun. The atom is a microcosm, small, and everything that is happening in the microcosms of the human body is also occurring in Tiamat, called also Orb, Ereth, Terra, Eridu, Ard, which ye mortals call the planet Earth, and in the universe, individual cosmic creation and destruction is taking place all the time. Instead of identifying with the individual self, which is only a tiny function of the universal scheme, one can find his or her larger identity by merging with the cosmos itself. Make him or her a cosmoson. It is a matter in its most subtle state. Before Shamash the sun and Tiamat the planet Earth came into existence, there were gas molecules, and before evolving into the molecular state, they existed in etheric or energy state. The water molecule is composed of atoms of hydrogen and oxygen. When atoms were smashed in the cyclotron, it was discovered that this was not the end of matter. Regardless to what extent scientists subdivide atoms, they continue to find smaller as quarks and smaller particles as biaps. If Tiamat the planet Earth and Shamash the sun were suddenly blown into pieces, the matter would revert to energy, being called nothing less than solid, liquid, and gas. Beyond these three is a state of nothingness or ether. Ultimately, it would return to the All. Being yet still a part of the All, the journey is short, it's within itself. Being a part of the All is being the All. You can't take from the All, for where would you put it? You can't add to the All, for where would you get it from? So all gods, deities, statues, images, idols, and desires to be is in the All. Tablet 21. Anu is oneness. 19 times 2 equals 38. Lo, O ye Enoshites, ponder on this thought. A close look at these elements, which we take for granted, leaves one in awe of the guiding cosmic intelligence. Water H2O, for instance, is made up of 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom. When hydrogen is by itself and comes into contact with fire, it reacts with an explosion. Oxygen reacts with fire to make it burn more fiercely, yet in combination as water, they will quench fire and cool off the body. If one professes of having any intelligence at all, he or she must ask him or herself, what is the source of this intricate engineering? Only an intelligent power is capable of such creation. El Elo, the Most High, also called Anu, Al-Aliyu, Yahuwah and Anu. All life is interconnected. Animals breathe in oxygen, the byproduct of plants, and they exhale carbon dioxide. In their bodies, the oxygen combines with glucose to produce energy for various bodily functions. Plants take in carbon dioxide, and they release oxygen into the air, which is then used by the animals. They take nutrients from the soil and use the sunlight for photosynthesis. An Enoshite eats the plants for nourishment, and when he or she dies, his or her body is returned to Tiamat, the planet Earth, to the Adama, to the ground, where it becomes food for the plants. This is but one small example of the complicated and interdependent relationships that exist among all things. It hardly seems possible that such a world could have been created by an accident of nature. Relationships like this exist throughout the cosmos. Consider the size of the universe. It is impossible that these miracles occur only on Tiamat, the planet Earth. How many suns with planets can there be in this galaxy, and how many galaxies can there be? How large is the universe? Its size cannot be imagined, nor can the number of planets capable of supporting life be counted. Yet there are those known in Orion to have life, and from Risk, the 8th planet in Ilium, the 19th galaxy, from which I come forth to you, by way of the Merkaba, a divine light vehicle, also called the Sham. There are physical laws which cause the planet to rotate and to revolve around Shamus, the sun, in certain precise ways. These same laws cause whole solar systems, indeed even galaxies, to hurtle through space at tremendous speed, all in perfect coordination. These laws cannot have accidentally come about without an originating cause. Only a guiding intelligence could be responsible. El Elo, the Most High, is the source. All is in the All. The All is not an it, a he or a she. The All is. Chapter 7, The Living Soul. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum, the All. Tablet 22, El Kalag, the Creator. 19 times 10 equals 190. Lo, if someone were to ask why, Yahuwah El Elo, he who is the source, the creator, is one, he or she might answer that if there were creators, Allahum or Allahumma, for this incident on earth, one could not always design his creation like the other, neither would they go by the same principles. So we have a creator from many creators, 24 in the Garden of Eden, 12 agreeable, 12 disagreeable, give you will. El Elo from the Allahum. In order for one to preside over it, they would be necessary for the other to perish. In this state, or step down to his or her leadership, making him supreme. Al-Malik the king, or Al-Malik El-Mulki, the king of kings, the angel over all angels, he who is appointed over the 7 archangel beings, the Al-Malaikat, or Malakut. He El Elo is a being as Anu. He is Allahu al-Azim to the Muslims, Anu the supreme being. The will of one or the other must manifest the wishes of both, or of neither one would be possible, and this would be a sign of frustration. And obviously, he or she who is responsible for the intricate creation of all things of this cycle, of refilling and replenishing the earth, is beyond frustration, and alone in his power, as Yahuwah or Yahweh, one of the Yahwehans and Allahum. Only the All is absolute, and all of the creators are in the All. Your Anu is Rab, Jesus, Horus, Tammuz, Yahweh, Jehovah, God, Dios, Buddha, Confucius, Brahma, Shiva, Vishnu, Theos, Baal, Adonai, Om, Osiris, and all the others are in the All. As it stands, the universe is a very measured place, where everything fits within its particular pattern, And in the design of all things is an obvious unity. That could not be possible if more than one creator took responsibility for all creation. Each creator is assigned by the all to be the one creator, or creators with one head, as the angels with one deity above them all. For there is life beyond the earth, and new forms being discovered every day. So you, Muhammad, say in the second chapter of El's Quran, originally chapter 87, the 163rd verse, and your source is one source, and no source would exist if he who the creative force of will didn't create him. Who is the yielder, the merciful? Don't make for him any partners. You say you shall have no other gods before me. El Torah to Moshe, also called Moses, Exodus 20 verse 3. You are to have no other Elohim except me. I am a jealous God. El's Torah to Moshe, also called Moses, Exodus 34 verse 14. For you will prostrate to no other El, for Yahuwah, who is jealous, for his name is Jealous El. That means there is more than one, and you're not to use but one. If you are a Muslim, use Anu or Rab. If you are a Hebrew or Israelite or Jew, you use Yahweh or Elohim or Adonai or Hashem. And if you are a Buddhist, you use Buddha. But you're one deity, yet all are in the all regions and their one God, each are in the all. Therefore, all sincere spiritual and righteous people know with strong conviction that the Creator is power and has no associates in that power. So he is called the most powerful, the most merciful, the most gracious. To be the most of anything means their Anu is Akbar, or as they say, the greatest. He is greater than others like himself. Everything inside of the all is a servant, has no equal, no consorts, and no partners, because all is in the all. You can't take from it, and you can't add to it. The all has neither beginning nor end. The all is. The all has always existed and will exist, because the all is outside of existence and exists in the all. The all is outside of time, for time exists in the all, and all did not begin, and all cannot end. Anu is the beginning, the Awur, and Anu is the ending, the Akka, the Alpha and the Omega. If you are the beginning, you have a beginning. If you are the ending, then you have an ending. The all is without beginning or ending, the originator of all things we see and don't see, the breath that sustains all creation, presence in all. El Elo Anu, the Most High, is the only reality. He too is in the all. Everything else is mere illusion. He is one. He is the one. El Ahad has been the cry of every news-bearer prophet, for the Enoshite had the tendency to stray from El Elo, the Most High's guidance, our Heavenly Father, and seek the protection of those which can neither help nor harm him. The Appointed One, who appointed the Anointed Tammuz, who is Horus, and Yeshua Jesus. In the depth of ignorance and backwardness, people sought help from objects made by their own hands. Kanun, creator of the car, which yields the bar and the ark. An Enoshite wanted to reduce the creator to his or her own level, but how could an object or an Enoshite be responsible for all creation? So to assert that an Enoshite was responsible, or that the universe accidentally came into being, thrives on the absence of logic and the abundance of ignorance. The Elohim, by permission of El Elo, the Most High, the Fashioner, gave an electric charge to the protons and electrons. He designed the minute solar system of the atom, like the one in which we live, 76 trillion years ago. He gave light its speed, 186,272 feet per second, put a barrier around sound, 1,100 feet per second, blessed the golden sun Ra with enough mass to create the gravitation that keeps the heavenly bodies of its solar system orbiting properly. El Elo, the Most High, is the Fashioner. There's a reason why 75% of the planet Earth and 70% of the human body consists of water. The Creator put that balance there. Can you overstand it? When the oceans of the world all come rushing towards the shore, who synchronizes it? If the world's waterways were to cease moving, how would the fish breathe? El Elo, the Fashioner, started the water moving, and it has yet to stop on its journey home. Water is always moving towards larger masses of water. I could tell you something that would be real fascinating, but it's very simple. One thing that's unique: water is unique. Let me tell you something unique about water. Water is a symbol of personification. It's in the atmosphere. You don't see its water vapor. It's going from what's considered invisible vapor to a liquid, to a solid ice, to hot ice, to a gas. Ask yourself, what makes up water? You're trying to think of an answer in order to look like you know something. You forgot. I said I wanted to tell you something. See, it's obvious. The obvious abstract. Water is a symbol of personification. It's unseen. You don't see it. Then there's vapor, steam, condensation over frozen hot ice. Where did it come from, and where is it going? The mystery of water is that it's always going home to water. Water never stays anywhere water is not. If I put it on the ground, it will evaporate or seep into the ground, seeking out or seeping. It is always going home to water. It is pumping out of a source, looking for the source of water. Look at it in a test tube. Leave it for 100 years. It will constantly be on the move, but it will eventually go home to water. The molecule turned inside out. Thus, the restless soul of a human being is free-force water. Your brain, the blood, the breathing, the digestive system, the circulatory system, the respiratory system, urine, light, pulse, blood. This is the restlessness of the human being. You see, there's only one real thing in existence: change. The only thing constantly changing is water. And where is the home of water? I told you at the beginning, home is the vicious cycle. Water is pumping out of a source, looking for the source of water. You used to know these things. When you had your barotheric gland, you knew these facts. This just goes to show how out of touch you all are. The barotheric gland resided inside the hippocampus area of the brain, which is a cavity of the cerebellum. The cerebellum is located at the lower part of the brain and is attached to the brainstem. The barotheric gland has a connection with the appendix and the tonsils. The hippocampus is the tissue which held the barotheric gland when it was once inside Cadmon's Zakar Adam, the grandfather of Enos's brain. Although conscious perception does not occur in the cerebellum, this is part of the brain that is responsible for hallucinations. Also, cerebellary action are unconscious, meaning you are unaware that it happened. And that's why even though the barotheric gland is missing, portions of the gland were left on the nerve endings, because total removal would have damaged the nerve from the cerebellum. You had 7 senses: see, feel, hear, taste, smell, clairvoyance, and telepathy. Humans do not have the 4 higher senses: mind perception, intuition, mental communication, telepathy, object reading,